Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
It's Wednesday. It's 2 days away from Rumble Friday.
Ooh.
And now I'm very excited for Rumble Friday because we have the Owen Benjamin Godfrey clip that I would in no way ever show you on YouTube ever in my life. It's almost like I was watching Gino yesterday. I was watching In Hot Water, and they found it too, and they played it on their show. And I agree with them. They said the same thing that I thought when I heard it. It was like, if this guy just said the N-word in this rant, it would be better and like less offensive than what he actually said. Like,
look, you're building the anticipation.
Some credit is due to Owen Benjamin for being so creative with how offensive he can be. That he used words other than the N-word and turned out to be more offensive. I mean, even when I watched the rant, even I went, holy shit.
I've never heard words like that in my life.
I'm calloused as all hell. I like to think that I really can't be shocked by people's words. And then I watch Owen on Rumble and I go, apparently I have a threshold I didn't know existed.
You found it.
Because I went, God. Like, there were even times during Owen's rant, and again, we'll go over it on Friday, but I want to talk about it now. The only reason I'm not playing it for you immediately today as our first thing is because of on YouTube. But it's just, I was watching it on Rumble, worried for Owen that, like, even though strikes aren't a thing on Rumble, I was still worried they were going to create them for what he was doing.
Wow. That says a lot.
I mean, his defense would be Godfrey was being kind of a dick.
Okay, so that was my next question. Was Owen right?
I don't know, because I don't know if there's a right or a wrong to what he did.
Okay.
It was very venomous. You know, like, is a spider right to bite and inject venom into a hapless fly?
He needs to eat.
But the fly didn't do anything to the spider.
But he is lower on the food chain.
Well, and I feel that's part of Owen's argument.
Okay.
In many ways as well.
So you're saying, without me having watched the Owen Benjamin clip, I'm leaning more Owen just in my theories.
Just allow
just in theory.
Just allow it to exist for the sake of entertainment.
Okay.
That's all. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, how did Owen Benjamin find the script to my Django Unchained sequel? And Ty Cobb, after 1 beer, says, I'm suing Owen Benjamin for plagiarism.
Wow.
Michael B says, we can say the N-word and the gay F-word on Rumble. Yes, you can. That's true.
I think you still need to avoid a certain level of hatefulness, don't you?
I don't know.
Towards certain groups?
I'm not sure. If that video stays up, we'll know where the line isn't.
Wow.
And so far, it's still up.
What would the line be after that?
Whatever Owen's next rant is. Owen can be very caustic, says T. Jefferson. He was out rumbling rumbles. Yeah, pretty much. Ty Cobb, after one beer, says, in my day, what Owen said was called the State of the Union address. Is that true, Ty?
Oh,
Wow.
no.
And he would know. I mean, you hit over 400 like a whole bunch of times. Why do you think you'd only hit 290 now? Because I'm 72 years old, you ignorant bastard. You dumb son of a bitch. Give me this thing. It was a pure, hitting a baseball was a pure art form until that half Babe Ruth came in and started hitting those home runs and ruined the game. Oh, I want to watch that movie. Hobo Chili Recipe starting us off today with $2. Says, good morning, everyone. April, you look like a slutty canary. Aaron, you actually look very presentable. Well done, Tubby. Thanks. I am Tubby today, too.
I thought you all liked yellow, so I tried another yellow shirt.
Hobo Chili Recipes here to make sure that you just get knocked down a goddamn peg or two.
I will never wear this again, Hobo.
It's not that. He just wants you to be humble about it, I think.
I'm actually burning it after the show.
Well, Hobo's a powerful guy. 205, by the way. Today's goal, very small, just 205. Great VIP show last night. Awesome show yesterday morning. Thank you guys very, very much. So 205 away if you want to help us hit that. There's all the regular links right in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I'm going to give myself the kiss of death here, but I'm not too worried about that one today.
Okay.
205 away. Bob Dow says, good morning. Looking good, April.
Thank you.
Somebody says 205 for the goal is not a lot, but you know what is. I'm going to take a guess.
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
All right. Jennifer says, I was personally bearified by Owen as rational redhead bear. Yeah, he names his listeners bears.
See, I don't like that.
Is it gay?
Yeah.
Yes,
it's really,
gay.
really gay.
But are you going to tell Owen Benjamin that it's gay?
No, because then he's going to do a Rumble rant on me.
Call you the N-word?
Well, that could just be fun.
Tell you that you should go back to Africa. God damn it, I hate YouTube. I want to play that thing.
I wish you'd call me the N-word more.
As our Rumble memberships go up and our Rumble subscriptions go up, that's like every day is going to drag me closer to just going, you know what? We'll just do YouTube shows whenever we feel like it. And whenever we have something that I feel we can't play on YouTube, it will just be a Rumble day.
Right.
Because, I mean, the audience size is going up. The follower number is going up. It's starting to be 50-50 on the morning streams. Not quite the evening streams yet, but the morning streams, it's starting to be almost 50-50 at their peaks, about 400 each. So, yeah, it's tough because Fridays are a lot of fun. They are a great time, but we'll keep her steady as she goes so far. Ryan the Garbage Man says, slutty canary, that's a bit strong, isn't it? Aaron, your widow's peak is retreating into a cul-de-sac.
Cul-de-sac?
It's not moved. It's always
It's
looked
more
like this.
You've got two cul-de-sacs,
Two wealthy neighborhoods.
You've got a median in the middle.
Sure, yes, I've got I've just got a concrete barrier.
You've got a whole community living on your head.
I have a 4-lane highway on my dome. Jennifer says, have you looked into Gab TV? Is it anything like Gab, the social media platform? Because then I'm not interested. That's a little too hardcore for me. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, in Godfrey's original country, they still believe in flat earth. Well, hey, Owen believes in flat earth, so,
I never understood that take, though. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but everything that this world runs off of doesn't work if it's flat, right?
It doesn't, but then they just... Well, here's the brilliance of the flat earth people, is their response to that is very, very astute and intelligent. Their response to that is, nuh-uh.
I love a nuh-uh.
Yeah, they're like, hey, if your cell phones don't work and navigation doesn't work, if the earth is flat, and they go... No.
How about all the images we have of the Earth, like from outer space?
Nuh-uh. You see?
I feel like...
You see how frustrating that is?
Here, Owen, hear me out. There has to be one time where I will give you the benefit of the doubt, the Earth's flat, right? If somebody were in outer space taking photos of the Earth, somebody would have accidentally slipped the one that was
Guys,
right?
we're not actually in space. That was done in a movie studio.
Oh,
Yeah. He doesn't think
Really?
we went to the moon. Some people are saying in the chat that Owen thinks the moon is fake.
yeah, I've heard that.
Not like the moon landing. He doesn't know
just
if the
whole
moon.
thing.
He also doesn't believe nuclear weapons exist.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Haven't we used nuclear weapons before?
Yeah, we've killed
We've killed.
hundreds of thousands of people.
Well,
with
that was
nuclear
just.
weapons.
It was also a movie studio. I'm hearing. I guess people are getting paid lots.
He goes, oh, yeah, and if you were at Los Alamos and you were looking at that flash and that nuclear explosion, your eyes would be burned out. And they're like, yeah, that's why they weren't looking at it. they were watching it from far away. They weren't staring directly into the blast, at ground zero. And then he's like, you couldn't film it. It would fry the cameras. It's like those cameras were way far away,
Okay.
like a long ways away.
I mean, this seems like the longest of term fakes then, because think about all the years you spent in school looking at pictures of the earth and globes and stuff like that. Not one person dared to put the flat earth one out there. Not one.
Guys,
slipped it.
it's propaganda. It's government schools. They're brainwashing your
There's
kids.
not one outlier.
Look, the schools aren't doing a good job of making people like Owen look stupid because they're advocating for kids to cut their cocks off and not tell their parents about it.
Right.
So
They're also remarkably crazy.
Right. Schools aren't exactly the best place to make your point that something's real anymore.
I'm going to take this sip sometime here. But you know what I heard about teachers on the news today, by the way?
What's that?
You know how the next impending school year is upon us
It is.
for children?
It is.
Apparently, there's a huge teacher shortage right now. Do you have any idea why?
They told you why there was a teacher shortage?
The news is saying
The reason
main
there's
reason.
a teacher shortage is because they don't feel safe?
That was on the
Okay.
back end of things, but front and center,
No.
they don't get paid enough.
Oh, well, yeah, that's, you know what? I get that one. That's always been their
They
bitch.
never get paid enough. But their argument, you literally have 3 months of the year off and the best of the best of benefits.
Let's say in Minnesota, the
Isn't
average
this insane?
teacher makes $60,000 a year. And I think it's probably close. Let's go 50.
These people don't want to teach your kids.
50,000 times 1.25 because they get a quarter off. So let's say unpaid vacation, if they work the whole year, times 1.25. That would be 62.5 a year. Now, you're not going to get wealthy
No, but
making 62.5 a year.
if you've got a dual income household, you're
Right.
looking at 120 now.
Okay, I'm getting to that. Then you go with their insurance and retirement is fully paid for. That's got to be worth at least $1,000 a month.
Absolutely.
At least $1,000 a
Insurance
month.
is so expensive.
So, as two people who pay for their own insurance and retirement, let's go ahead and add $12,000 a year to that. Now, all of a sudden, you're at $75,000 a year.
oh.
It's not so bad.
Well, it's not only that. It's like when the school year is upon us and it's in session, these teachers don't want to be in school. I remember this last year, let's say even after the pandemic, it seemed like the kids had a goddamn teacher workshop all the time. They're never in school. And it's like, I remember telling the oldest a couple times, doesn't your teachers want you guys in school ever? Because you're always out of school.
It really
I don't
is.
get it.
It's wild, like the complaints that teachers have, and then the bullshit they get away with. And then you figure you make that kind of money, and then, like you said, you have summers off, but also you can't get fired. It's almost impossible. You'd have to be the biggest fuck up on earth to be fired as a teacher.
I've got it. You have to sleep with your students and get caught.
Yeah.
That's what you have to
You
do.
can, if a kid comes to you one day and says, I feel like if it's a boy, and he comes to you and says, I feel like I feel prettier in dresses. The teacher can put makeup on the kid, take him to a doctor, try to get him hormone therapy, everything else, never tell the parents. And not only would they not be fired, but if you tried to fire them, that would be bigotry. That sounds crazy to come out of my mouth, but it's 100%. I mean, there couldn't be a job where you're held less accountable. These kids fuck up and they can't read. And nobody ever blames the teachers for these kids not being able to read.
Right.
It's always somebody else's fault.
Think about, we've covered so many times the statistics of students passing just basic reading or basic math in Chicago, let's say, that area. None of that. And it's not even one kid.
No kids can
not
read.
Not one kid.
Right. So it's just, there's no accountability. You get all the benefits. You get summers off. and you're not going to do that job because it's what was it? There's not enough money in it.
Yeah, that's what the news said. They're like, oh, kids are already behind after they started with this. They're already behind and trying to catch up after the pandemic and not being in school. But now their teachers don't even want to come to school because they're not getting paid enough.
And also, I don't want someone teaching for the money.
No,
I want it to be like a monk type of a job where you do it as a sacrifice. You're like, I am giving my life to educating the next generation, to tell them about space and mathematics and science.
It's for the greater good.
And reading, right? I'm going to be the sacrificial lamb, if you will. I don't care what the pay is. Now, the pay's not bad, but I don't care what the pay is. I'm going to go in and I'm going to educate those kids. And nope. Johnny David said a teacher used to be a more respected profession.
Yep.
That's because they used to behave better.
Not only that, they used to hold like a little respect for themselves too. I feel like nobody respects teachers anymore either because they are all soft and they are all like, oh, you're my kids too. And if you don't want to tell your parents something, that's okay. Nobody's going to respect that.
You know what it is? You have too many 35-year-old childless spinsters teaching school.
Yeah.
And when you have 35-year-old childless single spinsters teaching school, yeah, they're going to start adopting your children against your will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, against our will. Kids don't know.
Start filling their head with horse shit. Look, I don't want anyone who's alone at that age to be telling kids how they should be as an adult. Chances are the wiring got fucked up with that person a long time ago. You don't want your kids following in those footsteps.
That is true. I heard that actually from another radio personality yesterday talking about how people think it's just cool. Like, he was mostly fixating on women, but how they think it's just cool to be like that hipster, I'm fine alone and I don't want to reproduce or have a family type of girl.
Yeah.
And then you find yourself at 50 and wonder why you're sad and alone.
Yeah.
And nobody cares about you.
Well,
it's because you've let all your good shit pass you.
But not only that, but also you then project that anger onto everybody else and you act like it's okay.
Yep, that was the next half.
And now we have to deal with you.
Right, and you're miserable and unbearable.
Like, if you want to stay home and have cats all day, go ahead.
It's fine, but don't talk to people.
Yeah, don't come outside. That's all. I'm just saying don't come outside.
Stay with your kitties inside.
Go be angry. Go be miserable, but do it away from me. That's my take on pretty much everything. I want more curmudgeons. I want more hermits because I'm not one and I want to enjoy when I go out for things. You don't enjoy going out for things. So just stay home and be a miserable asshole. So
that is it.
None of us are asking for you to come out and interact with the rest of us. And it clearly brings you pain and misery and suffering. So shut the fuck up and stay home. That's my problem with all of the, whether it's pride or whether it's, advocating for this or advocating for that. None of this is making you happy, and you insist on making it my problem. And I'm trying to tell you I don't care. It's like that Neil deGrasse Tyson clip yesterday where he goes, why should I change what I do because you can't handle it or you don't want it? It's like, no, it's the opposite. You're going to everyone else and throwing your horse shit at them, and they don't care.
You have got to be like a work from home type of person.
Yeah.
If you prefer to be alone, then stay alone. That is one of those things where it's like, okay, if you don't like going and doing this thing, don't go do that thing then because you're just angry and now you're ruining my good time.
Right. You go ruin it. But that is, to them, that's part of
the fun.
Justice.
Yeah.
Not the fun, because I don't think they know what fun is. But the justice of it is, well, I'm not happy. If everyone else seems miserable, then I don't feel so bad. Congratulations. Fucking bitch.
You know why else I bet teachers don't want to be in school right now? Like, let's say you've got like a sane person who does want to just teach kids. I bet that person is starting to now not want to be in school because nobody takes teachers' sides with anything.
Yeah. And
if they are in the right, the kids are insane and their parents will back up the insane kids and their behaviors.
Skeezy says, my mother is a teacher. She claims people are leaving because of the behavior of the children, and the teachers are prevented from enforcing discipline.
That's true. I mean, you don't... God, I mean, it's not like you have to hit kids to discipline them, but even if like you want to take their phones away or something like that, suddenly the teachers ran through the mud.
Gray Idol, who would want to work with these kids all you millennial spurgs produce? Well, we're trying to do a good job. I promise. Ty Cobb, after one beer, says, I just cracked an egg for breakfast and April came out. See, she's wearing
I got yellow on.
yellow. Michael B says, just be like Statler and Waldorf from The Muppet Show. That's not a bad idea. Play Norm Macdonald versus Teacher. He nailed those bitches. All right, we'll take a look.
Anytime for Norm, right?
I'm not against playing a Norm clip. Norm, what is it? Norm Macdonald
versus Teacher.
Teachers. Norm Macdonald destroys a heckling teacher during stand-up, or Norm Macdonald shitting on teachers. Norm Macdonald, teachers are the worst.
All different clips.
I don't know which one to play. Okay, let's do this one. Fuck it.
If I could say one thing about the real heroes of the country, which I believe are the teachers, you know? I don't believe they're the real heroes. I misspoke again. I think the real heroes are the real heroes. Teachers, they get good press because people often say to me, you know who the real heroes are? I go, are they the real heroes? They go, no. I go, oh, they're the teachers. It's counterintuitive that it doesn't seem like a heroic job, but yes. First of all, if you're a teacher, you get the same fucking vacations as a child.
Not about
4
that.
months a year off. My vacation, I get almost no time off. We're 48 weeks a year. 4 weeks a year I get off. What about you? You're not one of those fucking teachers, right?
You're not one of those fucking teachers, are you?
He found the one person out there scowling.
Why? No, they heckled him. They yelled at him.
I
Like,
know.
how much vacation do you take? When are these stupid assholes? And of course it was a woman. But what are you going to do? Yell at the comedian and he's going to back down and you're going to win some kind of verbal jousting with a guy who does this for a living? I don't understand the entitlement of these drunk white women during stand-up shows where they think this is going to go well. And here's what bothers me. It's like the Chrissy Mayer thing when she walked that room of elephants. You start the shit. You yell out during a show that other people are there not to watch you. They paid hard-earned money to watch the comedian. Mm-hmm. You yell out. The comedian flattens you, as they should. Everyone who paid money is happy. You go out and complain to the club.
Yeah.
Bitch, you started it.
You knew, don't go to comedy shows then. Like that's,
No.
I feel like you are instigating everything. Like you knew that was coming, right?
Now, if you go and you instigate this and you get up and leave and just go home, okay, fine.
That's fair.
That's
I've
cool.
actually have seen people do that.
You're embarrassed, tail between your legs, go home. Good. That's what you should do. You should have just not gone out that night. But there are people who get like blasted by comics after they start this shit and then they go complain or they go on the internet and they get people to try and call that club. It's like, I would call that club. I would call that club and go, why didn't you throw that bitch out sooner?
Try calling any clubs we go to.
Right.
Good luck.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, those people know what they're getting into when they hire a comedian for the night, right? Or they book a comedian for a night.
You would hope so.
Yeah.
You seem like a teacher. Now, are you a teacher? What do you teach? What grade?
High school.
What grade? What grade? No, but what grade? Not so easy when it's the other way around.
Not so easy when it's the other way around.
It's always easy to ask the questions. The real heroes are the fucking students.
All right, you sent me a 12-minute clip, so I'm not going to play the whole thing. But anytime teachers are being harassed by entertainers, I'm a happy guy. So thank you
Seems like there's plenty
for
from
sending
him.
us. We appreciate that. Someone writes, man, Norm was overrated, and someone took that down. Wow, one of our mods really fucking loves Norm Macdonald. Holy shit. They
Wow.
took down a guy's comment because he said, man, Norm was overrated.
Too soon, sir. Too
Holy
soon.
shit.
That guy was a legend. Honestly, everything you ever show me about any topic he talks about, he always seemed to be right on the pulse of where I'd be.
Somebody asked me a boxing question, and I can't help it. I'll answer it before we get into our first stories today. We're freestyling with the chat for the first 20, 30 minutes of the show. So I will, and I can't avoid this question. Flavio Souza says, Aaron, what are your thoughts on one of my favorite fighters, Winky Wright? Love Winky Wright. I actually just a week or two ago rewatched his fight with Felix Trinidad, and that his hand defense is the best hand defense I've ever watched. Just the slight parrying, the turning, the countering. I often, when I'm working on different defensive stances and stuff, I'll often try to imitate Winky Wright. It's hard. That guy was fucking good. He could stand there right in front of a guy, and the guy could just rip power shots at him, and he'd have his arms up real nice and high, blocking everything, nothing hits, and he's just standing there. You know how frustrated it is to swing hard at a guy right in front of you, and he's just standing there blocking it? It's demoralizing. But yes, thank you for that question. I love Winky Wright. He's except when he faced Bernard Hopkins, I had to keep my allegiances.
You love Winky?
I found Captain Winky. He's a very good fighter. Junior middleweight and middleweight champion. Remarkably talented guy. Okay, boys and girls, let's get started now that we've got boxing time out of the way. A big thank you to everyone last night and yesterday morning.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Only 2:05 to go today. If you want to pop in and throw a couple of bucks at us, we'll knock that 2:05 out, do overtime, and no goals in the evening this week. We'll do one more VIP giveaway tonight. We gave away 2 VIP spots yesterday. It was so popular. So thank you guys very much for all that. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, all of it possible in terms of contributing to this listener-supported show. Let's talk about Lizzo. This made me so happy.
Me too.
This news that came out yesterday. Now, I have disliked Lizzo a lot for a lot of different reasons for a long, long time. Number one, I mean, as far as a singer goes, she's a dime a dozen.
I actually don't like her at all, and that was my initial reason for disliking her, was that everybody's like, oh my God, you've just got to play Lizzo. She's so great.
Right.
She said Minnesota Vikings in one song.
Yeah,
we must play that song millions of times. I hated it.
That really annoyed me, is that, you know, people, I don't like it when Minnesota shows it's Minnesota
right
on a national level. I hate that,
right?
Because I kind of hate that part of this state, that Minnesota believes that nobody knows it exists. So when it gets any kind of acknowledgement in public, people go, oh my God! Like Lady Gaga stopped at a Minnesota restaurant and it became front page news here yesterday. There were all kinds of news notifications that Lady Gaga ate at a restaurant here. Yeah, sometimes people are here and they're hungry.
I was so confused by that article. I think it was TMZ said, Lady Gaga stops at prominent Minnesota restaurant and no one knows why. They said the no one knows why part. And like, she was hungry, though.
She was in Minnesota and she was hungry. You know you can get here. Like, whether it's a plane or an automobile or...
Somebody looks at her like, did you crash here? Like, you're not supposed to be here.
That's the thing. Minnesota feels like we're a secret. And we nobody knows we exist, and they're like, holy shit, Lady Gaga figured us out.
Wow. I'm onto something. Maybe that's why we ate up the George Floyd thing so hard.
Yeah, because the whole country knew who we were. We're like, we're on TV.
We're on TV, guys.
So
Cup foods.
Yeah, Lizzo said Minnesota Vikings in a song, and then everyone here was like, oh my God, there's a girl who said Vikings in a song. Minnesota also does that shitty thing where the radio station will recut like a Tim McGraw song or something, or they'll recut a country music song, or the artist will cut Minneapolis or Minnesota into a song where there's references. And then, you know, the people in Minnesota will go, oh my God, he recorded a song and put our state in it. It's like, no, that was a special cut of the song that they give to radio stations that they play. It's not what he says, I ain't seen the Braves play a game all year. He didn't say Twins. Or
one of them will do that at like one of their concerts.
Yeah.
Like I've heard Lady Gaga do that herself, you know.
Bro, did you see Kenny Chesney wearing a Vikings jersey? It was so fucking cool. All right.
I bet he bought that for no good reason other than he liked the team. He didn't wear it because he was coming here.
We're the absolute worst when it comes to shit like that.
Right.
So then,
So that was numero uno why I
that
didn't
was
like
number
her.
one why I don't like her. Number two, she's a big fat pig, and she pretends to be proud of being a big fat pig. And that, as a guy who's a chubby pig, that annoys the shit out of me because nobody wants to look like Lizzo.
No.
People end up looking like Lizzo and then try to rhetorically make the best
Make
of it.
themselves feel better about
Right.
it.
You end up looking like that because you're shit and you have no self-control and you're remarkably irresponsible. You've been given this one body and you fucked it up. So you got to act like you meant to do it. You know, being really fat and like wearing skimpy clothes like Lizzo does is the equivalent of slipping and falling on ice in public, not going down, and then pretending you were doing a dance the whole time.
Like a child.
Right. If you're a big old fat lady and you wear skimpy clothes, like, oh yeah, I'm sexy at any size. Yeah, that's the equivalent of walking in public and you go like this on the ice and you look like a complete retard, but you don't go down and you go like this, you Kramer it on the sidewalk, and then after you're done, you go, Billie Jean is not my... Like, it's the same thing as being a big fat obese pig and wearing tight-fitting clothes.
Brilliant, actually.
That's the analogy.
Okay, so
No, you didn't mean to slip on that ice. But you also don't want people to laugh at you for being a dipshit who slips on ice, so you pretend you're dancing in public. But bad news, the dancing in public thing looks equally as retarded as if you just would have fell on the sidewalk and got the bruise on your hip.
Okay, so second obvious reason to not like her. Very good.
She should be wearing a feed bag.
I'll give
is
you
what
a
I'm
reason
saying.
like number 2.5. Right, it's not even that she's overweight for me. I do not dislike somebody solely because they're overweight. It's when they behave like, oh my God, I'm so hot, you know, like, and show me themselves in string thongs.
What
Like,
I want is
it's-
for you to have the proper amount of shame for looking disgusting. I want you to feel as disgusting as you look.
Sure.
You know what? I would say this. For the obese, I'm against self-esteem. Self-esteem is your problem.
I think you need to have a little bit, though, for yourself to want to do better. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to care about yourself enough to think you can be better.
For an obese person, I believe in the complete breaking down of their spirit. And I'm going to say, look, you got two choices. Early grave, or you can dig yourself out of this thing. Use the shovel you feed yourself with to dig out of this problem. Like, take it out of the sloppy Joe mix and put it in the dirt, and let's get to work here.
Do you want to have to dig a big hole or a little
It's
hole?
gonna have to be a big hole. At least at first.
I would say reason 2.5, so I'll piggyback on your
Okay.
second reason for me that I didn't like her is that when she did try to get healthy, she listened to people shaming her out of trying to lose weight.
Right.
And like she was that person. She's
Yeah.
like, oh, I found out that this offends people and I'm hurting people by wanting to lose weight and be healthier, so I'm just going to lean into the fat. I don't like people like
Right.
that either because you're not helping.
You tried to lose weight, people yelled at you, and you have such low self-esteem that the people who yelled at you won.
Okay, but in fairness, you can't use that. You just said you don't want them to have self-esteem.
That's a good point. I've kind of fucked myself there, haven't
See,
I?
that's why I said they have to have a shred of it. They have to have a shred of self-esteem to want to be healthier.
Yeah, you're right. I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board on
Yeah.
that one. Thank you, Dub, for $5 over on Rumble. He says 07. Thank you, buddy. Even 2 hundo away.
Thank you.
That's not a string thong, Ryan the Garbage Man letting us know that Lizzo's wearing. That's bale twine and silage wrap. Yeah, you like the farm reference, huh?
I love a farm reference. Thank you, Ryan.
Well, so I despise Lizzo, and I've always thought she was a terrible person, and I've always thought that her whole gimmick was a sham and a fake and a fraud perpetuated on society, and dumb white women ate it up and thought she was awesome, and fat women ate it up and thought she was awesome. Well, now I have proof. I have evidence. And this, look,
Isn't that just the best feeling in the world?
it's the best feeling in the world because it's that it basically explains the saying, just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean nobody's watching me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because Lizzo hadn't given me any proof yet that she was a giant bag of shit. Okay, other than the fact that she weighs 400 pounds and she's twerking on Instagram, that is not... And then women watch that and they go, she's so brave. She's not brave. She's not proud of herself. She's not happy with herself. That is her misery and her angst coming out as a cover. That is a cloak to the inner misery. And if you can't see through that, I don't want you voting.
I think you're wrong, Aaron. That would be considered bad bitch behavior.
It's like they don't. This is my problem. It's like they don't know the favors we do them on a daily basis.
Right, like I am actually kind enough that I will not dislike somebody just because they're
I'm talking about women like Lizzo and men. The fact that they don't thank us every fucking day does bother me at my core, because they behave like we couldn't. They women like to say that we live in a patriarchy where the men made the rules, right?
Yes.
Okay, who made the rule that you can't hit women?
Probably women.
No.
Oh,
no, they didn't.
Men.
It's a patriarchy.
Men.
We run the show. We made the rule that you can't hit women. And on a
men
day,
thought it was bad.
And we found it dishonorable. And you would think as a thank you, women would be humble and respectful and everything else. And then you get I'm a bad bitch. And as Bill Burr said, women can do shit worthy of a suplex and they'll stand right there and smile. And you're like, motherfucker, that's the thanks we get for making it socially unacceptable to hit you? Is you sit there and stand in our face and go, fuck you gonna do about it? Like, women now have such low class compared to, just 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 60 years ago.
That's
just
gone.
Such low class. Some of them.
I blame my occasional lack of class on my roots.
Blame it all on her roots that she showed up in boots
I
and
do
ruined your
show
black tie affair.
I do show up in boots. But I can class it up. I still, I know I have the self-awareness to, pull my shit together when I need to.
But you also don't weigh 400 pounds, so I'm clearly not talking about people like you. You're welcome. Again, for a favor. But people like Lizzo, they shake their ass, and then the fans of Lizzo go, oh, she's such a bad bitch, and y'all just can't handle her. It's like, we could knock her out if we wanted to. It would not be hard. Okay, I'd have to find a charter boat and a harpoon gun. But I could still, it's whalable, is what I'm saying.
Technically, and I don't feel like there's some obvious things I don't need to list, but there's a lot of men in history that have made somebody such as Lizzo's life a lot better. Gotten rid of a lot of bad things in her life that,
Jewish record executives?
No.
Oh. Sorry.
Somebody let her vote.
Somebody let her great. I'm not, you know what? No.
I know.
This is not going to be the Owen Benjamin thing.
Okay.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, because white women urine have to have a black friend more than white men. I don't know what the urine has to do. The urine. Urine? White women yearn to have a black friend more than a white man? Okay. Ty Cobb, after one beer, is on fire this morning. I got to read at least one of them. He says, I am a bigot. Lizzo is a big gut.
Oh.
Hobo Chili says, women years ago knew their place and got slapped. Now you must implement more violence. Right.
So, I feel like men gave women a lot of rights, like the voting and abortion and all these things. And technically that was all men.
We took you know what, though? Maybe that's what we're doing now. Maybe women are being such low-class creatures that men are just slowly taking shit away. Like, can't kill your baby anymore. And you're like, hey, what are you doing? It's like, call yourself a bad bitch again. Like, men are just showing them how easy it is to take shit away. Yep, there you go.
Pretty soon we won't be able to drive.
Yeah, do you still think you're a bad bitch? Oh, I am a bad bitch. I'm the realest bitch out there. I'm voting in Trump again. He's going to talk about grabbing pussies. How do you like that? And guess what?
I need that
Most
world
of the
back.
country's going to like it.
I would vote for that.
So at any rate, Lizzo, I love how I haven't gotten to the actual story. I just get to vent my hatred of Lizzo.
It's just so juicy. I didn't know that you had found this before I found it yesterday, and I'm sitting in the living room, and I physically got excited. I jumped in my seat. I turned and looked at Aaron. I'm like, did you hear yet?
It's one of those stories where I feel like once I tell people, then it's over, and I can't do it anymore, and it's unfortunate.
So savor it.
I think that fat acceptance movement is one of the most damaging things to human beings to ever exist, because it's just made especially women, because you can trick them. It's tricked them into thinking that if you're a big fat pig, men will love you and find you sexy. I got news for you. None of them worth having will. None of them worth having will. Not even another fat guy, because I promise you here's the difference between a fat guy and a Lizzo fat girl. That fat guy is not happy that he's fat. He knows that it got away from him somewhere. He works a hard, rigorous 9-to-5 job. He ate shit for lunch.
He's tired when he goes home.
He went and grabbed some shitty fast food thing. He's tired when he goes home, and he hurts, and he doesn't want to go to the gym, and it built up, and it got away from him, and he's upset about it, and it's making it harder to find a girl, the whole deal. Women sit there, and they have the same shame that guy does. They feel as shitty, but they project outward to the world, oh, I'm proud, and I'm bad, I'm sexy as fuck. You don't believe that. You don't believe that. I look at women like that, and I've told you this before, and I look at them, and I go to April, and I say, I could make her cry in 3 minutes.
That is your favorite thing to do.
Yeah.
He's gone to bars before where he'll be with me and a couple friends and be like, see that girl over there?
Yeah.
Boy, it'd be fun to make her cry.
Right, because they're just being so obnoxious.
Yeah.
And that, oh, yeah, it doesn't matter because I'm this, I'm that. I'm like,
You know the type, yeah.
I could make you cry in 3 minutes. See that fat guy over there? I couldn't make him cry all night.
See, but their retort would be to yell and scream at you and do hand motions like this and hit you eventually.
Gray Idol says, this is a compliment. I appreciate that. Gray Idol says, you hate in a weird way, Aaron. I do. I have a unique kind of hate. I like when Aaron talks about himself, Fauci's pangolin. No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about people who work hard every day, like physically work hard, not me. I go to the gym, I work, I sweat, I do all the things necessary, and then here, April, take it away. Then what do?
You snack.
I eat shit.
Like, and it's not that I don't cook good meals for you or any of that. Yeah. We had a nice meal yesterday.
I'll tell you what I did yesterday. Now, I didn't gain any weight yesterday, day to day.
Okay.
But I certainly didn't lose any. I picked all day long.
You do a lot of boredom eating.
I grabbed a pack of the kids' fruit snacks.
That's not the worst, though.
I made some taquitos.
That's bad.
I ate some taquitos after I just had sushi. Fuck did I do yesterday?
You had pepperoni and cheese for no good reason.
Guys, we had we had 3 pieces of thinly sliced cheese in the fridge, and we had some pepperonis left over when we had the kids make their own pizzas. And I'm just like, I'm bored, and I see that there's food that needs to be cleared out of the fridge, so I just go to the stove.
But it doesn't.
It doesn't. I go to the stove, I take out the cheese, I take out the pepperoni, I put the slice of cheese on the package of cheese, I put 3 or 4 pepperonis in there, I roll it up, and I eat it, and I do that with all 3 of them. No reason to, didn't enjoy it, just sat there doing it.
See, but the thing is, I think you know that you shouldn't be doing that. It's like a dog that's doing something bad, and they kind of slink away once you see them. I come around the kitchen, like the corner into the kitchen, and he's sitting at the stove eating it, and he looks at me like one of these, like...
Yeah. Like, I know.
Like, he knows. I think you could do better. And, like, even if you are somebody out there, not just Aaron, who boredom eats, just replace it with something. Something that's not a taquito or a donut or Gardettos or combos or cheese.
First of all, I haven't had Gardettos in weeks, maybe months.
Bread.
Look, if we're talking about combos, one in the last few months, what are you going to do? The point is...
McDonald's.
No. You know, I have not had McDonald's in a long time, but I've had more gas station stuff lately, and that's worse.
See, I think that's disgusting.
That's really bad.
Like, I'm actually, like, against gas station food.
There's a place in Clear Lake off 10 that, in my opinion, has the best personal pan pizzas. I love them.
That little green one?
Yeah.
You stop there? I can't.
Yeah. You want a personal pan pizza from there sometime?
I don't.
It's pretty good.
I'd look at it, but...
I like it.
See, there's something too greasy and, like, unknown about their food.
This guy's a fake Citizen M, but he's doing a really good Citizen M parody, so I'm going to read it. Fat acceptance is the most dangerous current movement. Outside oil corporations' disinformation campaign around the scientific community. Actually, that might be the real Citizen M. Oh, did he stop being a member? Oh, what did I do? Did I upset Citizen M? That's okay. It's easier to then ban him when he gets cunty if he's not a member. So Lizzo, back to Lizzo. I'm sorry. People were, I went in the chat and flirted with the chat for a little bit. Now we got to get back in to this Lizzo thing. Again, the minute I bring this up, the clock ticks on me not being able to shit on Lizzo anymore.
It sucks.
Apparently, she is a complete twat to everybody she works with. And it's all coming out. And I love watching the illusion of someone be shattered right in front of us that I knew about the whole time. What I'm saying is I love being right, but I love being right more when people think I've been wrong this whole time and I've stood there in the face of the hurricane and just went, stop. I'm right on this. And they're like, the whole wave of public opinion. Fuck you. Lizzo's a bad bitch. She's awesome. I'm like, she's not a bad bitch. She's an insecure fat load who probably treats other people like shit because she's miserable. Well, guess what happened yesterday, April?
What, Aaron?
A bunch of Lizzo's staff sued her because apparently she's a miserable person who fucks with people.
Wow.
Yes.
Knock me over with a feather.
Oh, can you feel that, Captain Compost?
I can now.
What?
You asked me if I could feel it.
Oh, you can now. Lizzo is a nightmare to work for behind the scenes. At least according to 3 of her former backup dancers who are suing for what they claim were awful conditions on the job.
Ooh.
Now, let me be very clear about this. If this was an entertainer that I really liked and respected, I would be defending them to the hilt.
You'd be
right
like,
now.
oh, these people just want a payday.
You soft pussies, you
Yeah.
pieces of shit.
But
Like, if it were Mark Wahlberg and people behind
or
the
Eric
scenes.
Church and
or-
his backup dancers.
I would, first of all, what? Backup dancers. You got to be one of those gay fake country people for that. If Morgan
the
Wallen.
homeless hippies, you'd find it like a Woodstock.
So if it were somebody I really liked, I'd go, come on, the guy's got demands. You got to meet him. They got a show to run. But when it's Lizzo, I can completely see everything these people are seeing or saying being 100% true because she's a miserable fat porker who probably shit rolls downhill. She's miserable and she plays it off on other people. And then the public persona that she's this happy, jovial flute playing. I look at her and I get disgusted because I see a lot of things that are wrong with this country, health-wise, body-wise, attitude-wise, and I just go, no,
Embodied in her.
kids shouldn't be looking at this unless it's in an aquarium.
But hey, Aaron, why men great till they gotta be great? So don't forget about that part too. She's one of those women who will absolutely go and shit all over everything that is man every chance she gets.
Well, because it's always their fault.
Yeah, it
in her
is.
life. The singer is named as a defendant in a new lawsuit that was filed by the 3 women who say they danced for Lizzo and her touring company between 2021 and spring of this year, when they claim they were either unjustly fired or forced to resign due to unbearable circumstances.
This is the only part that surprised me is what some of the unbearable
Right, we're going to get to that.
stuff was.
We are going to get to that here. You're going to laugh when
It's
you find
weird.
out what they accuse her of. It's rich.
It's very rich.
In the documents obtained by TMZ, Ariana Davis, Crystal Williams, and Noel Rodriguez say they made it into Lizzo's orbit.
Bravo, TMZ.
Thank you, TMZ. Thank you, Harvey.
Wow.
You know what, Harvey? L'chaim today is
Did
what I
he-
say to you.
Was he being shitty to Lizzo?
Oh, he was being a totally passive-aggressive Jewish cunt.
But
yes.
you know, the thing is, though, is like the next thing he talks about Lizzo, he's going to be saying she's a bad bitch again.
It's almost like it's manipulative
Yeah.
psychological behavior.
Just being friendly when it's convenient.
Right. And using someone when they can do something for them.
It's for means of your own. right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about. All right, who wrote this? I want to know who wrote this article. It was staff, so this was a Harvey hit.
Oh my God.
Very nice. They made it into Lizzo's orbit. What happened was they were in an asteroid field. And then all of a sudden they just got pulled in and then started rotating and formed natural satellites around Lizzo. That's
Hence the backup dancer.
yes.
Constantly around.
So they made it into Lizzo's orbit through her Amazon reality show. Watch out for the big girls. Oh God, there it is. That big girls shit. Yeah, I'm proud of it. No, you're not. You can't control yourself. Being fat is a choice, but it's a choice devoid of responsibility. So this idea that, oh yeah, I love this. I love the way I look like this. I'm just pretty at this. Really? Do you like heaving when you go up the stairs? Do you like rocking 4 times before you get off of any piece of furniture? That's just the way you prefer it, right? It reminds me of like when I was a kid and I wasn't the first kid on my block to get a PlayStation 3 or a PlayStation 2. So you
Okay.
just convinced yourself that your PS1 or PS2 was better.
Right.
And you just like it that
I'm
way.
retro. I'm
Right.
old school.
It's not that your parents love you more or have more money than mine do. It's that, although that probably was the case in both.
Yeah.
That's not what it is. I'll be
Okay.
fine. That's not
You
what
can have that PlayStation 4 now.
I have one.
I know.
I don't have a 5.
Do you want the 5?
I don't. My PlayStation 4 is better.
We can get it for you for Christmas.
I don't know. I don't think I play enough. When Contender comes out,
In winter, you'll play more.
then maybe. So, but it's the same thing. It's like, oh yeah, I'm fat and beautiful, and this is the way I want to be. I'm sexy at that. No, you just don't want to work at it. That's all. Watch out for the big girls. I do watch out for the big girls.
Yeah, you know what
Every
it is?
time I go out to eat or I'm on the sidewalk.
You want to get to the buffet first, so it's not cleared out.
Right, I don't want it to be cleared out and full of, and they breathe through their mouth, so there's spittle on the guard, because they can't. Like I even have a stuffed nose, I can breathe through my nose just fine. But meanwhile, Lizzo, there's nothing more unsettling than a fat person breathing heavier than normal while you're standing there talking to them. One of the stations I worked at had a salesperson like that, where they would just.
Is it the one I'm thinking of?
No.
Oh.
They would labor breathe.
Yeah?
Standing there.
Well, that's because, no offense, your body's working very hard to keep it going. Picture what your lungs are being crushed by.
There's no way that you're happier like that. You're just lazy and don't want to change, so you're acting like that's the best thing.
I do think for a lot of people, it's that your weight got so out of control that it is now scary and intimidating to start the process of getting rid of it.
Which, okay, that's fine if it's just you, but it's Lizzo, and she's sending that message to other girls.
Yeah, she is.
And girls are dumb, and they believe it. So she's taking her own misery and her own trauma and her own guilt, projecting it as happiness onto unsuspecting women who then go, oh yeah, I guess it's fine for me to be a fat slob. And then Lizzo's happy because she has more fat slobs to lean on. Imagine being leaned on. So after making the cut, the dancers were alleged that they were subjected to a number of California workplace violations. Oh, that means they were misgendered. Several of which amounted to sexual harassment, false imprisonment, and interference with prospective economic advantage, among other claims. I hope Lizzo took a shit in front of them.
This is weird, though. Like, sexual harassment, so from her, you know? That's kind of strange, isn't it?
I find it fantastic.
She's sexually harassing 3 of her female backup dancers.
Right?
I don't like that.
She swears to God there was another breast in that chicken, so she's searching everyone's assholes and vaginas for it. She's like, you're smuggling it in your hiney hole.
I don't know. Maybe it's because she prefers to be, like, for even as off-putting as it is, she likes to be very sexual in, like, appearance and stuff. And maybe, like, she's one of those touchy girls where it's like, oh, I want to fix your boobs for you. And, you know
the
things
number,
like that.
You know the number one reason when Lizzo takes a guy home that she can't fuck him?
I have so many.
You know what the number one reason of cock
answers.
blocking for Lizzo is?
Tell me.
She ran out of flour. You don't get the joke?
She ran out of flour.
A lot of people are laughing their fucking balls off right now at that joke. Why couldn't Lizzo have sex last night?
Out or something?
She ran out of flour. You have to see, to fuck someone like Lizzo, you have to spread their legs, throw a bunch of flour at them, and just find the wet spot and fuck it. Because you can't find the actual.
I'm okay with myself that I didn't get that right away. It means I'm not as mean as you.
See, look, even some people in the chat before I said it said no flour. Look for the wet spot.
Oh,
I get it. The wet spot.
I get
April.
it now. I do.
It's a wonderful joke. Fire Ginger with $5 says, Aaron, you're also addicted to Write-A-Hall. Gino did it first, though. I love being right. I'm addicted to Write-A-Hall. Fine.
Oh, yeah.
I feel that it is totally fine for me to brag about being right about something when I take a lot of shit for having that opinion in the first
Nobody's
place.
immune to that, by the way. Like, if he's ever right about something and I was wrong, I'll know.
You know when you don't brag about being right? When the other person tells you you are, and they admit it, then you don't brag. That's classless. Or if you wavered in your belief while people criticized you for it. Like if you said, oh, this is the case for sure, trust me, people go, nah, you're fucking stupid. You blah, blah, blah. And then you go, okay, I'll shut up. You then can't brag about being right later. Here's when you get to brag about being right. When you see it from a mile away, nobody else around you does, and they shame you for it, and they shit on you for it, and you go, fuck you, I'm right. And it bothers them. And then you end up being right. You get to grab those people by the face, and you get to go, look, fucker, look what happened. Call me father. I like being right.
He does always say that, too. I think Wildcard had a very funny question in the chat. I have to say it. Didn't Lizzo play the oil rig in Deepwater Horizon?
No, she did not. She played the monster in Cloverfield. People always confuse the two for each other. That wasn't very nice.
Have you seen Deepwater Horizon yet?
I have not.
We have to get you on that.
She actually, I saw her yesterday
Uh-oh.
in a movie trailer.
What?
Meg 2, The Trench.
Ew, that one's actually scared me. I shrieked.
The accusations are being hurled in a few different directions. Well, I mean, they got to cover every part of her. So you got to go some to the east, some to the west. You know, she's a lot of mass.
Get back in orbit, guys.
Including some aimed at members of Lizzo's management team. Well, they had to make sure you guys didn't eat all the ice cream. Lizzo gets peckish after, a song. But as it pertains to her specifically, she's being accused by these women of basically holding them hostage in a number of situations. Oh, look at these pigs, too.
Oh, my God.
She puts fat girls in her show with her so she can... Wait. Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm a ma'am.
If it's 3 of these girls, though, you can't cry racism either. You can't do it because these bitches ain't white.
One of
No,
two of them?
No, at
that's
least
Asian?
Latina or something. No,
Latina.
I'd say Latina.
She didn't pick normal ones, whatever the case is.
You can't cry, oh, you're fat shaming because you're skinny. No, they're not.
Bro, how much brokenness is in this group of people?
What is the weight threshold of that stage floor?
Right. Have the trusses been reinforced? Is what I'm asking.
I kid.
So, specifically, the women cite 2 different instances while on the road with her in Europe earlier this year. They claim she subjected them to attend nude shows in Amsterdam and Paris to the clear discomfort of her employees.
Uh-oh.
See, like, that's a weird, that's a weird, like, you're insecure, so you need to humiliate other people.
Yeah.
So that you feel better. Like, you need to take them to nude shows. She knows that they're not comfortable being nude because they're overweight and their bodies are gross. But they all sit there and go, oh, we're big girls and we're sexy and this and that. So it's like, we don't care if we go nude. And Lizzo's like, prove it. Go be naked. If she humiliates these women, she can feel better about how humiliated she is as a beluga. Now, during the Amsterdam outing, they claim Lizzo goaded her dancers to touch the nude performers on stage and interact with them in very vulgar and explicit ways. The dancers claim they felt they had to do this in order to maintain their jobs.
Wow.
Now, again, a happy person doesn't do this.
No.
You don't hear about Ed Sheeran doing this to his backup dancers.
No, I bet they're thrilled to be his backup dancers,
You
actually.
don't hear these complaints coming from thin, beautiful Taylor Swift's staff. In fact, her truckers just got $100,000 each.
Somebody dancing for Justin Timberlake.
Right. They're all trying to fuck him.
Yeah, absolutely they are.
Maybe not anymore. I saw a picture of Justin recently, and it was actually, it was pleasant. It was nice to see. Justin is just letting himself be in his 40s, and I like that.
Justin Timberlake in his 40s sounds like an invitation.
But he's not hacking his face up. He's letting himself get old.
I don't think men don't do that, do they?
He's starting to get skinny guy old features. What? Yeah. Justin Timberlake. He did a photo with Timbaland recently. And they just kind of looked, that's not the,
See, to me,
these are all old.
I was going to say, it looks like he doesn't age. He looks the same.
No, he's starting to look 40-something, and I in a good way. I'm not shitting on the guy. Yeah, see, he's just letting himself get old. See, he's just got older man shit going on. His face is a little weathered. He's growing a beard to hide the wrinkles and stuff.
His face kind of looks like Eminem mixed with Conor McGregor. What's going on here?
I was going to say bearded Moby. A little bit. There's a bearded Moby there. Like, he's just a little skinny white guy.
He's still fine, though.
But I like that he's letting himself get old like this. That look, okay, if you looked at that man and he was just somebody's dad, you go, oh, that's a 40-something-year-old man. And that's good. There's no reason for him to,
Chicks dig that, for the record.
Okay, look, you don't have to get defensive because you like Justin Timberlake. I'm not insulting the guy. Meanwhile, Timbaland looks like he's always looked.
Well, that's for other reasons.
Yes, of course, genetics and all that. You're welcome.
Wait a minute.
Another claim against Lizzo. Her alleged badgering of these women over poor performance and accusations of drinking on the job, which they say led to her constantly threatening them and their positions on the squad. All right, the one spot where I will defend Lizzo. Ugh, I'm going to hate this. Were you drinking on the job? That is something we kind of need to know. You can't be like, oh, my boss is a dick, I'm going to sue him. Why? Oh, he shit on me for drinking on the job. It's like, well, you shouldn't.
You can't do that in most cases.
Right. You definitely should not be drinking on the job. So that would be one where I would get Lizzo's back.
Is Lizzo drinking, though? I guess she gets to.
You can, I guess, if you want to. The dancers even claim Lizzo made them re-audition for their spots in a multi-hour rehearsal. That sounds brutal. One dancer claims she was forced to pee her pants right there on stage out of fear of taking a break. Okay.
You know what?
But you know what? This is also Lizzo's fault, too, because this is what happens when you hire mentally damaged, mentally ill, fucking psycho, 8 different hair-colored fat people.
Yeah, but she's also that. So to me, like, if all these allegations are true, which I really don't have a hard time believing any of them are true, I believe them all. She sounds like somebody who probably is really insecure with herself and gets off on having power over somebody else.
She's mad at herself for the way she looks and other people. She's now in a position of power where other people can pay for that.
Right down to like making somebody else touch somebody naked.
Yeah.
That's pretty domineering.
Domineering. You got it. Big words. Big words from Litchfield, Minnesota, ladies and gentlemen. That was a compliment.
Now I just feel like a slutty canary now.
One dancer also claims Lizzo was privy to an eating disorder she had.
Wow.
Any of those women had I mean, I agree you all have an eating disorder. I mean, too much, but
the
okay.
seafood diet, right?
Yeah, if you gals are... Look, can we go back to that picture, please, before we continue this story? You're telling me that one of these women told Lizzo that they have an eating disorder.
Hey.
It ain't working. If you're anorexic or you're bulimic, you're putting in more than you're taking out.
If you had to pick one.
This one, maybe?
She looks nice.
By the way, she's a pig too, but she's just surrounded by these big fatties. She looks smaller.
I was going to say her or the one behind her, but the one behind her's hair bothers me.
And I don't know if that's a guy.
Okay.
So I'm not... privy to an eating disorder and exploited that she felt this dancer wasn't up to snuff, allegedly forcing her to talk about it. Her eating disorder. Like, look at this. Look at this. That's a fucking problem. And then to project that onto the young women of America and tell them that this is sexy or it's okay or anything else. This is an embodiment of America's health problem right now.
Yep.
Lizzo is the problem.
Yeah, bottom line, even if you're not happy with yourself, that's okay. That's the first step to fixing it. You've got to be unhappy with it. You're just unhealthy and you're teaching little girls to be unhealthy.
Right. And then you act like it's empowerment. No, you just want other people to be fat and miserable so you don't feel as alone.
You know, most people I know in my personal life that know that they're overweight to any degree, they're like, you know what? I know that and I do things to try to do better. It's a hard road. That's what they'll say. They never sit and say, hey, this is great.
Yeah. On top of all that, these dancers claim they were constantly being stiffed on the money front, as well as having to constantly turn down other dancing gigs during pauses on tour. They're suing for major damages. Now, here's where I do think these women are kind of full of shit. Is that this only happened after they got fired. So I do feel like this is a bit opportunistic, but at the same time, I believe them on most of the things they're saying about Lizzo.
I do too, and I know that it does sound convenient because they were fired, but you also probably don't want to say that while you're getting paid by this monster. You know what I mean?
While you're being paid by this monster.
Well, think about it. Like, even if she's a monster, she's still paying you,
You're
so you
still
don't want to, like, ruin the thing you've got while you've got it.
Yeah, and then so as soon as you get fired, you're like, okay, here we go. Now I can let everybody know. And, the other thing I saw about this, and it's not in the TMZ article, is that Lizzo, this was the richest part. The cake they ate. No, the richest
Devil's
part.
food.
Yes, of course. There's all the devil's food. Why is it that devil's food cake is black and angel food cake is white? So anyway, the part that really got me was some of them accused Lizzo of body shaming. And I loved that. I was like, how the balls on this. I don't know how Lizzo tucks those giant balls into those clothes she wears on stage. Because for Lizzo to body shame anybody is really rich.
I'll tell you how. She shops at Target for the tuck-friendly onesies.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They have tuck-friendly stuff now. There you go. Let's take a look at the chat, see what you guys are saying. Are the concerts only 10 minutes? How did they make it through a whole concert?
Okay.
Says SC Motorsports.
I wanted to talk about that. I've seen clips of what she does on stage and stuff like that. She moves around like a lot, like more than somebody her size should.
Right.
And it always makes me wonder, like, okay, you do move. That's good. You're not sitting. How do you get that big? Because she does a lot of concerts.
You have
she
to
moves
be
a lot.
eating all the time. Lizzo
She has
be eating.
to be, because somebody that size, when you're moving that much, you have to be burning calories during that show.
Lizzo be eating.
What are you doing? Eating like pack on the
Ribs.
calories shakes in between?
Ribs. I had ribs for lunch. That's why I'm jiggling like this.
Somebody's feeding her Keltine bars. Telling her they're
no.
protein
God
bars.
damn you, Katie Heron, you piece of shit. At it again.
Oh, no.
First Regina George, now Lizzo.
I mean, you might as well be eating butter.
Oh, my God. Johnny David says, please tell the bad man to stop showing Lizzo pictures.
Oh, no. Aw.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry, Johnny David.
Ty Cobb, after one beer, still gold, says Lizzo body shaming is like Jupiter planet shaming Mercury.
Kind of.
Yeah, like if Saturn tells Pluto that it's getting a little, thick in the hips,
You
you'd
leave
be like, how fucking dare you?
you leave Pluto out of this. Apparently not a planet.
Yeah.
Who decided that, by the way? I spent my entire childhood thinking, oh, cute little Pluto. It's a little planet. He's just misunderstood. He's out there.
So you're like the wrestling guy. You're like, it's still a planet to me, damn it.
Yes,
Okay.
my planet.
I just want to thank y'all for what you did and for saying what needs to be said. I'm tired of this. It's still a planet to me, damn it.
Why did we decide that? It just didn't have enough qualifications one day.
It was too much.
It wasn't qualified for the job.
Just a little piece of shit, we decided at the end.
That's so mean.
Have you ever seen the full It's Still Real to Me, damn it guy?
No.
Oh, this is so great. So they were having a wrestling forum, and my dad, Jim Cornette, was there.
Okay.
And they were just talking about pro wrestling, and it was these guys who were big in the 80s, and that now they go to high school gymnasiums and do Q&As for, a couple $100 a shot, And this guy who has been a wrestling fan for, I'm going to say it, way too long, got up there and asked a question, and he's just taken it as way too much of a shoot. Just way too much of a shoot. And he just, like the wrestling guys appreciate the fans and love the fans and everything else. So in order to have a guy take it as such a shoot that even the wrestling guys are going, bro, just chill out, man. Just calm down. You've gone a little too far.
A skosh.
This is still real to me, damn it. Because everyone just remembers the It's Still Real to Me, damn it part, but they don't remember the whole 30-second lead up to this guy being so legendary.
Next question, Jeff. Where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all.
Oh, no.
So his voice is breaking already.
This is where something's gone terribly wrong with
Yeah,
this man.
I just want to thank you. He's wearing his sweatpants and his black T-shirt. He looks like he takes karate.
For all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean, thank you.
Man.
Yeah, they go, take it easy, man. One of the wrestler guys even went, take it easy, man.
Well, if
It's
you're
not that big of a deal.
If
It
you're-
would be funny. These are all old school wrestling guys. And hey, man, it's all fake. Just relax.
right. That's what I'm thinking, though. Like, if you're sitting there being the wrestler and you know it's all fake and scripted, and you're like, this guy's going to show up at our house or something,
And they would have said that, but Cornette was sitting next to him, and they know he would have beaten him and said, you're exposing the goddamn business.
I mean, thank you.
Easy, man.
Thank y'all guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said. I don't want to see another one of these.
Well, thank
I'm guessing they meant like young wrestlers dying or something.
I don't know, dude. No,
yeah.
I got the vibe that there was somebody like retiring or leaving because they got hurt or something. I don't know.
Well,
But that guy is.
He was upset about it regardless.
He sounds like a problem.
He sounds like he might have some issues.
He sounds like there needs to be a few restraining orders out there.
Yeah. Maybe.
Just maybe.
Yeah, maybe just keep this guy at arm's length.
I don't. You can't be. You cannot be that obsessed with a large, steroidy men in tights. Like
Oh, yeah?
you just can't.
Fucking try me.
Please stop.
Johnny David says, remember that Star Wars guy that cried over a preview? Oh, yeah. Wasn't it like they were interviewing him and he was like, it was so beautiful? And wasn't it one of the shitty ones?
I don't know.
Star Wars guy cries preview. Dude cries while watching Star Wars trailer. Oh,
No.
boy.
Doing. Sorry about that. I'm going to turn this puppy
Where's
up.
on his face?
He's been picking at a zit.
That's a big old
Unfortunately.
raspberry.
Yeah. Dude, if we look like this, not the right vantage point. But anyway.
He looks like if Jonah Hill took a few bad turns.
There we go. And let's do this.
So which trailer is he watching? 4 years ago? Force Awakens?
Heavy breathing.
Look at this lunatic. It is. It's the Force Awakens. You cried for the Force Awakens trailer?
I could have excused this if it was the Return of the Jedi.
No.
Okay.
You still shouldn't cry during a fucking movie trailer.
Well,
but
you can cry in private. Don't tell anyone about it.
you don't film yourself crying in a hotel. It's in a hotel room, too.
Ew.
Crying over a Star Wars
that is
trailer.
weird, huh?
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable.
I've never seen this before.
Me either.
I was thinking of something.
all we know.
Oh, wait, this isn't.
Generations live in you now.
This is the Rise of Skywalker.
But this is your fight.
What did he
I
just
have
say? Like,
alarms
oh,
going
yeah.
off.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah, he's like
it's
talking.
the Undertaker.
He's like talking along with the trailer.
What a by the way, this is not a reaction video. This is you're just playing the trailer and having a mental breakdown in a hotel room at a Days Inn.
I'm scared.
But this is your fight.
Oh, it is. It is.
Oh, fuck. Here's what I don't get about these Star Wars dorks. Do they not know that the other movies exist? You can watch them at any time. Like this,
Anytime.
he sees a trailer come out, like, oh my God, I thought it would never happen. They told you when it was happening. They gave you a release date. You just got to wait. You can go watch the other movies. It's not like they went away and they'll never show them again. But thank God we've got a new one coming.
Well, he needs a new branch of the story.
I guess.
Come on, leave him alone.
Who was still excited for this hunk of
Ugh.
shit by the time Rise of Skywalker came out?
I haven't seen any of the movies with that chick in it.
If that second one didn't do you in, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Ew.
Okay. I can't see it through the tears.
Can somebody come get this guy? Come get your boy. He needs help.
Yeah. I wish an episode of Law & Order SVU started out this way. And it was just
Right?
somebody came into this hotel room with a plunger and just went, bend her over. Just reamed him in the ass right
That's
with the plunger.
not where I thought that was going.
I just really need this man. And he goes, I'll give
Would
you
you
something
plunge
to
his
cry
ass?
about. No, but a janitor maybe.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Oh, it's sand.
It's just sand, sir. Oh my God. He literally just went stereotype Star. You know when
I
people
can't.
say that they won't fuck Star Wars fans? This is the stereotype
Hey.
they go to.
I'm a Star Wars fan.
Look, if I saw you do that when someone turned on a fucking lightsaber, I'd throw you in a river with a heavy current.
If you're a girl and you're with a guy like this and he gets a raging boner over some sand action, I think you need to run.
He made Roger Ebert with jaw cancer face.
Does he come at the end of this video?
No, I think he's already blown it. I think he's now in
Too
post load. Yeah.
Oh, what's right, Kylo?
Was that Kylo? They'll tell you when the movie comes out. You fucking guy, relax. He's choking on the trailer. He watched the lady jump really high over a moving jet.
Choked. This has to be a fake, right? He's not really this emotional.
I would believe the way this guy looks that this is how he is. Yeah, it's a movie. They can do that. They can do anything you want in the movie. No fucking
This
way.
can't exist. I don't want this to be a real behavior.
Maybe it won't be for long. Maybe he's vaccinated. I don't know. Why do you look surprised? These are all the guys from the other movies.
What are you doing? What's that?
That's oh my God, it's the thing from the movie a year and a half ago.
I remember that droid. These are the droids you're looking for.
Yeah. Oh my God, the thing that was in the last one. Ah! Is he going to blow his load when he sees Billy D. Williams in the Falcon?
Well, according
Probably.
to you, it's going to be like his second or third load.
Yeah, a lot of loads in
A lot
this
of
guy.
dry firing at this point.
a lot of just wheezing and coughing and with nothing coming
We're blowing
out.
dust out of there.
Yeah. Billy D. Williams' wife isn't even that happy when he comes home. This guy, Lando!
Always be with you.
Oh, a hug.
Oh, God.
Oh, Leia. Get it? Because she's dead.
This is insane. You know what he's teaching me? I don't care enough about my new movies coming out.
What's her name? The woman
Margot?
who plays Leia. God damn it! Why
Oh,
can't
Carrie
I remember?
Fisher.
Carrie Fisher, of
How
course.
do you forget that one?
Carrie Fisher's mother,
Aye.
Debbie Reynolds. Yes.
No one's ever really gone.
Oh God, he hears the Emperor's voice and he's gonna his head's gonna
Yeah,
explode.
but Aaron,
What?
nobody's ever really gone.
What? No, the Emperor. Skywalker. Yes. Oh my God. How do they make this more and more epic every time?
They don't,
How
sir.
many
They don't.
subscribers does this guy have?
Sir, this is somebody clipped this out of his. This isn't his video, but
Oh my
sir,
God.
they don't keep making it better and better each time.
No.
They've been slowly butt raping this movie series to death for the last 30 years.
When I was a child, I was a serious Star Wars girl. Like I had all the action figures, everything. I loved it, the shirts. And then, yeah, you get through a couple of the prequels and you're like, okay, this is
Yeah.
kind of going off the rails a little bit. And then you get to the newest ones. I'm like, I'm going to skip these ones.
Dr. Till says the script for this literally read, somehow Palpatine returns. Carrie Fisher was the only one bold enough to die, so she wouldn't have to be in any more of these abominations. right?
Wrong. They'll still put her in there.
You know what's awesome is she's the only one they kept alive, and she's the only one who died.
I know. Isn't that funny?
They
They'll
kill
still
Luke.
keep sticking her in there.
They kill Luke, they kill Han, but they're like, we're going to keep, who's going to make it? The chick who's had a lifetime of drug problems.
You
She's
know-
going to be just fine.
Is The Rise of Skywalker, is that the one where Luke comes back as the old Luke? Or
No,
whatever?
that's the first one, the second one.
Is it the second one?
Which is fucking
I remember,
dreadfully bad.
I remember, like, little kid inside of me, April, when it was like so thrilled to see Mark Hamill showing up, and I'm like, oh my God, I kind of want to see it. But then I saw everybody losing their mind about it, and the fans like deterred me from seeing it.
Well, and look, if you like Mark Hamill the way he is, if you like Luke Skywalker the way he is, don't watch the new Star Wars
I
trilogy.
don't feel like I'm missing anything.
They hold
right
him
now.
down and they butt fuck him to
Oh,
death.
see, I don't like that.
Is what they do.
That's not what those movies are about.
All right, boys and girls, that's our Lizzo coverage. See, now I'm sad. I really loved that story. I suppose it did get us to 7:15.
You
So
feel like you blew your wad early.
yeah, I feel like that
Okay.
guy watching the Star Wars trailer.
That can't be a real thing though, where you're that emotional. Can it? I can't think of a single movie that I've been excited for some movies, but
Yeah,
I remember growing up, like the Pirates movies for me.
sure.
Oh, top notch. When a new one was coming out, I'm like, thank Christ. I would never cry about it.
I mean, I was looking forward to that Napoleon movie, and I saw the trailer, and I went, oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to go see that movie when it comes out.
When
But
is
I wasn't
that?
like, it's the Battle of Austerlitz. Oh, he was such a brilliant general.
Right.
Just let Russia abandon the continental system, Napoleon. We can still win. I rooted for Napoleon.
I
I
feel
wanted
like-
him to win.
I feel like a girl version of that would be like little middle school girls crying when a new Twilight movie came out.
Yeah, same thing. Only girls are allowed to cry.
Yeah.
That's
Come
the
on.
difference. Dr. Till saying the fans did you a favor, April.
Yeah. I don't feel like, to this day, I don't feel like I need to watch those movies.
If you're on Rumble or YouTube, hit like, hit subscribe. Everybody throw a like to us. Share the show. Throw in a couple of bucks if you'd like to. Pretty low today, goal-wise, $195.
Nice.
So if you feel like helping us knock that out, Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo, the 3 best ways. Rumble's great, too. Of course, YouTube is a great way to do it as well. You want a recurring contribution? Just become a member or a member on YouTube or subscribe on Rumble. Perfect. Only Aaron movie cried out was Jojo Rabbit. It was just so beautiful.
Is that a truly good movie? That's still like,
It's really good.
you know, after you did the thing you did to me about it the first time, though, we've never revisited
No,
it.
we'll watch it.
I feel like it's kind of ruined for me because you stopped it.
Jojo Rabbit is a fine film.
Back when we were first dating and he's like wanting to impress me, of course, and all these things, he started Jojo Rabbit.
And you
for
seemed
me.
bored.
No, you just didn't know how I watch movies yet. Just because a girl can sit through a movie and not talk the whole way through doesn't mean she's bored.
Oh, you got to pause it every 3 minutes.
Yeah. You and I did flip the scripts on that because you're more somebody who will pause a movie 10 times to say, oh, that character did this at one point.
Yeah,
in his
that
life.
guy's that's Sam
And-
Rockwell.
And I like to sit and watch a movie quietly. And that's not normal. So I can see why you thought that, but it was fine. I just didn't get to finish it.
Dr. Till says, as much as I hate the director, Jojo Rabbit is actually pretty good.
Who is the director?
Oh, the guy who did Thor Ragnarok, and he played Hitler in the movie. Son of a bitch. He's got a weird New Zealand name. Taika Waititi.
Oh,
Yeah.
I feel like he's loved by a lot of people. That's a big name.
Yeah, he did a good job. But I think what Dr. Till's saying is, as a human being, he's kind of unbearable. Allie Does Improv says, Forrest Gump makes me cry every damn time, and I could watch it every day.
I
don't
will
cry
say
for
that
Forrest Gump.
I'm not a talker during movies, but I am 100% a crier. I do cry during Forrest Gump.
I think women cry when Jenny dies, and I always think that whore got what she
No.
had coming.
If I do cry in that moment, it's more for like Forrest and what he's feeling. I don't care. I never cared about her.
Here's what people don't realize about Forrest. He's so retarded, he's basically a sociopath. He doesn't feel a lot of pain or anguish or anything else. Like, his mom dies, and he kind of takes that in stride. But when Jenny dies, he's sitting there crying his fucking eyes out at her grave talking about their kid. That, by the way, she only brought to Forrest and told him about because she was dying and needed to dump him on somebody. People forget this. I love talking about Forrest Gump. Thank you, Allie Does Improv. Jenny was a piece of shit till the bitter end. Jenny was never good. Jenny she was abused as a kid, like her dad fucked her up. She used Forrest every time she could, and then used him up, and then bailed, and then went to his house. He tells her he loves her, and she goes, you don't know what love is, you silly little retard. And then she goes off and gets hepatitis or AIDS or whatever they want to say
Whatever
she
you
got.
like to think. I like leaving that to the fan.
The director has said it's hepatitis, but she goes off and she gets fucking drugs disease.
Yeah.
And then she still ignores Forrest, does it. She fucks Forrest and then gets up in the morning and leaves. And then leaves a mentally retarded man alone in a house after he just had sex for the first time. And then he's alone. Do you know how confusing that is to someone who's mentally retarded? That's confusing to most guys. Now throw retardation on top of it. So she's a piece of shit. Then she sees him running, and he's really famous, and he's a ping pong champion. He's a war hero and all this other shit. And then she goes, oh, shit, I'm dying of hepatitis. I'd better find Forrest and saddle him with this kid he never knew he had. This mentally retarded man will now have to raise a kid by himself because I'm rotting away from doing heroin and taking strange dick every night for 15 years.
Like I said, there's plenty of people that shouldn't have kids. Yeah,
then
she's a bad person.
Marries him and drops dead.
I do.
She sucked until the very end.
I do remember the last time I turned on Forrest Gump and you came downstairs to watch part of it with me. And it got to the point where like she was at a party or something and she thought about jumping. You remember that?
Yeah.
And Aaron's sitting there like rooting for it on the couch, like, you can make this movie better. Just jump. Just jump.
Do you know how much better Forrest Gump's life is if she just jumps off that fucking hotel balcony?
Yep.
And ends it?
Some trifling ass host should just, not come around.
Him and Lieutenant Dan should have just fished shrimp until the day they died. That would have been a pleasant movie.
That's a good ending.
Do you know how great that would have been? Do you know how happy those people in Bayou La Batterie would have been if every morning they see Forrest? You know how pleasant Forrest probably was walking to his boat every morning? Probably, how are you doing today? He's probably nice and waving and say, did you get your nets fixed? I can help you with your nets. And they were like, oh, that's very nice of you, Forrest, but that's all right, my boy. We got it all taken care of over here. I understand that guy got slave ear and black ear as I went.
It sure did.
But that would have been a lovely movie. He's just talking to people. He's doing his fishing. But nope, he had to become a multi-millionaire, so I cut that grass for free. And then that slut, whore, drug addict bitch saddles the retard with a little kid who's already smarter than him. This is not going to end well. And I don't care how smart the kid is. He's 6. He needs someone to make him a sandwich once in a while.
And broke his heart for like the second time, too, if she dies.
Yeah. Just keeps shitting in this guy's heart. Fuck Jenny. She's the worst. She
is a bad character.
She's one of the top 10 villains in movie history.
I actually do hate her. I hate her extra now that you're talking about it again.
I hope. And now Lieutenant Dan can't move in with him because Forrest has helped restore Lieutenant Dan's faith in humanity so much that he went and got married.
One of the greatest parts of that movie is at Forrest's wedding when Lieutenant Dan shows up with his wife and Forrest is looking at him like, you married a
Vietnamese chick? Like you got your legs blown off in Vietnam? You marry one of the... That'd be funny if Forrest was like, you married one of the enemy, Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, but he might as well have said that.
Is your name Charlie?
I'm sitting here, I'm starting to realize I cry at like most Tom Hanks movies.
That's a good job.
Like most of them. Like Castaway is brutal on the heart.
Okay, so Lieutenant Dan shows up. And this is what I always think of with that scene in that movie. Lieutenant Dan has been telling Susan since the day they met about his business partner that affords him. Because you got to think, Susan's got a better life than she ever thought she'd ever had because she's with Lieutenant Dan, who's a 50-50 partner in Bubba Gump Shrimp.
Right.
And then you have, he's got this great life, amazing cars, everything else. And then he tells Susan about this man who saved his life in Vietnam and led him on this spiritual journey that led him to clean himself up, get new legs, become a multi-millionaire, make peace with God, all this shit. And then she meets this man. She finally meets this man that the love of her life, this man is responsible for the love of her life being in her life. And she meets him, and the first thing, Lieutenant Dan goes, this is my fiance, Susan. And then Forrest just totally blows past that and goes, yeah, you got legs. And then he's like, yeah, titanium alloy. Same thing they use in the space shuttle. You know, the old astronaut line, he's bringing it back. At Forrest Gump, Susan is like, I got to see this fucking Svengali who brought my band back from the land of the dead. And he looks at Lieutenant Dan and goes, magic legs. And she had to go, this retard? This is how bad you were, that this picked you up out of the dirt? Thank you very much to Gary Crouch for becoming a member.
Thank you.
For his 8th month. I love movie talk, so I'm going to go through the chat nice and slow here. Kate Rio says, Jojo Rabbit is definitely worth the watch. It is good.
I hate the name.
Well,
I think it's a stupid name.
Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, I cry for Lion King. When Scar died.
Dude, I cried when Scar died. 100%.
Wasn't Scar Jeremy Irons, by the way? Nice.
You're not supposed to know that.
Nice. Love me some Jeremy Irons. Dario Delfino says that whore got what she had coming. Clip it. Well, yeah, she did. You don't think that Jenny got what she deserved?
She did. I don't like her character at all.
Forrest Gump, if you think about it, is a tragic movie.
Yes, it is.
This man is just surrounded by money but tragedy, and everyone who loves him dies, except Lieutenant Dan, who goes off and gets married, has a family of his own, and then he's saddled with a kid at the end. It fucking sucks. Laughing Lion says Jenny paid the toll. She did. She paid the sex tax. That's for sure. Alex Nerio says AIDS was the real hero in that movie.
Yeah, most people do believe it was AIDS, by the way.
But I think the director and the author of the book even said hepatitis.
It doesn't matter. Like, I know they both did say it was hepatitis, but the way they portrayed it in the movie did not. The answer is hepatitis. But they did not portray it to us as if it was hepatitis. They made it look like it was AIDS.
All right.
So I think it's okay for people to assume that.
Because she said, I've got some kind of virus, and the doctors don't know what it is. And because of the timing, everyone just assumed AIDS.
Yeah.
The problem
made to
is,
feel
what
that
they
way.
said is that at that time in the movie, doctors knew what AIDS was. And it was mapped and diagnosed. It was like 86. They knew what AIDS was
Who's
by
to
then.
say she couldn't just be lying? Did they not know what hepatitis was?
They didn't
at that
know what
point?
hepatitis B was at that point, no. Or is
Do
it
you-
Hep C or Hep B? I can't remember which one.
I think C. Is C the one that'll get you? No, it is B.
It is B. Hep B will get you. And, oh no, they're saying Hep C in the chat. But the doctors really didn't know a lot about hepatitis back then. So it could have been that. Jenny died of stupid. Jenny is one of the greatest villains in cinema history, says Kate Gollum. I agree. Allie Does Improv says, I'm totally with April. I cry because my heart breaks for Forrest.
Yeah, like Jenny was his one crutch basically in that whole movie. Like if you think about it, like he was the most positive, we're going to get through this, we're going to do this guy of all time. And the one thing that would stop him in his tracks the entire movie was Jenny.
Right. She stopped his progress at every turn.
Yeah.
Return Trip says she infected Forrest with AIDS, R.I.P. Yeah, I'm surprised the kid or Forrest didn't get hepatitis. She just got it later, I guess. She didn't stop whoring once the kid was born.
No.
She kept slutting it up for a little
Yeah,
while.
I mean, I don't know how. I think Hep C, that is a sexually transmitted one because didn't like Pamela or Tommy Lee?
They got
get
one of the
that
Heps.
too?
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
one of the Heps. Warden Gordon says, how did Forrest not even get an NFL tryout? Right, like you're the greatest return man in Alabama Crimson Tide history, and you don't even get to talk to the NFL? They would have hurt Forrest, though.
Yeah,
in the
maybe they
NFL.
didn't like what was rattling around up here.
The NFL was like, we're not going to be responsible for a retard getting crippled.
He's a liability.
Yeah, he's a giant liability. Aaron's impressions are 100%. Thank you, Allie. Appreciate that. I've been known to do an impression or two in my day. Johnny David, thank you for becoming a member for his second month. Says 80s hard rock over Matchbox 20. Am I right, April?
All day, Johnny.
Wait till Rumble Friday. I'll prove
All
you
day
wrong.
long. You have. God damn it. And it's going to get even gayer when Gino's here for the Rumble Friday.
It's going to get
coming
gay
up.
next Friday.
Because Gino likes the gay music that
He
Aaron
does like
likes.
gay music.
But like you seem to want to hurt me with it every Rumble Friday now.
And it just hurts you. That's incidental.
You do it intentionally.
Gary Crouch with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Matt Fields, 2, 5, and 10. Joe G, The Last Statue, and NHJ.
Thank you.
All getting memberships. Thank you, buddy. We are 185 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. It's a short goal today. If you want to
Yes.
help us hit it, there you go. The links are in the chat and pinned to the top of the page, both on Rumble and YouTube, and also pinned to the top of the page
Do you
as well.
have a favorite Tom Hanks movie?
Probably Forrest Gump.
Yeah, same here.
Probably Forrest.
I'm sitting
gonna
here
go with
thinking,
Forrest
like,
Gump.
Man,
Or Green Mile.
I even found a way to cry at Turner and Hooch once. I mean, I've cried during that movie, and I think it's when Hooch got shot.
Jesus.
So, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's great in everything. I kind of want to watch Turner and Hooch today.
Movies I can cry at, and I'm not ashamed to admit, Cinderella Man.
Same here. That's a classic.
That's, you know what? I'm trying to think of movies I can cry at. Cinderella Man.
You've cried at the Iron Man movies.
That's no, it's not.
It's not Iron Man movie. It's the Iron Man
Endgame.
scene.
Yeah, Endgame. When he's talking to his daughter in Endgame in the hologram thing.
That's some gay shit, bro.
Yeah, that's not some gay shit.
That's some gay shit.
When Happy Hogan says to her,
You don't have to say it again.
your dad liked to eat cheeseburgers. I'm going to get you all the
We get it.
cheeseburgers you want.
You wanted cheeseburgers, man.
Shit.
You know why that hits so close to your heart? It's because McDonald's is close to your heart.
That's true. If I died and the first thing our oldest told you was that, she wanted a McDouble,
I'll take her.
would you bawl your fucking eyes out?
Of course I would.
You'd be like, your dad loved McDoubles and now I'll never get to suck his dick again.
What if the McDonald's...
You shouldn't say that in front of her, but
Yeah.
you're going to feel the impulse.
What if the McDonald's is what killed you, though?
Yeah, then that's a sticky wicket right there. That's for sure. You are correct. Fire Ginger with $5 says, wait, Gino is coming on next Friday. It really will be Gay F Word Friday. Allie Does Improv becoming a baby boot as well. Thank you
you
very much for becoming a member and supporting this listener-funded program. That's very cool. 180 away today.
Close second for me for Tom Hanks, though. I think Castaway is a dynamite movie. Have you seen the whole thing start to finish?
Yeah, I have.
That one makes you cry, doesn't it?
Nah.
His whole family moves on.
But he doesn't have any kids.
Yes, he did, I thought. No,
he
it is
didn't.
just
It
the
was
woman.
a girlfriend.
It's the woman, and she moves on from him. When he
Yeah.
comes back, that happens.
Yeah, that's
a
Yeah, but then
sucky movie.
But then
for
he's
that.
fucking a chick by the end of the movie. He sees a chick that he's going to
He
plow
sees
out.
one, but he's not doing it.
He's going to
yet.
plow her out, yeah.
That's a tough one for me.
Sure. That one I don't.
And what is it? Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah. War movies.
I mean, if you don't cry at a war movie, I cried hard at Black Hawk Down. I think that's
did you really? Oh, when
you
the guy.
don't remember me sitting up there just sobbing?
I do remember that, but which
Like-
part where they're trying to save the guy's femoral artery and he dies?
That the whole thing sucks for me. I remember I had like, I don't know at the moment. It's like an existential crisis or whatever.
Yeah.
At the end, where that movie finished and the credits are rolling, and I'm still sitting in bed crying, and I'm trying to reason with you because I was sitting there saying, this type of movie makes me so. Like, I have zero faith in humans, and I don't understand how we can do these things to each other because this might have been a movie, but that shit really happened.
Right.
Like, people did that to each other.
Did Hoot's speech at the end get you?
It all got me. I
Like-
think I cried like 6 times.
Hoot, why do you do it? What are you, some kind of war junkie? And by the way, for the record, I do not think much of Eric Bana as an actor. I just don't. I don't think he's terrible.
I like him, though.
I just don't think he's the guy you give that speech to.
I like him a lot.
But
Man.
I just, that movie I don't really cry at.
Jeez, man.
It's a war action movie. It's a fucking.
For me, I will cry at most war movies because it makes me feel something deeper in here. Like, people do those bad things to each other, and I don't get it.
For me, it's more of a passion play. I get angry at Somalia and why we even went and fucking helped those people.
I just get sickened for, like, humanity. Like, I'm on a weird, deeper level than that.
Mr. Approachable says, for fuck's sake, I just pulled into the parking lot with the motorcycle, and through my extremely loud speakers, you yell, your dad loved cheeseburgers, and I'll never get to suck his dick again. Awkward. I live for those moments.
Yeah.
I live for those moments. I agree with Turtle. April does need to watch Enemy at the Gates.
Okay.
You like Jude Law? You want to see him fuck Rachel Weisz?
I love Jude Law.
You get to see him fuck Rachel Weisz in that movie.
He's so hot.
There you go.
I cried at Where the Red Fern Grows. That movie is a tearjerker.
How about Green Inferno?
That movie's just disgusting. Puke my guts out. I did cry at part of it. I cried from Milo and Otis.
Michael B says Black Hawk Down is outside your front door in Minnesota.
Dude, I was closer to that shit than you think for like 2.5 years.
Chris drives 88 miles per hour, says she cried at Jason Isaac's bad accent. It was pretty bad. All right, son. You don't need my Rangers when you're on the 5-yard line. It's like, why didn't you just get Billy Bob Thornton to do Carl Childers at that point?
Somebody else.
Well, you Rangers are a bunch of cowboys. You Delta boys are a bunch of... Why don't you just talk like Colonel Tavington? We all know you are. If you go before me, Aaron, I'm leaving a bag of McDonald's in your casket. Oh, it's very nice of you.
Oh, I can just sit and rot with you for eternity. Actually, the McDonald's will stay fine.
Right. I'll rot before the McDonald's.
Did I ever tell you what happened? I was in 6th grade and I did a science experiment for a science fair. I did really well. I took the components of a cheeseburger from McDonald's and I took each component and set it out like in an airtight Ziploc bag. Yep. And I let them sit in there for up to 3 months was the time frame. Mm-hmm. The cheese and the patty didn't change.
Had a lot of time on your hands in Litchfield, didn't you, to conduct an experiment?
It was an experiment on preservatives in food.
Somebody didn't get laid in high school.
That was middle school, you ass.
Well, you didn't get laid in middle school either. Don't you guys like start at like 12 in Litchfield? You guys are having
but then
kids
you end
at
up
14,
pregnant, and I wasn't having it, so that means I don't have sex.
Good point. Silverwolf says, Fury got me hard. Seeing that poor tiger get destroyed for no reason when they should have stayed in the bush gets me every time. Downfall always makes me cry.
I don't remember which one that is.
When Hitler's in the bunker talking about his defeat and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
It's just because Bruno Ganz is such a good actor.
I get it.
That's the only reason. That's it. Warden Gordon says, I cried when Doyle Hargraves got hacked up by the lawnmower blade. You might want to send a paddy wagon. I just killed Doyle Hargraves with a lawnmower blade. Was good at sharpening those. We did know that.
Dario Delfino says Milo and Otis is hysterical in hindsight. Milo and Otis are like Homeward Bound movies, and all those things really are just silly.
Scarface.
But I cried.
Scarface with $5 says, want a war miniseries that will make you laugh? Watch Generation Kill, the true story of the Recon Marines' invasion of Iraq in 2003. It's racist and funny. Why do you assume that I'll laugh at something racist? How do you know?
Do you watch your show?
Oh, no, I don't. I just kind of do it, and then
And then you have show amnesia.
I move
after,
on.
right?
Yeah, I think I'm a pretty swell guy.
I saw somebody put in the chat Armageddon. I cry like
I
a
have
goddamn
cried at
baby.
Armageddon. I don't think I would cry today, but back in the day I did.
You play Armageddon today, I'm crying. I can get through a normal day and see like sad things and not cry, but you put a fictional movie in front of me and I'm torn apart.
Jimmy Fallon says The Patriot with Mel Gibson, the scene where his daughter, who hasn't spoken for a long time, yells, "Papa, don't go." Oh, that is kind of rough.
E.
Do you remember that scene in The Patriot, or do you need to watch The Patriot again? Because I'm down to watch the fucking Patriot. What?
I haven't seen it.
That's going to be your new favorite Mel Gibson movie.
That's a hard one. I like Mel Gibson.
Dude, you haven't seen The Patriot or Ransom.
I clearly cried at Passion of the Christ. That was rough.
Oh, shit.
Damn it. I've cried at The Fifth Element at the end of the movie.
Plankton says, watching Goebbels and his wife kill their kids in Downfall was legit tough to watch. Yeah. They made the kids fell asleep, and then they opened their jaws and broke a cyanide capsule in their mouth.
See, I've heard of that, but I've never seen Downfall.
And look, while that's a real shit move, and the Goebbels were terrible people, no one's disputing that. The Russians were the ones who were going to find the bunker, and that was not going to be a good ending for those kids. Like, the Russians weren't like the Western Allies where there was some Geneva Convention shit going on and, all that stuff. It was really, the Russians were brutal. Like, they were as bad as the Nazis.
Okay.
They just happened to be on our side. They came in and they raped and murdered, and oh my God. It would have been bad news for those Goebbels kids. They would have had a bad time. Just like Aaron, Cinderella Man gets me every time.
Yeah, that movie is just a kick in the dick. What other movie were you and I just talking about was a kick in the dick and you wouldn't watch it again because of that?
Southpaw.
No, there was
Southpaw's a
another
kick
one
in the dick.
besides that.
I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll think of it. Chris Drives 88 says Patriot is very inaccurate. No, he was based on Daniel Morgan. And if Daniel Morgan was the Swamp Fox, that was the only guy he was based off of. And it wasn't like fiction. It wasn't accurate like beat for beat, but he was based. Benjamin Martin was based on a dude. But yeah, Mel Gibson's history movies are a lot more passion play than they are historical fact. Like if you watch Braveheart, you would think, oh my God, William Wallace was just this noble fucking fighter for the people in Scotland. And no, he was a savage animal who butchered the shit out of people too. Like he did some pretty nasty shit. Field of Dreams, hey dad, want to have a catch? Yeah, that's pretty good. I didn't cry at that one though. When the guy from Falling Down dies at the end, that was sad. Thought he was going to make it. Oh yeah, when Michael Douglas just kind of says, fuck it.
Like movies where there's like real life situations that have happened somewhere usually get me because then I think about humanity and stuff. Like what is it Tarantino? What is the movie with the old man who's ultra racist?
Hobo Chili Recipe?
No, it's come on.
The old man who's ultra racist.
He's got a gun. There's black kids around him and stuff, and people
Gran
are trying
Torino?
to... Yes!
Not Tarantino.
Gran Torino.
Tarantino. Remember that movie Tarantino?
Gran Torino.
First of all, you said, remember that Tarantino movie with the racist, and I'm like, you're going to have to be way more specific.
Way more specific. No, Gran Torino for me, too, watching that guy be and change and have to think certain ways.
Hobo Chili Recipe made my day and put a big ass smile on my face with a Cinderella Man reference. This is a deep cut. Aaron does look like Corn Griffin. You remember when he comes back and beats that guy Corn Griffin in
I don't remember
Cinderella Man?
I don't remember what he
Hold on a minute. We'll bring this up for you guys. Corn Griffin. They've got to have him in Cinderella Man. Not. Oh wow, they've got too many.
Right there.
They've got too many real pictures of Corn Griffin, the actual guy. Holy shit, is that Braddock? He really did look exactly like Russell Crowe in that movie.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Jesus Christ. That's pretty good. Let's see. I got to go Corn Griffin, Cinderella Man. Here we go. Where the... Boy, it is hard to find a straight-up picture of Corn Griffin anywhere. Hobo chili recipe. I would have thought Corn Griffin would have been an easy one to find. Nope. No Corn Griffin. Sorry. They have the guy who played him, Art Binkowski, actual fighter, but no Corn Griffin. I loved the reference. I appreciated it. Let's continue. Francis Marion was the Swamp Fox. You're right. So Daniel Morgan and Francis Marion were the two guys that Mel Gibson was based off of.
Okay.
In The Patriot. April is afraid of Tarantino spiders. What are the odds of 15 black teenagers being chased off by one octogenarian with a finger pistol? Yeah, right. That is kind of a bullshit thing in that movie. Like in real life, if Gran Torino was a movie, they just would have stomped that guy the fuck out right there.
Man.
I mean, they do end up getting him in the end.
That movie's a tough watch, though. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to watch.
It is odd about Gran Torino that everybody, like all those Koreans, he did all that shitty stuff forever and ever, and then he turns it around for a few days, and they're like, he was such a great man. It's like, I don't know.
I need to refresh on this one, too, but I feel like another kick in the dick movie, Riding in Cars with Boys. Have you ever seen that one?
Never bothered with it. Is
Boy,
that stupid fucking
I think
Drew
it's a
Barrymore?
Drew Barrymore
Yeah,
movie.
I don't give a shit about a Drew Barrymore
I
movie.
watched it once. It always happens when I'm folding clothes, of course, but like it was on TV, and it was kind of it's just a kick in the dick.
Josh Z says, if you ever played sports, Rudy is a tearjerker. Gran Torino is hilarious, says Cooter Soup Instructions. Yeah. I don't know. Gran Torino, not for me, Gran Torino, but I get why people love it. I do. I'm not going to shit on anyone for liking Gran Torino. All right, if you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, Rumble especially because they actually promote your show, hit like, hit subscribe, do all that stuff, share it, get it out there. We appreciate it. All right, we have to move on. We went from Lizzo to movies and all this other stuff. We're having a very casual Wednesday today on Steel Toe, but we have to get to some items that we have for you. Okay. 175 away from today's goal, 30 minutes of overtime at the end of the program if we knock that out, and 175, not a very tall hill for this show to climb. So if you feel like chipping in, there's the links in the chat, PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Become a 2.6%er. You can also do Rumble rants, Super Chats, and memberships. Donald Trump has been indicted again. More goddamn indictments for Donald Trump. I'm convinced their goal is not even to put him in jail. Their goal is just to bury him in court cases through that election.
So he can't do it.
So
they're turning me into one of those people who's like, I wasn't that much of like I wasn't really a Trump worshiper ever. I just hoped that he would change things.
Right.
They're going to make me now like want to wear a hat or want to wear a shirt just to be pissy about it.
They're going to fuck around and make you actually like him.
They're going to do, now I'm just a single person, but that's going to happen in droves, okay? People are sick of this shit.
It's a little, it looks weird to people that you see a guy do way less than the guy who's actually in office right now, and he's being dragged into court. Like, I'm not saying you can't charge Trump for the shit you're charging him for.
You can, but be consistent.
I'm saying you've never done it to anybody else.
Be consistent, for God's sakes.
You've never punished anyone to this extent, but you choose to now, but not now, just with this one guy. It doesn't add up. So it's not that I'm one of these MAGA guys who's like, yeah, they shouldn't do that to Trump. You know me. I'm one of those guys who's into chaos. I'm like, fuck it. Everybody. Let's do it to everybody. Let's do it to Clinton. Let's do it to Obama. Let's do it to Bush. Let's do it to Biden. Let's do it to all of them.
Well, if you've done wrong, yes, I agree with that.
And if you're not going to do it to all of them, then don't do it to this guy.
I'm just saying, I'm getting real sick and tired of saying if this was the Trump family, like if Trump was in Biden's place right now, he would be in prison. So would his family. So would his kid.
What's remarkable to me,
I'm getting sick of saying that.
and also I think it speaks, this country's morality is kind of fucked up, because think about this. You can lie about the reason why you want to go into a country. You can be responsible for the deaths of over 500,000 people. And that is totally legal and above board to do. But if you take some documents home and you put them in your safe, you can go to jail.
I mean, just my opinion.
And think about that for a moment. There's nothing you can charge George W. Bush with for Iraq. You can't.
Nope.
But you can charge Donald Trump for the documents thing?
And the documents thing bothers me so much because it's like, whether he has that document or not, he already knew the information. And if he's not doing anything to harm anyone with it, what's the point?
If your oath was to protect the United States from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and not do any harm, what did more harm to this country? The lie that brought us into the war in Iraq, or Donald Trump taking some documents home? Again, you can say, I'm not doing whataboutism, because my argument is do it to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. Do it to everybody.
Well,
But it's the fact that in this country, you can lie into a war, and even if they wanted to charge him with something, you can't. That is okay. You're allowed to do it. It's considered baked in the pie for being a president. But if you take some documents home on your way out, we can bring you before the court. We can charge you with things.
Well, like we've covered on this show. Okay, Donald Trump had some documents. Booty who? I don't care. And then what the documents were, too, was that he wanted to say no to getting into war, by the way. Right?
He didn't want to go to war.
He didn't want to go to war.
Yeah.
Okay. But then, so he gets a raid. He gets all these charges and indictments and all these things. And then Joe Biden's got loose documents just in his garage. And, can you just not do that next time, old man? Didn't we cover that?
Right. Pig riser becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much. So now there's a new indictment for Donald Trump. And now this one, I believe, centers around Michigan and trying to overturn the 2020 election. Their argument is still that Donald Trump was the one who did election interference.
Can we stop?
Not the media that knew this laptop existed, or the FBI that knew this laptop was real and authentic, or the Democrats who knew this laptop was real and authentic and I had a treasure trove of criminal activity on it. I mean, it's a walking evidence lab. Mm-hmm. And they said, no, it's Russian propaganda. It's not real. It's not this. And now we all know it's real. And that could have been very useful information during the election. That is clear and present election manipulation, election interference.
It's things that the voters needed to know about.
It's things we needed to know about.
And, to me, this is so weak. This is such a weak argument as well, because Biden won. He's in office, man. Can you let it go yet? How many times are you going to yell at Trump for election interference? He didn't win. It would be different if you believed that he did interfere with it and he was sitting in office right now.
Now, there's an argument that just because you tried to rob a bank and it didn't work doesn't mean you didn't try to rob a bank.
I understand that too, but how many times are we going to try this one?
But here's my issue. Your guys' election interference worked. You won because of the lies you told and the information you didn't give the voters. So, I mean, there's no reason to try and bury this guy in legal paperwork and flimsy allegations and flimsy indictments unless you're afraid that you've done such a shitty job that this guy is going to win. The former president said on Truth Social he expected to be indicted by special counsel Jack Smith by 5 p.m. Isn't that amazing? We have a special counsel for Donald Trump, but not for Joe Biden. Meanwhile, every day in Congress, there's another whistleblower coming forward going, yeah, I was in on the meetings that Hunter involved his dad with on Burisma. Yeah.
Literally have the transcripts right here.
Yeah. These are the texts.
The texts. I have the voicemails. I have the script.
Right.
All of it.
That Ukrainian guy who was like, and then Biden admitting openly that he got the prosecutor in Ukraine fired. Oh, could you imagine?
It's maddening because you can't do anything.
I hate to do this. I think this is so hacky, but could you imagine if Donald Trump was actively trying to get a foreign attorney general fired from his job, taken down? Because that guy was investigating Donald Trump.
That's what I started with. I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of saying the hacky, worn-out phrase of, can you imagine if this was Trump?
Just after 5 p.m., several sources reported that the grand jury had handed up a sealed indictment in the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. The 4 counts included conspiracy to defraud the United States. Trump issued a preemptive criticism against the indictments, which would be the 3rd set of indictments for the former president. I hear that deranged Jack Smith, in order to interfere with the presidential election of 2024, will be putting out yet another fake indictment of your favorite president, me.
I like that he doesn't lose that about himself.
He's still...
I think that's still very funny.
He's still got that part of him.
Yeah.
Your favorite president, me, at 5 p.m. Because when he writes shit like that, you read it in his voice.
Yeah, you can't unhear it.
Your favorite president, me.
I can't even...
Unless you were confused about who he was referring to. He let you know.
There's 3 words I can't ever hear the same again. It's when somebody says, okay, but I hear it like, okay, like in his voice, China or huge.
Yeah. Why didn't they do this 2.5 years ago? Why did they wait so long? Because they wanted to put it right in the middle of my campaign. Prosecutorial misconduct, a nation in decline.
Well, that's not untrue though.
Right.
You guys can hate him all you want. He's a loudmouth. He's an asshole. So are the rest of us. Anyone screaming at him, you're no different. Like, the guy's not wrong.
Yeah. JC says, hey, Aaron, Biden was talking about the weather. What? I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Avril says, where does it show that he was sharing anything? Trump made a statement on his way out of office saying he declassified everything. That's it. Well, that's the other argument is if the president declassifies it, he can take it with him.
Yeah, if we know, what is the big deal?
It's just insane that Trump is being indicted for shit that nobody else has been indicted for, and yet everyone else is done. Again, if they go, I'll shut the fuck up if they go back and do this to everybody else.
I agree. And to me, this is just also so disingenuous because if Trump would just roll over and be like, you know what, I'm almost 80, this is exhausting, I give up, you guys win, they drop all of this. They only do this because he's running.
Pyramid 7 says, can you impeach a sitting president for something that they did prior to being president? Don't get me wrong, fuck Joe Biden. But, well, I mean, what I've always understood is that it's basically just a trial. You're getting indicted on felony charges. So if Joe Biden did these things and the statute of limitations is not run out yet, and especially if it has to do with his time as vice president and senator, I mean, yeah that's a violation of your oath of office, and now you're still paying it back now. I mean, you can't prove a lot of this shit. It's all just hearsay, but at least it's out there.
Or if we're talking about him becoming president as well, in my opinion, if it's things that helped him get into the presidency.
Yeah. I don't know who this Roland guy people are yelling at is. I don't see him in the chat. I don't know if he
right there.
Oh, Roland of Gilead says the thing he was sharing it with other countries, plus the fact that it's been proven that they tried to get them back from him for over a year and a half, and he never gave them back. He took them illegally, and he didn't go through the process to keep them. Well, I guess we'll find out about that during this whole process, because they're going to actually see. That would be nice to know about other people, is just get the facts out there and get it, but we can't do that.
I agree. I'm not saying that Trump is a saint or anything like that, but you certainly seem to be holding him to the fire and not anybody else. Yeah,
Fauci's pangolin. Yeah, Pyramid 7, that's a better way to explain it. If it's an ongoing conspiracy, they can impeach him for it. Like if they can prove he's paying back the Ukrainians and the Chinese for the money they gave him when he was vice president, then absolutely that's an ongoing conspiracy.
Yeah.
You're never going to be able to prove that, though.
Doesn't anyone ever think it looks just a tiny bit fishy, by the way, too, that like our country is in such shambles right now financially, economically?
Yeah.
And Biden keeps sending millions and billions of dollars to another country.
How about,
doesn't that look at all odd to anyone but little people like us?
Yeah. How about the fact that you have this guy and all this stuff is out there. All this stuff is on the loose now, what was on this laptop and everything else. And while we can't charge him with anything, there's not ever going to be near enough proof. It's out there and you can see it and this guy has done scummy shit, but because people don't like another guy more, they're going to support this dude.
Yeah.
Now, I will give Democrats this. I did see some kind of story yesterday. There was polling that said 50% of Democrats want someone other than Joe Biden. So, I mean, at least maybe there is that. But just the fact that he's 80-something.
But even you look at the other half of that, though, if the other 50% think he's doing a good job and would have him back in office.
Yeah, and a couple people have said this in the chat, and Roland maybe knows this or doesn't know it. I always thought this, too. I thought a president declassified something by just saying it's declassified. I thought the president had the power to just go, hey,
Yes,
these documents I'm taking with me,
so.
by the way, these documents are declassified. I thought that's one of the privileges of power
I
that the
did think-
president had.
Right.
I could be wrong. Can a president, here, let's see. Can a president declare something
Declassified.
declassified? All right. Fact check explores presidential authority to declassify. I wonder why we have to fact check that. Trump added to the confusion when he said in an interview, there doesn't have to be a process as I understand it. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it. Now, that sounds wrong. That doesn't sound, I feel like you would have to sign something at the very least.
I think if you say it and there's witnesses to you saying it, I can see the thinking about it thing is bullshit.
Legal guidelines support his contention that presidents have broad authority to formally declassify most documents that are not statutorily protected while they are in office. The system of classifying national security documents is largely a bureaucratic process used by the federal government to control how executive branch officials handle information whose release could cause the country harm. The government has, however, prosecuted cases for both mistaken and deliberate mishandling of information under not when it's in Hillary Clinton's emails. Under the U.S. Constitution, the president as commander-in-chief is given broad powers to classify and declassify such information, often through the use of executive orders. In all cases, however, a formal procedure is required so governmental agencies know with certainty what has been declassified and decisions memorialized. A federal appeals court in a 2020 Freedom of Information Act case, New York Times v. CIA, underscored that point, saying declassification cannot occur unless designated officials follow specified procedures. Okay. So you do have to do it the right way.
Well, everybody else does need to be made aware.
Right.
I would assume.
You need to let people...
Like,
you can't click your
just-
heels 3 times.
Right. You can't just think, oh, this is now declassified and like assume everybody's going to follow suit.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, they're holding him accountable. Nobody else, but they're holding him accountable.
And it's all because he's big, scary man that they don't want him in office. Like I said, if he just decides one day to give up and say, fine, I won't run, this all goes away. Right. And that tells you alone, that's not because they're not doing this because he thinks what he did is wrong. They're just scared of him.
Beanie Urza says, stop saying the billions are going to Ukraine. It's going to the military-industrial complex. And whatever they don't feel like keeping goes to Ukraine. Fair enough.
That's fair. That's still not good.
Yeah,
We're still a country who is in economic shambles and people are in despair.
It's still
and
really
we're still
bad.
losing billions of money.
Thank you to Mike's Tool and Nail with $10 on PayPal.
Yeah.
Says, I have to drive down the mountain to do a repair in St. George today. Wife is sending me to Costco. I may end up even. Here is some cash before I spend it all. Well, thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate that. 165. Oh, only 165 away from today's goal. Thank you, boys and girls.
You guys are great.
I don't know. You want to get it down to 100 in the next hour?
I
Cool
think we
with me.
can.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, this is insane. You need to get off YouTube. What happened? What happened on YouTube that we need to get off of it?
I think is he maybe just saying you could say even more things if you weren't here?
I mean, I don't know.
know.
What am I don't think there's anything I don't want to say. I mean,
If we
I
can't-
think the Trump prosecution is clearly politically motivated. I would not say that if other people had been prosecuted for the same shit.
Right.
I don't necessarily think Trump should be let off the hook, but the kind of country I want will never exist. The kind of country I want is where every powerful person gets dragged before a fucking court and has to answer for everything they've done. I support, every time a president leaves office, I support a hostile tribunal where this guy, almost like Question Time in the British Parliament, where you've got to go before a bunch of angry people. You got to answer their fucking questions. You've got to be held to account on everything you ever did.
I would love to see Fauci go through that.
But instead, in America, you just go, you get a book deal, you go do public speaking engagements, you become a muckety-muck at a pharmaceutical company, and you make millions of dollars.
Here's the problem with what you're saying, though. Like, can't people just bullshit their way out of it again?
Avril, but I mean, at least you'll have to do it public. Like I don't.
What good is it?
I
if you're
don't
lying?
want. I don't care if anyone gets punished or not. I just want you to have to say the stupid bullshit to cover your ass. I just want it publicly on record how dumb you had to sound trying to cover your ass. Like
So you basically want a Rand Paul, Fauci.
I like this
trial.
I like this Joe and Hunter Biden stuff. I know that nothing's going to happen. I'm not tricking myself that this is the end of Joe Biden or anything else. I just like that this stuff is out there. It's being said. You can show it to people because, look, while some people will just back their horse, you will convince some people. Some people will look at that and go, holy shit, I'm not really that politically motivated, so I can just kind of look at shit and go, oh, that guy's rotten and dirty.
That's kind of how I feel. I'm not really into politics. I don't look at it a whole lot, but like the situation we've all been placed in, mostly economically, has been really getting me fired up about things. And it's just, there is clearly like a miscarriage of justice going on in this whole country.
Pig Riser with 10 euros says, vote Trump or Kennedy or your country is lost. Look, I know that as he stepped onto the national stage, he's looked a little lacking and he's looked a little weak, certainly weaker than like during COVID. I would still take a Ron DeSantis. I know he's been less than impressive.
He has been, and I think that's kind of taken a little wind out of my sails for him. I was very excited for him to run.
You know why? I think it's because you kind of thought he was going to be this charismatic dynamo, and what he turned out to be was kind of a snarky little bitch.
You know what I would like? I would like a Trump DeSantis baby, where they have the charisma of Trump and the smarts and like stones of DeSantis.
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
it doesn't exist yet, I don't think.
The limit does not exist. Avril said something that I can't find anymore that I wanted to read. Oh, there we go. Let off. I like the ones that hold my feet to the fire a little bit. Mm-hmm. Avril says, let off the hook for what? Aaron, these charges are ridiculous whether you like Trump or not. Right, but I'm okay with powerful people facing these charges as long as it's consistent. I like it when powerful people are uncomfortable. I think that's a good thing. Should take a look at Vivek. Oh, yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy. We played some of his stuff. I like that guy. He means well.
Is that crazy-haired guy?
No. You're thinking of Cornel West.
Yes, I am.
I love Cornel West, by the way.
What party is he again? The Green Party?
Yeah, he's out of his fucking mind.
What is the Green Party?
It's a fucking Cornel West party. I love that guy.
Is it just him?
No, they run a candidate every election.
Okay.
But
I don't know much about that.
He's out of his mind, and I love him. I
did like what I saw of it.
I want to see it, but he's all over the place. Like, he's got some wild, damn near Marxist beliefs, and then he just like hates authority too. So I like it. I don't like some of the more Marxist stuff he believes in, which is few and far between, but it still causes me concern about him. But I just like how honest he is, and how I like how respectful he is in debate too. Like, people will be a dick to him, and he'll be like, "Now listen to me, Brother Anderson," and he'll just talk to him. I like that guy. Be a terrible president, but I like the guy. Hobo Chili Recipe says, DeSantis was hanging out with Gronk. I'm telling you, DeSantis gets a bad rap for being a boring guy. Well, if Trump is in jail, he'll get his time to shine. How's that?
Do you think Kennedy's going to go anywhere?
Kennedy!
I know. Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
You can't hear it because the door's shut, but anytime you say Kennedy on the show and I'm not on the show, I'm just listening, I do that upstairs. I just yell it, The dog looks at me like I'm
Wouldn't
crazy.
it be great if RFK Jr. ended all of his speeches with, and then this election season, you're going to vote for Mr. Kennedy, and then everyone like claps and they don't understand the bit, and then he goes, then he just waits silently.
Please
the
clap.
applause dies down, and then he goes, you're like, what's he doing? He's just standing there, and then he goes, Kennedy.
That's the only thing he can say clearly.
Yeah, exactly. He talks like this, and then he can't speak anything. But for some reason, at the end of every speech, he can go from "and God bless America" and "God bless Mister."
I was just wondering what your opinion on him going anywhere. Like, will he make it?
Look, man, he's probably going to do better than I thought he would, only because it does seem like the Democrats want somebody else.
Who else do we have? So we got Trump, Kennedy, DeSantis, Pence, who's a non-factor in my opinion.
He's so great. He's so charismatic.
What else do we have?
Nikki Haley.
Who the hell is a Nikki
I
Haley?
love Nikki Haley.
Why do you love this person and I don't know
Because
who it
she's
is?
just a smart, kind of a dork.
You love her?
Yeah, I like her a lot.
Where's
I
she-
always thought she would make a good president. She just has the charisma of an old penny.
Where is she from?
God, where was she? Was a governor somewhere. I cannot remember where Nikki. I don't remember where texts come from.
Oh, we have Chris Christie. That's right. I don't.
Oh, they're saying she's a warmonger? Okay, I did not know that about Nikki Haley. I didn't know
Yeah.
she liked the bombing people. Okay,
you
then
didn't tell
all
me
right.
anyone's a warmonger. I'm out
Well, then fuck me.
because I am not a war person. I
North
do not
Korea.
Like it.
Okay, North Korea. North Carolina. Sorry. She's
North Korea.
She's from North Korea.
Wow, I don't think we should have her running.
It's pretty fucking wild that she made it here from North
I
Korea.
know.
That doesn't happen.
Even more
very
wild,
often.
they let her run.
Wow. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says Haley and Vivek are from the same village in India. She's not even, her people aren't even from India. She's not Pakistani, one of those other goofy ass countries.
Somebody in the
That's
chat,
over there.
while you're looking for that, somebody in the chat said that they figured you'd love Pence because he was like an old radio guy. Guys, that's not a reason to love somebody.
I hate it when Google does this when you're like, what nationality is Nikki Haley? And they go, American. Yeah, we fucking know. You know what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what her, like.
She was born in South Carolina.
Yeah, I know. South
Uh,
Asian heritage. God, I hate when they make
She
you do
looks
this.
pretty white, Aaron.
Nikki, no, she's from like Bhutan or something. Her people are from like Bhutan.
I prefer my people from Futon.
Yeah, that is nice. Sikh parents from Punjab, India. All right, fuck me to death. She's the great Kali's daughter. I had no idea. Johnny David with $2, Australian, says it's not politics, it's about survival now.
It
Dude,
kind of
honestly,
does seem that way.
the American people, it's about gas and groceries, bro.
Can I tell you something?
That's all it's about.
Like our neighbor Snapchatted me a gas station. You know the prices the
Yeah.
other day. It was at $3.90,
Yep.
and I'm like, dude, I don't know how people are gonna make it another year and a half. Is it a year and a half? 16 months? What is it? I don't know.
It's
How do we make it
about
that long?
15 months, yeah.
I mean, no matter how well you're doing, are you well enough to like keep that shit up for that long?
Thank you, Nipsey Russell. Just in all caps writes, ethnicity. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. Ethnicity. I want to do that with everything that ends in Y now. Let's just do Kennedy.
Simplicity,
April's
complicity.
April's getting groceries.
Aaron,
Groceries.
pussy.
Pussy. We're going to be in bed tonight and go, I'm going to fuck your pussy. And she's like, are you going to fuck me? Pussy.
And I'm gonna fuck your tushy.
Oh.
Oh.
Don't touch my. You got to
Tushy.
say it. There you go. There it is.
I don't have gravel. I have no gravel.
Now the audience gets to think of Y words. Mel Gibson writes, Carrie Russell was in Felicity. Felicity. Oh, man. Mr. Kennedy has a future, and he doesn't
Yeah.
even know it exists. It's
Right?
in voiceovers.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you're right. That'd be so far off his radar at this point because of what he's got. You know?
Yeah. He can still pull it off. Oh, Mike, you know what Michael Keaton starred in?
What?
Multiplicity.
The what? now?
Plicity. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, you know what movie Bruce Willis was in? Sin City.
Oh. What movie?
City.
Oh.
It is a bit that entertains three people, and I am fucking here for it, boys and girls.
I don't
All right.
have the gravel for this.
160 away from knocking her out. If you want to contribute, there's all the links in the chat. Super Chats, membership, Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, whatever. Go ahead and become a contributor to this program. 160 away. Now, I don't like that people are they hate my bit so much that they're ruining it with things that aren't, like Russell Crowe was in Gladiator. That doesn't work.
No,
You're just
Mel
trying to ruin
Gibson's
my
does,
bit.
but it's very mean-spirited.
Veldrain says, we started off the show with Lizzo, who suffers from obesity.
What now? Huh? What does she do? What does Lizzo do?
Obesity. Fig Riser says, Sin City blows. Fuck those three people. I actually like that movie. It's dumb. It's simple. Yeti Flyer Tennis Quaid. It doesn't work.
I don't think I've seen Sin City.
They didn't embrace that bit. That's all right. It happens. What are you going to do? Let's talk about homeless people.
They think that bit was full of toxicity.
Toxicity. Rumble's dragging a little bit today. We hit 700 for a little bit today, but Rumble's dragging a little bit. Hit the thumbs up button. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, all that happy horse shit. Are we up over 100? Okay, we're over 100. We were into the 400s pretty good on YouTube today. Into the 300s pretty good for a little bit on Rumble. Let's get back up to it on both of those. Just keep hitting like and all that stuff. Avril says, unhoused Aaron, you bigot. That's true. That's true. It is unhoused people. People in tenuous living situations. So San Diego, California had this really novel concept. You've seen all these cities now that have tolerated homelessness and let people pitch tents on the sidewalks and
poop in the streets
and all kinds of stuff. I mean, just if you were trying to destroy a society, you couldn't do a better job than they're doing in some of these cities. And I do believe they're trying to destroy societies.
I think you're right. I think they're trying to break everybody down so that they become dependent, right?
On the government, exactly. Yeah. That's what I believe. So San Diego decided, you know what? We've tried this experiment, and this is what a lot of cities are going to find. Before we can break these people, we'll destroy our own city. Like, it'll just go to hell. Mm-hmm. And, we'll lose our grip on power just because it'll become absolute anarchy. So now what they're noticing is, well, shit, the people didn't break down and fall apart and fall to their knees for us. They just moved to Texas and Florida.
Right.
And now all the taxpayers got the fuck out of here. The businesses have moved north, or they've moved to Nevada or Utah or somewhere else. So the businesses are leaving, the tax base is leaving, but now we're stuck with all of these homeless people pitching tents on the sidewalks that we did to break down the business owners and the taxpayers. And it didn't work. So now we have to find a way to clean up this homeless population problem so we can bring people back to our cities.
So what's your bright idea this time?
Well, wouldn't you know, they're going to ban tents being pitched on the sidewalk. Who would? What a novel concept.
We've only been screaming that for about 2 or 3 years now.
Now, that's going to piss you off, is that they're finally going, you know what? I'm starting to think that maybe we should just ban these tents. What's really going to piss you guys off is when you see, they're going to show you before and afters in this news report.
Yeah.
And you're going to sit there and you're going to point, because remember, there are people who live in these cities, like super progressive people, who just think, oh, it's okay. Let them pitch their tents. They're poor homeless people. We have to help, blah, 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 blah. And I'm telling you that after you see these before and after pictures, you should grab these people by the back of their remarkably long hair and go, fucking look at it. Which one is better? Which one would you rather live in? What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's hit play. They're also going to talk to the one homeless woman who refuses to leave amid the tent ban. Let's check it out.
The city of San Diego is now enforcing its new ban on homeless encampments. Good evening. Thank you for joining us on this Monday. I'm Kimberly Hunt, and the ordinance bans homeless encampments in certain areas at all times, and it follows a 3-step approach. On first contact,
I hope here's the 3-step approach. Show up with steamroller, yell, get out of the fucking way, and then steamroll everything. There's your 3 steps.
What about flamethrowers?
Flamethrowers are fine too.
You can have your steamrollers. I'll do flamethrowers.
We'll yell Ollie Ollie Oxenfree and give you 30 seconds to make tracks, and then we're going to roast it.
Contact with police, shelter, and a warning will be offered. Step 2 will be to issue a misdemeanor citation. Lastly, if the person is still not complying, they could be arrested.
Now, see, look,
Ooh,
I don't
could
even,
be.
but I don't give a shit about any of those three things. I don't want to educate the homeless people on the law. I don't
Nope.
want to give them a ticket because they're not going to show up anyway. And I don't want to arrest them. As long as you get the fucking tents out of there and you clear, you roust these people out of here and you make them go off in the woods or something, get the fuck out of Dodge.
Right.
I'm happy.
I don't care where you go, but you can't stay here.
Right. Just get the fuck out.
That's my thing.
When it comes to being a mayor of a city, I would treat it like being the owner of a bar at closing time. Like you just said, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Right. I wanted to say, by the way, like, you know how we've been screaming about just ban these things off of the sidewalks, for years now?
Yeah.
Isn't it maddening when somebody's got a brilliant idea, but it's only cool when they decide it's their idea?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I just wanted you to know what that felt
Rumble's
like.
been doing great for us lately, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. We went from having 550 people watching us at a time to 700 on a slow day.
Yeah.
And then 1,100 on a good day.
It's very interesting. And you can kind of say what you want.
We've more than
Fridays
doubled our
and-
audience size by going to Rumble.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'll let you know that.
It was your idea, right?
Eventually. Yes.
Bravo.
It's pretty good.
ABC 10 News anchor Aaron Dickens shows us the changes
We
that
got
are
Dickens and
happening
Hunt?
right now down.
Wait a minute. We've got Dickens and Hunt on this news network. How are we not pairing these two up to anchor the evening news?
It's Dick and her
Dickens
on
Hunt.
the sign.
Dickens Hunt. It's a perfect couple.
You think she's cute?
She used to be really pretty once. Yeah.
Some things I can't tell how old she is.
She's like, okay, have you ever known that bread is past its date, but there's no visible mold on it, so you'll eat the sandwich?
You know that it's sitting there for a long time, so it must be bad.
Right, but you'll still eat the sandwich because there's no visible mold on it. Mm-hmm. That she's that sandwich.
Okay.
It's like, I know this has been hanging out for way too long, and I know it's definitely past its best by date,
and then
but I don't see any visual reasons not to eat it.
But when you bite into it, that bread is like that weird, dry,
Right.
tacky. It'll stick to your teeth.
Or in this case, her labia are
weird.
like taffy on a summer day. Like chewing on silly putty that won't break.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Where do you get that notion? Like, have you seen a lot of old taffy puss?
No, it's just a visual that I find humorous.
You just assume that
I
when
like
we
it's. I just
pass the threshold.
I like to assume that old women have taffy pussy. It's just funny to me. Let me have my whimsy, if you will.
Okay.
Okay, so this is going to piss you off. They're about to show you the tent ban. And you're just going to sit there and go, you're going to look at it and go, you fucking assholes could have done this the whole time. And you knew you could have done this the whole
I
time.
kind of don't want
And
you to play this.
you
now.
knew that this would happen, but you were too. This is how you know. This is going to help you not feel crazy when you go, this was a conspiracy to try and break the populace and see if they could make people more dependent on government. But when people instead just moved to other cities and moved to other states, you went, fuck it, clean it up. You always had the ability to clean this up, and you didn't.
Anchor Aaron Dickens shows us the changes that are happening right now downtown.
Nice cut.
16th Street and National Avenue. This is what it looked like when I went down there in June.
June 12th.
Okay,
See that?
That looks like it smells.
Right. That looks like it. Now, if this was a farmer's market and they just hadn't taken the covers off their displays, okay, fun little sidewalk fair they're having today. But no, this was just every day. Dirty, filthy, drug-addicted, shitting in the street, homeless fucking bums.
This looks like I won't drive my truck down that road because I'm afraid I'll drive over a hypodermic needle and pop tires.
And who the hell is brave enough to park their cars here?
I don't know. You're all psychotic.
Yeah.
You're lost.
So this is before the homeless encampment ban took effect.
Right.
Let's see what happened after. Because remember, April, well, it's not just so easy that you just clear out the tents. I mean, that's not how we solve this homeless problem.
What?
You have to walk on the street because you can see the sidewalks are filled with tents. And this is what it looks like now. You can see.
I'm really upset.
I'm upset on multiple levels
I'm
right
so
now.
upset.
I'm upset that the news let him get on here in skinny jeans and a tucked in Subway polo.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm upset that the everything's so clean and clear at this point.
Look at that. It looks fine.
I don't get it.
If it's a small town, that still looks dirty and shitty.
Yeah.
But for a big city, that looks fine.
Can we get a new fence now that we have no homeless there?
I'm sure there's construction
not.
going on beyond there.
No.
Or he's just got a shitty fence.
Yeah.
One of the two. But that looks fine. That looks good. Okay, you've got it cleared up. People can walk down there. People can park. They can go shopping. It's nice. You're telling me that in 6 weeks, you were able to make it look like no homeless people have ever been there before, and this idea just popped into your head a month ago?
And talk to me. Where did these homeless people go?
And that's my thing. I don't even want to ask because I don't care.
I know.
As long as they're gone.
You know, that was always their thing, though. Like, oh, where will these poor people go? Well,
Don't
they
give a
went
shit.
somewhere, didn't they? Where'd they go?
I would say this. Once I steamroll all their tents, not my pig, not my farm. How about that? Perfect.
Oink, oink.
Oink, oink, indeed. Yeah, I hate this. Because, I want to drag all these hippies who live in California over to this, and I want to shove their face in it and go, why wouldn't you want this? This
Right.
is fine. This is good. Why can't you? Why would you not support this? Because there's people you could put them right in the middle of it, and they would go, I'm against this ban. It's wrong. It's terrible. And I'm like,
Okay.
look.
No, you know what I do to those people? This is what I want to do to those people. People that are against banning homeless encampments, I want to drag them down to one and make them walk down that sidewalk. The entire thing. I want
Better
them to
yet.
walk through the whole thing and then ask them at the end of the sidewalk and be like, okay, how about now?
Even if they had shit and cum and piss all over their face at the end of it.
Needles sticking
because-
out of their body.
Like a porcupine. They look like Hellraiser by the end of it. But even then, because their ego and their politics are wrapped up in it, they would go, no, it's fine. These people are just disadvantaged.
No.
Yeah.
No, you're a liar.
Yeah, they
You're
are.
a liar.
I have a better idea. Everyone against the homeless encampment ban, just take the homeless people in with you. I mean, you care so much. You have such a big heart. You want to help. These not in my backyard people are the worst kind of evil because they want this evil subjected on other people. But when it comes time for them to take action, well, no, that's not my job.
I do hate that. I hate anyone who says, hey, there's something bad happening to somebody. Let's make it bad for everybody. Let's make everyone witness this and live through it.
All the tents are gone. We did speak
Look
to
at
a
him.
woman who is the only one left on this
He
block.
looks funny.
And she says she is not leaving.
Have you heard about the new law? What is your opinion on that you could eventually get arrested?
They can arrest me, that's fine. They're just going to have to release me. It's more paperwork for them.
Mercedes.
Wow, you're a real legal scholar, aren't you? So you must have been a paralegal and now you're out of work. They'll just release
like a
me.
pair
It's
of tits.
more paperwork for you. Yeah, they're fine with the paperwork. They're cops. That's part of the job. They'll do the paperwork. They will arrest your ass.
I am fine with her being arrested.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Clear her off the streets, man. There's a certain level of fascism in me where I'm very much a broken Windows theory subscriber. Where I'm like, is this a quality of life crime? Roust them. Get them off the fucking street. They're useless. Are we moving shit forward or not? If we're moving shit forward and you're sitting there in a tent on the sidewalk, I'm going to make up a law and I'm going to lock your ass up.
Okay, but doesn't that then go against everything you believe as a libertarian?
Yep. There.
See, I can't
There.
I can't put a thumb
know
on
what?
you. I can't.
It's like saying you're
can't
against.
finger you,
It's
Aaron.
like saying you're against war, but if somebody attacks you, you have to fight the war.
I know.
I mean, we can enjoy the spoils of the wonderful idea that is libertarianism once everybody fucking behaves and we've got this shit down to shoe level. Right now, if you put libertarianism in the culture we have, it'll be a shit show.
I think that's why I don't like calling myself anything, because for me everything is very situationally based.
Right. Fucking based. Like I
mean, I do clearly sit a little right of center, but
the idea of legalizing marijuana, I'm very much for.
Yes.
Legalizing marijuana in the society we have is a giant fucking mistake, and it's going to
Yep.
lead to waste of people. And, you can tell me that there's no such thing as weed addiction. Bull fucking shit. There's so many people who are hopelessly hooked on that shit.
I've lived through that before.
And those are the people who go, oh, it's not habit forming. Really?
Yes, it is.
Those same people go, oh, I smoke a bowl every day. Guess what? You're a drug addict.
I've lived with people before who smoked it and said, hey, I can't sleep without it. Oh, I need it to help me eat. I need it to relax after work.
But do those same people
And-
then say, but it's not habit forming? You can't get addicted.
Of course they do. They always do.
I need this to do this. Well, then guess what? That's a dependency.
You don't. Like, normal people like me, like, I'm totally for legalizing of weed because I don't smoke weed ever. And, for me, it would be more like, oh, that sounds kind of nice, maybe. I got some shoulder pain today. I'd like to be able to do it. That doesn't mean I'm going to need it to go to bed every night.
I'm on the record right now. Legalizing cocaine is less damaging to this country than legalizing marijuana.
I can't join you in that.
Yeah.
Now,
Cocaine's just
I'm
a fun party drug.
A lot of people would say that about weed, Aaron.
A
whole bunch of
but
people.
But the way it, you know what cocaine doesn't do? It doesn't kill ambition. It doesn't kill.
Okay.
It doesn't kill energy. It doesn't make you lazier or lethargic. Do you know how many white collar?
I do not see weed and hard drugs in the same.
Do you know how many white collar fucking people who like progress the business world and shit are doing cocaine on a daily basis? It would astound you.
No, I don't, and I do know it would astound me. But then you take away cocaine from those people now, and you tell me that they can function regularly in society. I don't think so.
I would hope so.
I don't think so.
I would hope so.
You're wrong.
They're smart people. This weed produces such a rotten residue for some people that it's just like, I want them to be able to do it. I want it to be legal, but I also want the world, I want the country to know that it's not harmless.
In my opinion,
there are consequences to doing it.
I think for some personality types, yes. I think for lazy, complacent people that are lost mentally, I think it puts them in a deeper hole that they don't come out of. And then I think for normal people like us, like people who maybe drink socially and stuff, I don't see it any different than that. Like they'll do it now and then and have a good time and go back to their life.
Booze should be legal. It makes some people unbearable, fucking homeless bums and terrible. And I feel the same way about weed. I don't like it when people try to act like weed is somehow superior to booze. It's not. They're almost the exact same thing.
I've always maintained I think that weed and booze are basically on the same level.
Yeah.
They cause the same problems and at the same time create a same party.
Louise did not want to show her face on camera, but she wanted to share her story with us. She said police gave her a ticket and towed her car Monday morning.
And what are you going to do now with your stuff? What's
Skedaddle.
I don't know. I don't have a plan.
This is what's left.
Wow, really? Wow, no, I didn't see that coming. The homeless lady with all of her shit in a Coleman tent doesn't have a plan?
That's not even. What is that?
I don't buy it.
This is a tarp with shit on it.
Belongings. She says she has been living in the same spot for 2 years.
My bike, pretty much, because that's all my wheels that I have now.
Let me ask you something. If you don't want to be homeless, and again, it's a fair question. If you don't want to be homeless, then why have you been homeless in San Diego for 2 years when you can take that vehicle of yours, load up all your shit, and drive anywhere else where life is cheaper, life is cleaner, a smaller town, whatever? Don't tell me you don't want to be homeless, but yet for 2 years you haven't done jack shit to improve your situation. You can say you don't want to be homeless all you want. Actions speak louder than words. If you're sitting on the same fucking sidewalk in the same goddamn tent for 2 years in a row, you want to be homeless.
Yes.
You're not making an effort.
You're right. Take your car and keep on driving.
Yeah.
Like there's something out there.
Be Will Smith from, Pursuit of Happiness. There you go.
Now.
Mercedes says many people living in tents either moved a few blocks over to 17th Street or moved into a shelter.
Still illegal?
Meanwhile, some local business owners on National Avenue were happy to see the changes.
Yes.
No shit.
No homeless no more. It's good. It's good. It's good. No homeless. No, nothing is clean.
Oh, by the way, Democrats, there's your Latino immigrants that you think are going to save your party. You think they're going to vote for you in 10 years?
Hell no.
After the shit that you,
Not
he's
after
like,
this.
no homeless, good. I'm trying to I'm trying to run a fucking business over here. I don't need a bunch of bums blocking my way.
The street is next to a train station, so according to the new law, people cannot set up tents there. And while the mayor says there is space in the shelters, Mercedes says she has had a difficult time getting into one.
I'll tell you why. She hasn't looked, she hasn't asked, she hasn't tried.
No, I'll tell you another reason why. Do you know what they don't let you do in shelters?
Oh,
drink
probably
or
a
do
lot of
drugs.
things,
They
yeah.
have rules that no booze in here, no drugs in here. So there's plenty of room at the shelters. Oh, but I can't get in. Well, if you can't get in, that means you're doing something that they don't let you do. So stop doing that. You can get in the shelters. America has the most entitled class of homeless people I've ever seen.
Entitled class of anything, really.
I want somewhere to be able to lay my head and be able to have my kids with me.
Aaron Dickens, ABC.
Did she say kids?
Yeah, and she has a
She
wedding
didn't.
ring on, too.
Motherfucker.
I'm
10
sickened by
News.
her.
We have reached out to the mayor's office about where people who live in tents are being relocated. We are waiting to hear back.
I hope you never hear back, and I hope it's because, they're just kind of...
Who knows? Who knows where we put them?
They could have just been...
Who knows?
anywhere.
We have no idea where we put them. We just we can't remember. We just
What
as
homeless people?
they're cleaning the skids off of a fucking equipment that they're removing the tent. They're scraping guts and blood. They're like, we don't know where the homeless people went. Why? Oh, this? No, golden retriever. Bad accident today.
It's terrible, actually.
Yeah. $2 from John David says, I want RFK Jr. to sing Tom Waits. I found that funny. Thank you very much to Triple N for renewing his membership.
Thank
Says
you. 420
Blaze It. Has it been a year already? Yes, you've been a member.
Wow.
For 12 months.
Thank you.
My friend. Guy Sartell says, I could save $4K a month living in a tent. Yeah.
I get it, but what's your quality of life going to be?
I mean, 4K richer.
You've got your $4,000 in your pocket, but you're living outside.
Katie Kidney says, some people can't handle Coke. I got a cousin that got really stabby on Coke. He wanted to fight his brother, and the brother wouldn't fight, and a friend said he'd fight him. Cousin left and come back.
Yeah, I know Aaron and I, that is one of our contentious things. Like,
I'm sorry. She said
can't-
came back with a knife and stabbed the friend 36 times, all shallow wounds, but he got violent on Coke every time he did it.
I can't join you. Like, weed will not cause that type of thing. It will create a lazy, complacent behavior.
Yeah.
But it's also not stabby.
Nick says, I hate the weed thing, but it's 100% the subculture, not the actual substance. Well,
agree.
But you could say that about anyone. It's not the drinking, it's the alcoholic who drinks. At some point, it doesn't matter. The results are the results.
No, I think it is very much personality based. I think people like yourself or me could smoke weed on occasion and not be that person.
But that's fine. But what I'm saying is those are just excuses. They don't matter because ultimately the shit's still going to happen. You can sit there and go, well, it's the person or the personality, not the drug. It doesn't fucking matter. They become one and the same. The thing happens.
Whether weed is legal or not, people like that will still do it.
But
these people I've lived with, weed was certainly not legal.
Go ahead and legalize it. That's what I'm saying. But don't sit there and act like it's a good thing. It's not. It's not a good thing. I think it should be legal too, but it's bad for civilization.
Well, then why? If you think, you can't say that. You can't just say, oh, I think it should be legal, but it's a bad thing. Well, then you don't think it should be legal.
I don't think just because something's bad, you should be thrown in a cage for doing it. Drinking is bad. Smoking is really bad. Smoking anything is bad for you. But I don't think you should go to jail. I mean, that's the height of totalitarianism there, is to say, oh, well, we've decided this is bad, so it's illegal. I don't believe in that.
I don't think we should be throwing people in jail for it either.
Right.
Unless you're harming somebody.
Right.
Or you've got like kids and your drug addiction or your alcoholism is now hurting your kids.
Just because I think something's
not
bad
feeding
for
them.
people doesn't mean I should think it's illegal. That would be a frightening prospect. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, this is where Christianity and religion is needed to temper these urges to poison the body. Look, I'm not a religious guy at all, but we fucking need some Jesus. Absolutely. I think it helps. I believe like Napoleon did. It helps keep people in line.
I am religious. I have faith. I don't know. My church isn't around here, so I don't go much, but I still believe in it. And I don't know. I still drink, but I have that, like, I have a self-awareness in me that I'm like, well, have I gone too far? Is that enough for me today? You know, like I'm not that addictive person. The worst addiction I have is coffee.
Atomic Ray doesn't like today's show. That's too bad, Atomic Ray. We'll catch you down. We'll catch you down the line, I guess. What can you do?
Wow.
They're not all for Atomic Ray, I suppose. You don't need to announce it though, like it's an airport, buddy. I mean, he just goes, this show has really bad days. This one not left out. This show has been fine today. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But, like Corey always said, it's not an airport. You don't need to announce your departure. There's no you're just trying to do that for your own ego. Just calm down, be happier, relax, buddy.
I love the topics you've brought to today's show.
It's been a wonderful show, Atomic Ray. This is what it is. When people be like, oh, I think this one's a bad show, he doesn't like what's being talked about.
Well,
that's what it is. He doesn't like what's being talked about.
There was a day last week when I was on too. It was Wednesday or Thursday, and everyone was like, wow, today's show's been on fire. Real quick show. And then he's in there saying April's just been a curmudgeon today. And I'm like, what?
I think Atomic Ray might just
I don't know.
might just kind of be kind of a crabby guy.
Yeah.
Atomic Ray says, you said weed is bad. Who it is. I mean, are you arguing it's good?
Technically, anything that poisons your body is bad.
Yeah, it's not good. He says, I use this show as a benchmark. Are you drunk?
For what?
Yeah, I'm
Don't
starting
use
to...
this show for anything more than entertainment. It's pure entertainment.
I'm starting to worry that you're a little drunk today. I'm starting to worry you've started day drinking a little early. Optic Nerve says, meh, I find steel toe pretty consistent. Exactly. Kind of shitty every day. Perfect. Sean Raz with $5 says, said this before, I'm a business owner. Ooh.
What did we say about the humble brags?
What did we say about bragging? Father of 3, grandfather of 5, and have
Damn.
smoked weed for 30 years. I think he means weed. See, it is bad for you. He can't spell anymore. He's been smoking weed so long. He says, you are completely wrong. That's fine. I'm allowed to be wrong.
What I tried to say earlier is I think there's people like that guy or people like us that could do it for just an enjoyment, social purpose, and not become the greater picture of like the people you think.
Nick's absolutely right. It's the culture, not just the drug. I agree with you, Nick. But like I said, at some point, it doesn't matter.
Like
it's kind of like when you get a kid in trouble for something and they give you a big list of excuses, and you're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. The thing happened. You know,
I think there's plenty of those people, but then again, there's plenty of people who can go out drinking all weekend and then still pull their shit together and take care of their families, go to work.
You know what I call those people?
Normal
heroes.
I mean, that is
heroes.
no different than weed for a lot of people.
Wasabista with 700 yen says, I love the show, and April's wearing yellow.
Thank you. Is this my caller?
It sounds like the tribe has spoken.
Okay.
We all need a little shelter. Cinderella, says Johnny David with $2. Oh, do I fucking hate Cinderella.
He's that guy, though. He's been, ever since you criticized Cinderella last time, he's been rubbing that in your face.
He's on fire. Thank you to Red Fox Mad with $9.99. Says, awesome show today. Keep up the amazing work, April and Aaron. Best morning show on the planet. Well, look, I guess the tribe has spoken. Apparently. And now we're only 150 away from knocking out today's goal, and you guys got an hour and 20 minutes to do it. Hot shit. Thank you guys very much. Atomic Ray says, are you a little on edge about the show? Well, I just read your comments. Jesus.
No, you seemed on edge.
If I knew you were going to get so bitchy about it, I wouldn't have read your comments. Sorry. I thought you wrote it because you wanted me to read it. Fuck.
That is something. Like, I would never put something in a chat unless I wanted somebody to read it.
Yeah, we're not crabby today. We're the ones saying that, I think you're wrong. I think today's show's been pretty solid. Donna Brazil says, don't say my name. This is for April. I sent you a message on Facebook related to this story. You can share it, but please don't say the last name. Thank you, Donna Brazil, for the $5 over on PayPal. You know, it is good that I check these things every once in a while before I just start saying thank you to people. Neat Drifts with $1.99 says, Mercedes, more like clapped out Toyota Camry. The homeless woman. Get it?
Yeah.
I like that line. That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, here's the story he sent me. I just read his little thing. I didn't click on it yet, but basically to your argument is like, you know, somebody he knows got hooked on weed essentially and like went down that lifestyle where now they're lazy, they're not taking care of anything and all that stuff and abandoned their baby in Seattle and all this. No one can find her. That does happen, but that'll happen whether you're doing weed, hard drugs, alcohol, or you just got a shitty outlook on life. People do that.
It's Rusty Grammar with $1 says, Atomic Ray can't handle morning drinking. I've listened for 9 years and never heard a bad show. Well, Atomic, look, he gets a little day drunk. It's okay. Victor says, this isn't the greatest morning show. You need to do traffic and weather on the 8s. Look, everybody's a critic, right? Everybody's a critic. I'll work on it. I'll do better. I promise.
Victor does so much work for us, he gets to criticize.
Everybody gets to criticize.
Do you know when I tried to first hand Victor his VIP package at Stoney's for an anniversary show, he like rejected it. He like didn't want it.
He said he doesn't like women handing him things.
Oh, see, now he wouldn't say that to my face.
Yeah, he said only men should be allowed to engage in business transactions. And I agree with him. The Mood with 420 Says, have some of my weed money, smoking 23 years now. That's the
you.
other thing about weed I can't get behind is like it seems like it would be an expensive line item on the budget if
No,
it
it
was
doesn't.
a big hobby.
No offense, but shut up. You've been drinking for how many years? How much money have you spent on booze?
I don't drink very much.
Aaron, that's not the point.
I'm saying if you smoke
him smoking
weed,
for 23 years doesn't mean he's toking up a pound a day.
but if you hey, smoke weed every day, it's going to get expensive.
Well, what if he doesn't? What I'm saying is we've been drinking for our entire adult lives and some of us before our adult lives. How much have you spent on booze and beer?
People get really defensive about weed.
I don't smoke weed and I'm
People
just making a point here.
I'm just raising the point that it's not good for a society. And it's
Neither
not.
is alcohol.
Never
None
said
of it is.
That's kind of like the Trump argument I was making, though. I'd say that about everything. None of it's particularly
All
good
I'm
for
saying
society.
is people got each their thing. Me drinking coffee every single day for the last 15 years, probably not good, also not cheap.
Yeah, coffee's a rough one.
There's so many. Your fast food, your love of fast food, not cheap, not good.
Thank you for making my point by repeating it back
I'm telling
to me.
you, I'm agreeing with you.
Right, that's my point, though. None of this stuff is good. I
you
feel
can't
like
just single out weed, though.
But McDonald's and fast food and all that shit has the proper amount of shame attached to it. Weed has a reverence that I think is a big mistake.
I think there's a lot of shame about weed. I think there's a lot of adults out there that truly look down upon people who smoke it. I think there's shame with that. I've had a really bad spot in my heart for weed because I had to live through watching somebody I cared about go down that road.
I'll make everyone feel better. All right. I'll put everyone at ease on the weed thing. How's this? The culture surrounding weed is terrible for this country.
Yes. Weed has ruined a lot of my good times because of other people who had to do it.
Guy Sartell says April started drinking coffee at the age of 5.
I have no idea. They actually they put it in my bottles when I was 2. No, not 2. You don't do bottles when you're 2.
Sean Raz says, I spend about $300 a month for 2 people. That's not so bad.
Yeah, think about
a bottle of bourbon will last a month here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it will. And a case of beer, for me, let's say
3 weeks.
Let's say I buy a case for myself and I drank the whole thing. You didn't have any of it.
Yeah.
That'll last me 3 weeks. I mean,
8 beers a week. That's kind of heavy.
Yeah, that is. Maybe it'll last me a month.
Probably over a month. I was gonna say 8 beers a week is. It's not a low number. It's not a high number, but it's not a low number.
But you know what I mean? People.
So a case of beer a month, that's $25, and then a bottle of bourbon, anywhere from $30 to $60. So let's say 40. So it's $65 a month on booze. That's not bad, right?
No,
that's not a bad number.
I guess $300 a month for 2 people. Divide that by 4 weeks.
You know what I think?
I don't know.
Here's what I think.
It's what you can afford and what you can handle.
This is what I get for jumping it. This is why I want to leave society to burn on its own. Every time I jump into the conversation about it, I regret it 5 minutes in, and then I always go back to this. I go, you know what? Everybody do whatever the fuck you want. You know what? That's what I'm realizing. You know what libertarianism is? It's the ultimate cop-out.
I've never had respect for somebody saying they're a libertarian.
Think about it. Libertarianism, and I like
ever.
it, but it is the ultimate cop-out. It's the ultimate, I don't want to try and fix this shit. Just leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's tapping out on community, basically.
As far as weed, though, I don't think that's a thing to be fixed. I think that's people that are just shitty people that decide to do shitty things and make themselves extra shitty.
Yeah, you guys
no
are
different than drinking.
Trina Roshia on Rumble says, you guys are making me feel a bit guilty for wasting my money. Jeez, no, it's fine.
I think
I waste my money on stupid shit.
Yep, we all do. I think your money is yours to do with what you want.
Yeah, do whatever the fuck you want. Again, I'm going with my libertarian cop-out. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. That's the thing. I start fighting over these things, and then I realize, oh, shit, I don't care what any of these people do.
That's
Why
how
am
I feel.
fighting?
I look at myself and okay, is my drinking reasonable? Yes. Big time, yes. Do I smoke a bunch of drugs? No. So I think I'm doing fine.
Hobo Chili with $4.99 says, stop giving us life lessons, wino. Also, your Matumbo forehead is distracting.
Is he talking to you again? I'm not. I don't drink
I think
wine.
it's the mystery that keeps you on your toes. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, weed is way more expensive than alcohol. Also, I'm 100% on Aaron's side. Well, as you can see, I'm not even 100% on my side. I've already done the cop-out where I just go, fuck it, do whatever you want.
Every time Every time weed does get brought up, and it's okay to think something's disgusting. I have serious things I think are disgusting. You are clearly anti-weed, 100%.
I'm anti-weed
Very
culture.
much.
And the drug kind of comes with it.
Anti-weed.
You can't have weed culture without weed. So it is kind of the root of the whole thing.
I have seen the very ugliest sides of people who smoke weed, and I've seen good times with weed.
There are people who think alcohol is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. They can think alcohol is stupid.
It's poison.
I agree to an extent.
Yes.
And there are people who believe that weed is stupid. I am one of those people. And the people who are big fans of weed don't help it.
That's the only thing I don't like. I have literally nothing against weed itself. I don't like people that worship weed.
I don't like people that worship anything but our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. If I'm being completely honest.
How many nights of mine were ruined? Like when, you get together with your friends, you're going to go downtown to the bars and have a great night or go do something. And then you got 4 of your buddies that are just like, ooh, man, I can't smoke if I go out. I think we should just stay here and watch the fights or whatever. And thanks for ruining my good time.
Is this, what's the Carlin thing where he's living, because somebody just quoted it in one of the chats. Victor on Rumble said, as Carlin said, live and let live. Anyone who doesn't agree with that, shoot the motherfucker. I think, is that in the abortion bit? I'll skip to the end of it here.
But the long E. coli bacteria, the crabs, nothing sacred about those things. So at best, the sanctity of life is kind of a selective thing. We get to choose which forms of life we feel are sacred, and we get to kill the rest. Pretty neat deal, huh? You know how we got it? We made the whole fucking thing up.
Yeah, that's from one of my favorite specials of him is Back in Town. I think that's my favorite Carlin one, but I don't think that's the one where it is. It was, I believe live and let live. Whoever doesn't agree with that, shoot the motherfucker.
And it's fun.
Yeah, I don't think it's in this one. I'll skip around.
We don't practice it. We don't practice it. Look at what we kill. Mosquitoes and flies, because they're pests.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think this one has it in it. If somebody has the link, and nobody does that better than Victor,
just no matter,
I'll play it.
Yeah, just no matter what clip you go to of his, though, he does have a cogent point to be made.
I miss him. I miss Patrice O'Neal.
Yes.
I always say that. I miss both of those guys because they were needed in their time, but they're needed as much now. But I think the only reason they're needed now, and the only reason it got to the point where they're needed now, is because they weren't around. Like those guys had
You do always need something more once it's gone.
Yeah, because it's not there to call bullshit anymore. Boys and girls, thank you very much for your support of this program today and the last 3 years. 135.
Thank you.
Away from today's goal. Awesome. Keep it going. We are close enough now where we could finish that shit off if you want to. Contribute a little bit. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, MSO, already saying no goal, but I've never felt more comfortable about one than I have today. And remember, tonight on the evening show, we'll be giving away another VIP package or cash. Gray Duckling and Crunchy Cynicism are going to get an honorary entry.
Yes, last night the winners were Tim B and Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, which I did get emails from both. I will be responding to sometime soon here.
Yeah, I want to send out the prize money.
Yes.
Although we probably haven't heard from the member in the VIP yet.
I have a seriously busy day today, but I'm going to do my best.
Yeah. The member, it's up to them to contact us, and if they don't, that's fine because we'll just give away the membership on the next prize show. The VIP will dig into our files and we'll get it to that person.
The member winner from this week on Monday, 1 up or 2 down, I don't ever see them in the chat.
Right. So if they
that.
catch it and they know, we'll put it up on all our social media stuff. And if they get to us, we'll send it out. But Jive Turkey, I want to get that out today.
Yep.
And then the
Shannon
VIP.
L.
Yeah, and then the VIP.
I know
want
her
to get
too.
that out today.
How about that? 2 girls winning. That never happens. That's your, what is that, the 7% demographic?
Yes, that's one of my 7%ers.
Yeah.
Greg Arias says, if I had won, I would have donated it to the show. Well, holy shit, that's really nice of you.
Thank you.
That's very sweet. Did you hear that, you greedy fucks? No, I'm just kidding. Affordable Sign Guy becoming a member for his 12th month. Or his 20th month. Could have been his 20th month. I don't know.
Aaron's been smoking weed.
Yeah, I've got a lot of weed today. Let's go to a domestic. And you know what? Let's see if this breaks down on gender lines. Whose side are you on? Ready?
I'm usually on Never mind. I don't want to say.
This is a domestic abuse story where you're going to say about the person who got abused, oh my God, what did they do? Because it's just something so painful and vile where you go, what the fuck did they do to set this person off?
Always my first question.
I just come in to say fare thee well. Ain't you heard his parole come through?
His dad another wanted for murder after a middle of the night shooting in Castleberry.
The suspect
This
is a
isn't that story. Come on, fuckface. There was a video.
Did you see her hair? Could she part it any more
But
over
there
to
was
the
a
side?
video to this one yesterday.
His dad another wanted for murder after a middle
into the hospital. Had been shot multiple times.
What the shit?
He was
Is
fired.
it farther into the video?
Of addiction.
They had a video on this one.
Wallace was in court today, and as West 2's Claire Metz reports, the defense has filed a number of motions about what a jury should and should not hear.
What's this one?
There's not a connection between exactly what Officer Rayner was doing and the reason for the
Nope, this isn't it.
55 Defendant
What
Wallace.
the fuck? I hate when they do this. Like
Alabama Highway. Russell's now facing criminal charges.
There's Carly Russell.
Uh-huh.
I hate that when they have like a video for a story and it's ready to go. And I listened to it yesterday. I did. And now it's gone. It's not there anymore.
I think you're crazy. You didn't see anything.
I'm telling you. I know Citizen M's going to be like, dude, you're being unprofessional. You're not watching your shit before the show. I watched this one yesterday. It was there. The only reason I kept it was there was video.
Gone existed.
Gone existed indeed. Well, fuck me to
Well,
death
maybe
with a rubber dick.
You know what you do in this situation? You search for that.
Nope. We're going to read it to you guys.
No, search for the thing and find the video, lazy man.
We got domestic abuse. Here, all right. Boiling water domestic. Here you go. News. Blood, blisters, and boiling water.
That's a day ago. That's a day ago.
That might be the one. We might get a video out of this. Do we have a link to a news story? Come on. Nope.
Aw.
Usually the website Law and Crime, that Dan Abrams website, is pretty good at providing sources.
Too bad.
All right, here we go. A Sanford, Florida woman is accused of dousing her sister's boyfriend with a pot of boiling water as he slept. And the worst thing about the pain of having boiling water thrown on you, there's nothing you can do to make it stop.
It keeps getting worse.
You just keep burning. Like, we were at my buddy's place, and we were burning closet doors.
Mm-hmm.
And I was walking around the fire pit area with no shoes on, no flip-flops on,
Hardo
nothing.
bean.
And when you're first burning stuff, that's totally fine. It's okay. But as coals start blowing off the fire and stuff starts getting moved,
coals.
Coal burning, I stepped on one of the ashes, and I got that burn. I'm like, oh, fuck, damn it, shit, hurt. Now, I didn't leave a blister or anything, but I dipped my foot in the pool, and you're like, oh, that's nice. But then as soon as you take your foot out of the pool and the water dries, that burning sensation comes back. Yeah. If you've ever put your hand on a stove,
I have. Mm-hmm.
What you have to do is you have to take a bag of ice, you have to hold it and squeeze it like that. And you're like, oh. And you get that almost that cartoon sensation of tss. And you're like, oh, it's so much better. But then as soon as you take that bag of ice off
it hurts,
and the cold water leaves, you just get that throbbing pressure pain.
You need like an aloe on it that keeps like sucking that heat pain out of there. Yeah. I had an incident about a week ago. It's still on my thumb. The dumbest thing I've ever done before. You ever get a vacuum that like started smoking because something got sucked in there? That happened in my living room. Took it out. It smells bad. So you go to light a match because the match smell kind of gets rid of that smell. And this stupid fucking match, it was so old. The actual head of the match, I struck it and it came off and it stuck to my thumb. And it was burning into my thumb and there's a hole in my thumb now. And that pain, I had to pry it out of my skin. And it just kept burning, and nobody was home to see it. It was horrific.
Hobo Chili with a good question. Why do you people in Minnesota have a pool when you don't have summer when you don't you have summer for like 2 weeks? I mean, 3 or 4 months. Yeah, you can be in that pool for about 4 months a year.
This actually makes a little bit of sense. Like people who have hot tubs like attached to their decks almost make more sense because you can use that in the winter. You can just fill that shit up and like heat it, and then you can go sit outside in it. But I don't know.
Mick KM just says, okay, you're both retards. I mean,
I don't know what happened. Like I struck the match, the fat end of the match. It like melted into my thumb. There's a hole in my thumb.
Why are you touching the fat end of the match
Look at
again? Yeah, but why are we touching the fat end of the match?
I'll tell you why. It was a cheap book of matches where like the stick part of it was like a flimsy like paper one, and it got so bent that it wouldn't strike. So then I was holding the fat end of the match on one end and just hoping I could get my thumb off it quick enough. And
so you were holding the part
didn't.
that starts on fire, and you got surprised you were burned.
Yes, I didn't start that way though. I started by holding the long end.
Did you try grabbing a different match first?
You know.
Okay. I'm just asking
I was trying
questions.
to do a good thing, and it ended up,
I understand.
becoming part of me.
I understand. It's it could have been avoided, but hindsight 2020.
I was so shocked when it happened. All I could do is stare at it.
God. You know what? Mick KM's right. We're fucking stupid. Thank you very much. Don't say my name. I want 30 minutes extra. We got a long day today. Thank you for the $5. We appreciate that, buddy. Very nice of you. Only 1:30 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Victor, okay, so before we get too deep into this story, Victor does have the Carlin clip.
All right.
From Carlin.
So I say live and let live. That's my motto. Live and let live. Anyone who can't go along with that, take him outside and shoot the motherfucker.
That's all you need.
That's it.
Look how scrawny he was.
Benjamin Franklin had a similar quote. He said, I am an extreme moderate. I believe anyone who doesn't believe in moderation and compromise should be castrated. I like that. That's a good.
That is intense.
Yeah. Benjamin Franklin knew how to make a point. You know what Benjamin Franklin once said about guests? Mr. Adams, you are a guest here in Philadelphia. Fish and guests stink after 3 days.
I like this one.
That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Did not need to whisper, though. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, why did you whisper?
I did not whisper. You did. You're gaslighting. By the way, I want to address this. Men have to stop accusing other men of gaslighting. There is this really gay fucking trend going on where men are using LA therapy words, and it's an abomination. Women can accuse men of gaslighting because they don't know what it means, and they're usually wrong. But therapists can use it. White women in therapy can use it. Men have to stop using it with men. It is a gay, weak, soft person word that soft people use when they can't argue or talk. There's no such thing as guys gaslighting other men. We have a word for it, guys. It's called pulling bullshit. The only reason the term gaslighting exists is because women won't call bullshit on men because they're afraid of getting punched in the face, which I understand. But for men, you don't need to use the word gaslighting because men have a different word when they're being quote. When someone's trying to pull verbal trickery on another man, the other man doesn't have to say gaslighting. He just has to look at the guy and go, dude, bullshit.
That's the one I use.
That's it.
I tend to not use words I don't understand fully. And to this day, I don't quite get what gaslighting is, so I don't use it.
Gaslighting is a gay, soft. It's another one of these soft words that turns society SAWFT soft. Bada boom, realest guys in the room. But I heard somebody else say it the other day to some other guy, and I'm like, do you understand how gay the two of you look?
Do I know these people?
I don't even remember what it was, but I know it got me going, and I'm just like, stop it.
I don't like listening to anyone talk like that. Like, there's memes out there now, too, or talking to, like, a millennial white woman. It's like everything's manifested and toxic.
Yeah, and gaslighting.
Horoscopes and...
Triple N says, there's no such thing as gaslighting. You're crazy.
You're a narcissist.
See, what I would do there... there's no such thing as gaslighting. You're crazy. I would not say he's gaslighting me. I would say, oh, dude, bullshit. We know it exists. And now we're fighting.
See, I feel like bullshit is just so easy and like well known. Can't we just stick to that?
Bullshit is a lot
Why do we
easier.
need new words? Isn't gaslighting a new word?
It's a new white girl's therapy.
Do you want to know what I think of when I hear the word gaslighting?
What?
This is going to be very old. I picture one of those old oil lamps and somebody's putting like the oil in it, like a kerosene lamp. I picture somebody putting oil in it.
Here's the only gaslighting reference you're allowed to use. What John Travolta did to Thomas Jane at the beginning of The Punisher. That was gaslighting.
Okay.
He literally lit a dock on fire with gasoline and blew up his body.
Well, thank God he wasn't docking.
No, that's different. Two men can use docking. Dr. Till says, stop gaslighting us on the word gaslighting.
I don't like it.
It's just when men use it, it dries up vaginas. That's all.
Yeah, I do feel crusty down there at this moment, like dry crusty now.
Laughing Lion says gaslighting is when you light a match in the turlet to hide the smell. Precisely. The other word, it's somebody else, I think even more, said it in the chat. They said when men use the word that say they're triggered, it's such a weak.
I don't like
it's
using
such a
that
weak word.
Like sometimes it is the only word to use in a situation, but not very often.
Yeah.
You can skip it.
Gaslighting is a 3-syllable word, says Hulkamasha Baby. Pretty advanced for Litchfield folk.
Exactly. That's why I can't use it. It's too many syllables for me. I don't get it.
I always thought gaslighting was when you fart on a struck lighter. I mean, that's fair enough, too. That's a more literal sense.
Or gaslighting to me from my small town is like when we're having a bonfire and one of my friends decides to take a whole gas can from like the garage and like throw gasoline on the fire, and then it follows them back and causes problems.
Trina Roshia says, I've often wondered if people get paid for coming up with new words. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't finna in the definition or in the dictionary now?
It should be, shouldn't it? 09 Canyon says there's an old movie about it called Gaslight. The husband was trying to drive his wife crazy. Well, then we already have words for that. He's fucking with her. That's what gaslighting. Hey, you're fucking with me. You're gaslighting me.
See, I just
there's a conspiracy out there to take away all the tough, strong words and replace them with weak-ass pussy words because, as Carlin once said, soft words create soft people. Now, what brings you back on your heels when someone tells you you're gaslighting me? Or, dude, you're fucking with me right now.
That one. I'm scared of the second one. The first one makes me look at the person who said it and think, oh, you're just a soft person. Like,
right.
To me, that's like a soft word to use.
Whenever someone says the word gaslighting, I really want to bully them.
Yeah, I picture you as being like you're just, everything offends you.
Yeah,
and
fucking pussy.
You're,
you gaslit. Oh, you gaslit. I want to give that person a wedgie for saying gaslighting.
I want to give him a nice swirly.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, why don't you, I have to pee.
Let's bully everyone who says gaslighting. We'll bully that word out of existence. I'm kidding, YouTube. This is a conversation for Rumble Friday. Thank you, Kyler, for the $5 over on PayPal. We appreciate that. 125 away from killing that goal today, and we're still a whole 50 minutes away from rattling the offering plate. So thank you guys very much. You guys are doing it $5-10 at a time today. I like that. Johnny David says he verbally attacked me. That's another one. Verbally attacked me. Well, then he didn't attack you, did he? He just said mean things to you. People who say gaslight also say problematic, says Mel Gibson after 12 beers. Yes, absolutely. They all those white woman therapy words. They use them all, and they don't know how to use them. Is the worst part. So we'll get into the throwing the boiling water on the boyfriend thing. He definitely fucked somebody, right? Because it was the girlfriend's sister that threw the boiling water on him. So the sister was told by the girlfriend about this guy, having stinky dick. And then so she took matters into her own hands because her sister's kind of a pussy, but the girlfriend's sister is kind of a psycho. Like neither of them are okay, but in different directions. So then she threw the boiling water on the guy while he slept. And he was so sleepy from, pounding strange pussy. Guys, we do not have a count yet for Stonies for the anniversary party, an accurate count. There could be about 6 tickets left to the comedy show. There could be none. I'm going to take a look. But if you want to get in, and I'm not trying to create a false sense of demand. When we hit that number now, I talked to Cheetos yesterday. We were confused, he and I, about what number we were going to. When I'm done with this run, I think all we can add is standing room only. The place is packed. So get your tickets today before we get our count in and we change the number and we, start to lock it down a little bit. Also, if you want to be in the cornhole tournament, we're past 32 people already. So we're past 16 teams. It will be the biggest tournament we've ever had. So get in, check it out. Go to eventbrite.com. If one of the mods want to put the link in the chat in both Rumble and YouTube, go ahead and put that in there. But we've got our anniversary show coming up a week from Saturday. The 9th anniversary party at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Tomorrow is bike night at Stoney's. So be sure to bring your motorcycle, get some drinks, grab a couple of pizzas, enjoy the band, enjoy the fun, enjoy the entertainment. Check out the food truck, Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. It's bike night. It's one of the biggest parties of the week at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, if your car goes in the ditch or if you get in an accident, whatever, you lock your keys in your car. They can help you with all of it. At Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, or at All Care Towing. I guess they can help you at Stoney's, but you're not going to have to wait that long, so you might just want to make it a shot. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. MidlandArmory.com or visit Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, shotguns, rifles, magazines, lower receivers, parts and gear, suppressors, you name it. They've got it at Midland Armory. You can order online, but be sure to use the promo code SteelToe to get a huge discount or visit Midland Armory in downtown Foley. If you have a question for Derek or Tracy about what you're looking for, contact them. The numbers are right there at the bottom of the website. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or midlandarmory.com. And let's say you should have to defend yourself with that firearm. Get your legal defense in order right now. Peace of mind at $19.99 a month for a subscription-based legal defense geared toward armed professionals and private citizens who defend themselves and their family. Civil cases, up to $1.5 million. You don't pay a dime back. Plus, you get legal representation. If you lose, you don't have to pay anything back. Criminal coverage, start to finish, $19.99 a month, subscription-based legal defense. This is kind of like armed citizens banding together and helping each other out. I personally, I think it kind of strengthens the rights of everybody who might have to defend themselves or their families at some point, because it makes sure that all of us are covered, which is awesome.
Yeah.
That's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Thank you, guys, very, very much. And be sure to pick up your Steel Toe coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. They've got the Steel Toe Select coffee there now. They've got Steel Toe Select. And did you see the new logo for April's Magic Bean? Check that shit out.
Oh, my God.
How do you like that?
I'm obsessed.
Yes, there you go.
That is great.
Guys, that's the bag you get when you buy April's Magic Bean. It's right there in whole bean or ground, 12-ounce bags. There it is, a smooth blend of coffee from South America. Steel Toe Select, the limited anniversary edition for this month.
That's me.
Or April's Magic Bean. There it is. That's the bag you're going to get.
I mean, I'd buy that bag, right?
And then, of course, you still have all of the Steel Toe coffees.
Just all very delicious.
All of them very good. So we've got a great selection of coffees for you now.
Holy crap.
I'll talk to our guy. Maybe we can do K-Cups next. I don't know what their ability to do that is. We'll check and we'll see. But right now, pick up your Steel Toe coffee. We sold more coffee last month than we did the month before. Now, obviously, the first month was the biggest one.
I need to try the latest one, the Steel Toe Select.
But as we get more items in that shop, more people can go in there, pick up more stuff. The Steel Toe Select Anniversary Coffee is a smooth South American coffee aged in a whiskey barrel for 30 days. And that's up there for August. So pick that up at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, should I buy a TB12 shotgun? You mean DP12? That's what I had. All I know is the DP12, and I loved it. It's fantastic. It's worth every penny. It makes a shitty shot a better shot. I know this because I was a good shot with it, and I suck. So, yes,
I think it's a worthless gun, but guns are all cool, so go ahead.
It's the coolest gun in the world.
It's a very, it's one you're not going to use very often, in my opinion, but guns are still cool.
April has that cherry pie music video girl look. Well, there you go.
I prefer that, too. I think that's very cool.
There you go.
I love that bag. I had no idea that they put me on it now.
Just came out last night, I think.
I'm absolutely tickled. I will be ordering that bag now.
$120 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Ty Cobb, after one beer, says, give me 3 K-Cups. No, Ty, come on. How dare you,
3
Ty?
K-Cups. That could actually be the name of it now.
All right, we got about 40 minutes until we rattle the offering plate, and we're only $120 away, so thank you guys for chipping in. If you want to finish her off, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, YouTube. Thank you very much. Oh, there's Jim in the Rumble chat. There he is. Says you're welcome, April.
Dude, it's cool. I really love that. Thank you.
Very, very nice. Okay, so let's get to this throwing boiling water on people story. So this woman here, the sister of a girlfriend, who I'm guessing was cheated on or something like that.
Maybe.
Threw a pot of boiling water on her sister's boyfriend. When police arrived on the scene, they found the alleged victim of 26-year-old Leonya Spates. But there's an apostrophe between the N and the A. Leona. It's a black woman's name.
I'd say Leonya.
Victim of 26-year-old Leona Spates severely burned on his neck as large blood clots fell from his nose and blisters rippled along his body. So the visual, if you will. Sorry if you're having breakfast. The visual here is a guy,
oh God,
face melting off in front of police officers. That's a pretty open and shut case right there. The man identified in Spates' July 28th arrest report as Khalid Pittman was reportedly asleep when the attack occurred at Spates' sister's home. Spates' sister, Diamond McCauley. I have a question.
Diamond with a Y.
Why do they have different last names?
No reason. This is actually what they chose in life. They changed it to that.
Now, Spates' sister, Diamond McCauley, informed police that she brought Pittman to her home that day while packing her bags for an upcoming move. McCauley said amid the preparations, she received a call from her mother asking to check on Spates, who was also at McCauley's house at the time. Spates, redacted arrest records indicate, may suffer from a history of mental illness. Wait, time out. You're saying that the woman who threw a pot of boiling hot water on a man's face while he was asleep might not be all there?
I considered that option.
What are you, a doctor? Huh? McCauley said when she went to check on her sister, she appeared to be cooking since a pot of boiling water was on the stove. But within moments, after she turned her back on Spates and went into another room, screams rang out through the Sentinel County home. How blood-curdling were those screams?
It's actually causing me like a gagging sensation thinking about it.
I don't think I can imagine the screams in my head. They had to be so bad. Like a human can't normally hit those octaves and volumes unless that happens to them.
Right.
Ooh. When McCauley emerged from a laundry room and ran into her bedroom where Pittman was asleep, she told authorities she found Spates standing there, empty pot in hand, as Pittman screamed and writhed in pain. Spates allegedly took a swing at her sister, police said, and the two entered into a physical altercation as Spates allegedly told her sister, "He has to go." Okay, so now wait a minute.
But why?
Are we thinking that this guy did something scummy, or are we thinking we definitely just got a batshit sister in the house?
That's a toss-up, actually, because I was going to think that maybe Spates was also sleeping with the guy, and she was, like, pissed that he chose to be with the sister.
He's fucking both of them?
You know, that was my initial reaction, but now it kind of just sounds crazy.
Dead Jester says, I would like to think of it as truly singing from the soul. Yeah, whatever noise is coming out of you, it's the noise your body wants to make.
Right? It's not what you think it can handle, it's what it knows it needs.
P.A. Cheddar says, I watched the Shabusiness interrogation. Remember the woman who cut the guy's cock off and put it in the bucket? She said she sucked him as she dismembered. Oh, fuck. You know what? Clip, please, if you've got it. Throw me a link in the chat.
That's disgusting.
I think Zen Rhino sent that to me, too, and I forgot to do it. It got buried in my emails. Son of a dog dick. Ugh.
You know what I don't get about this whole boiling water thing?
Yeah.
If it's your sister's house and you're that sister that lives at the house and you come into the kitchen and it's the middle of the night because, you know, the guy's sleeping and everything.
Right.
And your sister's just in your house
boiling water.
Cooking in the middle of the night. You're not suspicious of anything.
Well, they didn't say it was the middle of the night. She was packing for a move. This could have been
and
a nap.
He was sleeping,
this could have been a nap. It could have been
You're right. I'm projecting
morning.
Because I don't nap. I just go to bed.
According to the police report, no prior incidents or bad relations were reported between Spates and Pittman. Pittman told law enforcement officers he had no idea why Spates poured water on him. Spates later told arresting officers she was made uncomfortable in the home by his very presence.
So he didn't cheat or anything.
No.
He just existed, and she was like, She was having like some weird spirit shit in her head where you're like, oh, he's up to something. He's going to hurt someone. You have to hurt first.
We have the rare decent guy in an abuse situation where he just got fucked up for no reason.
Yeah.
And this woman's just like, I just didn't feel comfortable with his very presence in the house. Well, then you leave. That's the funny part. It's her sister and the sister's boyfriend's place to live. She doesn't feel comfortable there. Okay, then skedaddle.
Get out. Go to your own house.
The mom was right about one thing.
What?
Mental illness.
Yes.
That's for sure. There was blood. Mr. Approachable says there were blood clots coming from his nose, which means the water got into his face, which means if you're imagining the scream, you need to add a little bit of a gargle to it. I'm trying, but I
can't even laugh at you. It's actually making me sick.
I don't think there was. I don't think I can get even close to what that noise probably sounded like. Please stop. It's making this edging tough, says White Rex. Well, I hope you don't, blow. Union Jack says, I was hoping the guy was at least a scumbag or something, right?
No, it sounds like he was fine.
Exactly. Authorities said that Spates appeared to have a minor scratch and some bleeding on her right hand, and this was likely due to her scuffle with her sister. Spates' mother, oh, God. So we have Diamond McCauley.
Diamond
we have
with a Y.
Liana Spates. And we have their mother, Queen Golat.
See, now I can laugh at this story. That's fine.
What's in a name? And sometimes everything. Spates' mother told police she was on the phone with her daughter shortly before the alleged battery occurred. Well, I mean, the sisters obviously come from different dads because neither of them are married, and they both have different last names. They're Queen Golat's kids, but the Kang was a little bit different in each case.
Yeah, what happened to Kang Golat?
Yeah, what happened to all the Kang Golats that was around? What happened to Kang Spates and Kang McCauley? I guess they went back to their tribe. Fucking idiot. Queen Golat. And how often do you think she said that in her life? She's like, my name is Queen, and that means I need a Kang. Every time she has a breakup?
I'm guessing that whenever she was with a dude, she called him that.
She told police she was on the phone with her daughter shortly before the alleged battery occurred. Spates cut the call off abruptly, prompting Golat to ask McCauley to check in on her. Spates was charged with domestic bodily harm or disability. So, and that's the end of the story. So this guy literally did zero wrong.
He was sleeping.
He was sleeping, and she just threw hot water on his face. What a crazy cunt you have to be.
Right. A sleeping person, by the way, the definition of not a threat.
Oh,
it's a sleeping person.
Take a lot of cocoa butter to soothe the burns on that guy's face. I'm just saying it's a good moisturizer.
I know. I use it
What
daily.
I've heard. Triple N says Queen Golat, and Carlos says, is that a Zelda villain? Yes, I believe Queen Golat is who you have to face before you face Ganon. I believe is who you have to take out. Somebody said the only thing that this guy did wrong was pick that chick. Well, no, let the sister come over.
Yeah, no
Was the
sisters
mistake he
allowed.
made.
We just keep sisters out of the house now.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that woman's invited anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think she gets to come over.
Yeah, where does she live? Did she live with the mom?
She's going to be living...
She's going to be living on the streets soon
No,
enough.
I think she's going to be living in a place that's paid for exclusively by taxpayers pretty soon. All right, guys, we got to watch... I got a Blueface update. I love this guy. Blueface is my favorite. If you don't know who Blueface is, he's a rapper, but he's known for being in a relationship with, not Black China, Krishan Rock.
Yep.
And she is out of her fucking mind. She would throw boiling water on a guy for no reason.
Yes, she would.
And Blueface, he gets beaten up by her on live streams. She beats him. She hits him. She gets drunk and
It's a
she
power
abuses
move.
him. And he tells her, like, I'm done. I'm fucking done with his hoe and everything else. Well, then he knocked her up. And after he knocked her up, they decided they're going to be happy together and they're going to have this baby and all of that stuff. Well, Blueface is also known for another thing, and that is talking to his son about life, giving his son advice on life, and how to live a full, complete life as a man. One thing that Blueface is obsessed with, apparently, is making sure his son isn't gay.
He is very obsessed with that.
He's very concerned with making sure his son isn't gay, to the point where he posts something yesterday online proving to the world that, once again, his 6-year-old ain't no homo. That's, would you like to see?
I would like to see.
This is Blueface.
We have a 6-year-old. I'd like to see if I would say this to our 6-year-old.
Like father, like son, they're just standing around the house shirtless.
Yelling, Blueface, baby.
Yeah, Blueface, baby, your woman's a whore. What's that? What's the drop we have of Blueface?
Look, if you fuck 1,000 guys, you're a whore.
Look, if you fuck 1,000 men, you're a whore.
Oh.
Exactly.
Man.
So Blueface is dropping this knowledge on his son now. Let's take a listen.
Everyone here wants to know.
Are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Yeah, we got to get a Ugandan pastor in here.
Yeah.
No.
What the fuck are you talking about? Come on, give it to me.
I love how they've got a 6-year-old and a baby, and Krishan Rock is in the background just dropping F-bombs. What the fuck are you
Some people don't care about the children.
Yeah. Like he goes, "Are you gay?" And the kid's like, "No." He's like, "Yes." Which, by the way, I don't want the media to attack him for that, because that's secretly every straight man when their son's not gay. Come on.
But you don't say it,
You know how like gay people want people to be like them and they want their offspring to be like them?
So do straight people.
Right. Straight people are the same way. It's no different.
Yeah, but I don't say it.
I mean, first girlfriend that our boy comes home with, I'm going to go, yes! Unless she's fat, then I'm
What
going
if
to be
she
like,
has blue hair?
oh, shit. Yeah, there are some asterisks that need to... I'll do I'll do a silent, but I'll wince a little.
You'll
while I
do like a golf celebration.
Soft clapping.
And meanwhile, Krishan's in the background. The fuck you say to that child?
Yeah, so you got the dad. So usually there's one halfway sane parent, but you got the dad going, "Yo, you suck dick, boy?" "No." "All right." "Hey, what the fuck are you doing to that fucking kid, N-word?" And it's like, oh, shit. It's like, these kids have no chance.
None at all.
No chance.
This boy right here, I'm sure of it, will knock up some chick at 13.
Blueface, don't blow all of your money. Set up a trust fund for that kid a little bit just so that he can live after you guys are done fucking him up.
I want you to know that I believe his #1 smash hit is called Thotiana.
I like him.
With Cardi B.
I'm in.
That's not okay.
Thotiana.
Thought, like THOT.
Yeah, I know. I like it.
And she busts down.
Time to hold these hoes accountable.
No.
What the fuck are you talking about? Come on, give it to me.
She good.
She
Get her butter from me.
Wait,
Hey,
what
guys.
did you say?
He's not gay. We got hope.
How do you hate this guy?
I love this guy every time I see him.
He's great.
He
His
ain't-
music
he's
sucks, but I think
Yeah.
his life stories are fine, right?
He's not gay. He's got hope.
Oh my God.
You know what gay is?
No.
Dude, give Blueface and his son their own show.
This is it. This is all we need.
Are
right
you
here.
kidding me? Breakfast with the Blueface boys.
I really don't. What else you got? What else you got?
What?
Don't do that.
Do what?
Do what? She's like, don't do that. He's like, do what? Oh, no. And now
She like hardened, I'm going to beat my man on
Yeah.
camera woman. She's like, don't you tell that kid if he gay or not.
She's literally physically abused him live on stream multiple times.
Right.
She's like, I draw the line here. That's why the kid is making this face. Now all of a sudden he's like, oh shit, mom's going to hit dad.
And then he's going to have a blue face.
Yeah, mama going to beat the shit out of him.
Black and blue face.
That's, black and blue. You're going to be black and blue face by the time I'm done with you.
I'm not. What the hell? Okay, well,
What do you got?
if you ever decided to be gay,
Okay.
Can't wait.
I would be upset.
He thought this was postable. I want you all to know that.
If you ever decided you was gay, I would be upset. By the way, if you do happen to be gay, talk like that as a young child doesn't fuck you up at all.
No, I think, you know what's even worse about this? I think now that kid's going to wonder about gayness.
Right.
And like what's gay and what's so bad about it.
Yeah, it's going to become like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
It's telling a kid to look away from the TV, which makes him want to look harder.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I would be upset. but I would still love you.
Oh, see? Well, then what's the fucking problem here? So he's talking to a kid.
Wow, and no lefties out there can criticize this guy. He's black, so.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do?
I still support you. Take care of you.
I'm not that.
I'm not that.
Fucking based Blueface boy.
We should have a show, Breakfast with Blueface.
Breakfast with Blueface,
No.
and he's just imparting wisdom on his son.
Breakfast.
It would be breakfast with Blueface.
Cool.
What else you got? I'm going for like another one. You have to think of one?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this game we're playing?
Everyone wants to know what's your question to me.
Can I tell you something, by the way, before you get off this? I don't think that's Krishan's baby yet. I'm pretty sure that's his other baby.
I don't think that, yeah.
Like-
Do they have babies together?
Nope.
Or?
This is him and Krishan's first baby.
So he's got babies from others.
He's
Does
got
she
a lot
have
of
kids?
I don't think so.
Oh, wow. No. Blueface refused to let it go in spite of his girlfriend Jaden Alexis yelling for him to stop off screen. So he's not with Krishan anymore. Good. Good.
But
Jaden Alexis.
What?
Here's more. We got more videos. Hold on.
what's going on?
Casual day. Casual day with Jay Nasty.
There's kids in the living room.
Are those kids twerking and shit?
Yep.
Oh, Blueface, no. Come on. You got yourself a hoe, son. Don't do this. I like Blueface. I don't like the girl.
Son, come here. There's booty cheeks out here. You in here looking for chips.
Did you hear that?
Slim Jims and shit. You ain't gay, is you?
You got girls out here in booty shorts and you in here looking for Slim Jims and chips and
He
shit.
literally said, "There's booty cheeks out here, and you in here looking for chips." Oh my god!
So are those? Maybe they weren't kids.
Yes, they are.
Maybe they were her friends. No, those are adult. Those are adults.
I swear to God, there's kids around them.
That was an adult.
The pink shorts might be an adult. There's
She's
kids
an
down
adult.
there.
That's an adult right there.
You know what? Fine.
Those might be her stripper friends.
Casual day with Jay Nasty.
Yeah, those are grown women.
Son, come here. There's booty cheeks out here. You in here looking for chips. And Slim Jims and shit.
I love that.
They're just swearing out there.
I love that a guy with the money Blueface probably has just has the emptiest pantry that's just got Slim Jims in it.
Do you want me to mute the mics for a second and tell you all about that?
Is it racial?
No, I think it's more drug related. Like people like that typically don't eat a lot. No offense.
Yeah, but you've got children in your home.
Do you think they eat a lot?
Let's get
And
some.
it ain't quality food.
I guess
I'll tell you
they
that
got Slim
much.
Jims and
Slim
juice
Jims
boxes.
and chips. That's
Yeah.
what he said.
You ain't gay, is you? Huh? Are you gay? You ain't gay, right? My man. My dog. My young.
Jesus.
Did they just blurt that out because he said the N-word or something?
He just.
young.
Oh, he might have.
Yeah.
Look,
He's not going to just call him my young.
I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that this is good parenting. What I'm saying is when your dad is Blueface, in my opinion, this is the least amount of harm he can do.
I mean, at least, the house looked clean.
If we can find,
I don't know.
if we can keep him at this level, I think we're good.
You ain't gay, is you?
Union
My
Jack
man.
says if karma is real, that kid will be gay.
Right.
Yeah, that's
that
why you
kid's
gotta-
going to be gay. If you keep saying the gay word around the 6-year-old and he's like, what's gay? Which he did. He said that on the couch. He's going to start looking into gay now.
Toonsis says, you're clueless, Aaron, for fuck's sake. What am I clueless about? The kid and the gay and the Blueface and the... Do I not know enough about Blueface? I apologize. I apologize if I've offended anyone.
I think I've heard 2 of his songs ever. They're both pretty awful.
Dr. Till says, with parents like these, how could they ever disrespect women?
What's going on with him and Krishan then? Because they didn't have that kid yet.
Right, I don't know. Ty Cobb, after one beer, says, them cheeks, though, she got the same racial makeup like Babe Ruth. Blueface is the exact same person as my half-brother. He is half black, too, says Cooter Soup Instructions.
Well, that must be a good time for you.
Yeah.
Wait, what did I out myself about?
You outed yourself.
How?
Oh, Jesus. I got to skip some of them.
Here, I have something to say regarding his parenting of his children. At
Yeah.
least he's there.
That's what Laughing Lion says. He's
existing.
engaged with the
Okay.
kid at least.
Yeah, he's there.
Crunchy Cynicism says on a scale of Blueface to Nick Cannon. Yeah, that's the parenting.
How many?
Say what you will about Nick Cannon. Good dad.
How many? Well, you don't know that. How
From
many?
what I've seen.
You don't know.
Good enough.
How many kids? How many baby mamas do you think Blueface has? 3?
2. Well, he's only got 2 kids, right?
So far, he has one on the way.
Oh, and one on the way. Yeah,
That's probably 3.
2 or 3. Yeah. The fact that Blueface is even around for his kids is a statistical anomaly,
It is
says
interesting.
Mel Gibson.
And he seems to give a shit. Like, no, I get maybe it's not the thing to say, but you wouldn't be asking your kid about if he's gay or not.
Let me say this.
And, like,
We're
having
laughing.
an intent and hear about it if you didn't care.
We're laughing because he's black, but people who grew up in central Minnesota got this same question. Like uncles and stuff might have like done this same thing. Like, if you were gay, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is not.
They'll shame you out of it. You'll do something a little fruity if you're a dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, you'll have a dad or an uncle be like, what are you, gay? Or a friend, what are you, gay? And they'll try to like shame you about it.
Friendo, I have to say, this came out of left field. This seemed a tad bit unnecessary, sir. He says, Aaron supports the black community by letting Soul Brothers plow his lily white cornhole. Now, what did that have to do with anything, sir? What did it have to do with anything other than to be hurtful?
You do bleach it.
20 minutes away from rattling the offering plate and knocking out the rest of this goal. We're only at 120. That's striking distance. Let's keep her going, boys and girls. Thank you very much for your support. Throw in a couple of bucks on Streamlabs and PayPal. It's all pinned to the top of the chat there, or it's in the chat on Rumble. Go ahead and throw in. And then in 20 minutes, maybe we don't even play music again today.
Oh, no.
So Johnny and I were talking about this yesterday. Neither of us knew that this existed.
Mm-mm.
Apparently, there was a sequel made. Not a sequel, but I guess they owned, I think this is a Sony movie. They owned the rights to Crocodile Dundee.
Nope, there was already 2 originals. You don't need more.
And there were 2 original Crocodile Dundee movies. And they decided to make like a reboot 5 years ago. I did not know this movie existed until I saw it on R Cringe, and then Johnny brought it up on the show yesterday. But there was a movie called Dundee, and they got a great cast to do it. I'm guessing either for scale, they made minimum wage on this, or they spent a shitload on this movie, and it did nothing. Margot Robbie, Hugh Jackman, both of the Hemsworth brothers, Danny McBride, and Russell Crowe.
I've never heard of this movie.
Yeah, it's called Dundee. There's a reason you've never heard of it. Want to watch the trailer?
I don't, but, morbid curiosity, I guess.
Now, in 2018, was Kenny Powers even still a thing? I feel like Kenny Powers was done by then. But really, Danny McBride had this problem. And I love Danny McBride. I think he's very funny. But he got typecast. He did that kind of hillbilly, fuck you, spitting tobacco baseball player character in Eastbound and Down. And then he kind of got cast as Kenny Powers in everything he did. Like in Tropic Thunder. Mm-hmm. He's just Kenny Powers with explosives.
Yeah.
And then in this movie, he's Crocodile Dundee as Kenny Powers. So the whole plot of this movie is that Crocodile Dundee had a kid in America when he went there. Mm-hmm. And that kid grew up, and now he's coming back to Australia.
I hate this, and I'll tell you why. I liked the first 2. I don't think they're like great movies, but it's like an easy watch. It's enough to keep my attention while I'm doing something.
I've never seen either of the Crocodile Dundee movies.
Really? See, they're nothing, like, it's not like anti-American to not like them. Ironically, they're Australian essentially, but
so
good movies.
Here's the trailer for Dundee. Now you look at this cast and you go, holy shit, man. It's a solid movie.
Bangers, yeah.
Let's take a look.
Hey,
I hate it already.
Good day, losers.
So it's a spoof movie.
Kind of a spoof.
It has to be a spoof.
But they're playing, but it's in the universe of Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, but like the original movies, like while there was drama in them, even just the dramatic music in this, it's not fitting. Everything is wrong.
The problem you're going to have with this movie as we continue in this trailer is it's not spoofy enough to be a spoof, but it's not.
So it's not going to pick a lane.
But it's not true enough to the original to be a true sequel. So it's trying to do both at the same. It's basically a movie that's hedging its bets. It's like, oh, if people say it's not a true Crocodile Dundee sequel, then we'll just say we were spoofing it. And if people are like, oh, it's a shitty spoof, they'll be like, well, no, it's a sequel. Like when you try to do both, you fail.
I've only seen 15 seconds of this. I would label it a spoof.
Yo, where the kangaroos at?
Brian Dundee?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Why do you keep saying really?
What do you mean Dundee's lost?
I hate this already. I can't watch this.
You don't think him playing the
This is
Kumluku or whatever the fuck
by the
that
way,
thing is,
this
like a
is-
guitar is funny?
This is like the movie Meet the Spartans. Like this is a spoof movie. That's all this is.
They're playing it like
They-
he's
they-
the son of Crocodile
No,
Dundee.
You're not allowed. It's not allowed. It's not correct.
What do you mean Dundee's lost in the outback? He is the outback.
Nobody talks about Mick like that.
Careful with that knife, mate. It's pretty sharp.
A knife? How big?
What do you mean there's two of them?
You don't think it's good
I
so
just-
far? It's a comedy. I want you to know it's a
not,
comedy.
though. Like I know you haven't seen the original two, and like I said, it's not that big of a sin, but this is kind of sinful compared to the first two.
Free beer! Free beer! Free beer!
You ever seen a humpback?
So when he said there's two of them, do you think that they were referring to Hemsworth and McBride lost in the outback, or do you think they're saying there's two Dundee kids and one of them's Margot Robbie?
That one.
Okay.
Whale give birth. It's a bloodbath.
Speak to me, little guy.
Isla Fisher.
Yeah, when your dad did it, he was much.
Okay, and when my dad told me about this, he was just like, yeah, I just came up and he did this, okay?
I just don't think he can see you from back here.
That was funny, right? Because he's trying to do the Crocodile Dundee thing
This is
with the
so-
animal. He's trying to connect with the animal.
Well, because Mick did that in the first one.
Yeah.
But they weren't laughing about it.
You didn't. That was a serious
It
moment.
was a very serious moment.
But he's trying to do it, and it's really funny because
Yeah.
he's not close. He's far away.
No, I'm laughing on the inside.
Yeah.
I don't just own this newspaper, son. I own this country.
By the way, a shitty movie with a shitty trailer, and the minute he shows up and starts talking, you go, "Fuck yeah, this part's cool."
I would never watch this.
The thing about Russell Crowe is, and I know some people like him, some people, I fucking love Russell Crowe. Everything he's in, the minute Russell Crowe shows up on camera, you're like, all right, at least this part's not going to suck because Russell Crowe is here.
Okay.
And Dundee's gonna learn who the most dangerous animal in Australia is. It's me.
Whatever.
No. None of this. Like,
You know what it is? They
This
got all
belongs-
these actors to do it, and they're like, fuck it, we'll throw something together. We got all these great actors. It'll be funny.
This to me strikes me as these guys all just kind of wanted to hang out like these actors did. They wanted to hang. They wanted a fun hang. And they're like, what can we do while we're hanging out?
This is to Crocodile Dundee what Ghostbusters 2016 was to Ghostbusters.
It's sinful, right?
You got a
Like-
big cast together, and you made a shit movie. And nobody talks about this.
I've never,
Yeah.
ever heard of
It's
it.
5 years old. It's been out for
That's
5 years.
insane. This belongs on r/cringe.
Yeah.
My mom's side of the family are all jazz musicians, so kind of comes natural to me.
You know what this strikes
I
me
hate
as?
it.
This strikes me as they got a bunch of really funny actors in a movie and they just started to let them ad-lib shit And you can't do that. You can't just make a movie of people like, oh yeah, my mother's side was jazz musicians. This is why it comes so naturally to me. Nobody wrote that. They were just fucking around and they recorded that and Danny McBride came up with it. They go, oh yeah, put that in the movie. It's funny.
Like in the original movie and stuff, there's people in New York, like rich people scheming and stuff. And, there's this lady who got sent over to Australia to do some reporting and shit.
Russell Crowe. He's that character.
I don't.
Let's see what
let's
see what it did Rotten Tomatoes wise. Dundee, the son of a legend, returns home. Didn't even get a rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
Nobody watched it. That's why.
Did nobody watch? Did this movie ever come out?
All it said was coming soon. It didn't give a date. Maybe that's why we never
Did
saw
they
it.
never release? They came up with a trailer and then it was such shit they never released it.
Put behind it, say release date.
Dundee, 2018 Rotten Tomatoes. There's nothing.
And what is the very excellent Mr. Dundee?
Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles got 1 star, 11%.
Is that I think that's the sequel.
Is that the second one?
Oh, yeah, excuse me. I don't think it was New York. It was LA then. It's been a long time.
No, 2001, Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles. They must have made a third one.
Oh, ew. See, I didn't know that either. I've only seen the first 2.
Crocodile.
We got to stop making sequels.
Yeah, there's Crocodile Dundee 2. So there's Crocodile Dundee in 86, 2 in 88, and then in 01 they decided to make one.
So I've seen 86 and 88.
Yeah. And then in 2020 they made the very excellent Mr. Dundee with Chevy Chase. That was not a Crocodile Dundee movie.
I don't hate the first 2. I think the first one is the only one you should care to watch.
First one got an 89% from critics, but only 59 from the audience.
I don't think it's bad. I'd watch that today. I might watch that today.
How about the second one? With Paul Hogan. 9% from Rotten Tomatoes, 38% audience score. So they thought the second one sucked ass.
I'm kind of in that camp. I don't like when there's like a really solid first movie and then you feel like you need a sequel just because that first one did well.
Dude, now I'm starting to think that Dundee movie never came out and they were ashamed of it. And so they just said, fuck it, we're not making this movie. Wow. $9.99 from Red Fox Mad says, how is the Steel Toe softball team doing? Are they going to win the championship this year? A few people left the team, and I think they just gathered together what was left of it, and they're going to make one more run this year, but we couldn't make it to any of the games last year, so they just didn't ask us to do it again.
Dude, I don't know how you felt. I had to find out on the golf course from one of the teammates because he was golfing behind us, and we were waiting for people ahead of us.
Yeah, we never got asked.
I went to the guy, and I'm like, hey, do you miss softball this year? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm still playing. And I'm like, what? Yeah, they didn't say anything.
Spicy Mustard with $2 says Dundee isn't a real movie. It was a gimmick. Honor Roll Dude with $4.99 says this is an advertisement. Y'all got worked, you mark. Oh, well then fuck me. I'm a mark.
Well, see, I can't feel too stupid. You goaded me into this.
Well, our cringe got worked too. Perfect.
Uh-oh.
It's an advertisement, you mark. Yeah, they're all saying, wait a minute. So a fake trailer. They made a fake trailer for this movie. I got marked out by it. Johnny K saying this movie is just a pander and McBride is extremely overrated. No, fuck you. Wait a minute. So if I got worked by this, who's the mark? The mark who bought their trailer or the marks who got all these actors together and made a stupid fucking trailer for a stupid movie that's never going to be released? That's just an advertisement and a gimmick. Who's the mark?
Yeah, I don't like that. They got all those big names together to make a fake trailer.
For a movie that looked really shitty.
How expensive was that? You paid people to make a fake trailer.
All right, they got me. They got me.
The Dundee trailer was a commercial for Australian tourism?
Not okay. I'm against it.
I'm even more upset now.
Wood Chippy says fake trailer, fake movie, fake country. You know what? I'll go with all of those. I'll go with all of them. Thank
Look
you.
what you've done to us.
I know. Now I look like a complete asshole. Isn't this fun? Where's Drunk on Cringe when you need him? I gave him 2 clips right back to back, 2 shows in a row. I got Fallen.
Here, I got it.
I got Fallen for the Dundee trailer. Hold on. We'll Fox and the Hound it. Not Fox and the Hound. Lady and the Tramp. There you go.
Oh.
Now let's dock. So I got the Louis Anderson story yesterday, and now I got biting on this trailer. Drunk on Cringe has got me twice today.
You worked me up over nothing.
I did. I worked us all up.
I thought that was so sinful and gross.
I want to apologize to the world.
I need a beer after
for that one. Atomic Ray says, smoke a doobie, Aaron. It is legal in your state. Well, maybe you're right.
Not really. The ironic part, and I think Johnny made a post about it yesterday, like it's illegal, but now everything's so tied up in like different like litigations and shit, nobody can open their stuff yet. Nobody can sell it yet.
They're giving it to shop owners of color first. They can apply first. The reservation got to apply before everyone, then people of color, then the whiteys.
Like
can apply.
The guy that does our website, him and his dad are going to open a dispensary, and he posted something on Johnny's post saying like he's like months and months away from being able to sell this stuff.
Yeah. It's
Like,
a long ways away.
It's really crazy, actually.
Oh boy, everybody hit like, everybody hit subscribe. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Rumble, everybody follow and sub and all of that good stuff. We are 110 away from knocking out today's goal, so we are very, very close. We're going to rattle the offering plate in about 5 minutes here. Sid Saraf with $4.99 says, I've fallen for worse. Still love you too. I don't know about the audience, and I know the audience is the only opinion that matters on this. But as a host, I always feel like it's fun for the audience when I look like a fucking doofus like that. That kind of stuff doesn't really bother me.
No.
Because I figure the audience gets a kick out of it.
That video did bother me, though.
Thank God it's not a real movie.
That does make it feel better on the back end, but watching it up front while I'm still thinking it's a real movie did trouble me.
It's pretty bad. But it's not a real movie, so now you can feel better. So
yeah,
everybody wins.
But I got so angry
You
inside.
did get very upset.
I'm going to watch the first one today out of protest.
Chevrolet JB says, the way I read the law, until they get a retail setup, don't ask, don't tell where your weed came from.
You can gift it. You can gift it to somebody, and then if they feel like gifting it back, like gifting you some money.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think they can like get you in trouble for that.
It
was a gift.
Yeah, but that seems a little fucky.
It's my birthday.
It seems a little fucky. Are they going to try that in a store? Like,
no, what are you, a noob? You don't do that in a store.
I don't know.
You can wait to set your store up.
So now so it's legal, but nobody's going to be able to sell it forever and ever. So everybody's smoking weed right now that was illegally obtained.
Right. That is the funny part to me is like anyone sitting on their front porch smoking a joint right now.
It was obtained illegally.
Yeah, but you can't do anything about it.
I thought this story was full of irony and just delicious and awesome. Before we do the offering plate e-beggar segment here, we'll do this because this one, you know how I said earlier that, whenever, even if it doesn't change anything, as long as someone has to admit they were a dildo and a dickhead and they were wrong while they were screaming and yelling about something, it makes me feel good. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, this is so awesome because I think of states like Arizona and New Mexico and Texas and California and how long they've been dealing with illegal immigration. 40 years.
Sure.
They've been dealing with this
Long
problem.
time.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams gets the equivalent of a couple of busloads of illegals sent to his country by DeSantis and Governor Abbott in Texas. And he has now gone from liberal open border Democrat to staunch border security Republican overnight because he actually had to live with it and see it. These not in my backyard people, the minute they have to take some responsibility for the policies they advocate, they fall apart.
It's hard for them.
Democrats in D.C. say the border is fine, but Democratic mayors are singing a different tune. Let's go ahead and play this clip from Fox about Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City.
Eventually, this was going to come to a neighborhood near you. Having someone embedded is a good start. That came from the Secretary of Homeland Security. We want to thank him. But I've been very clear on what we need. We need to control the border.
Can I just loop that?
We need to control the border. Yo, you need to let all these Mexicans stop coming across the border all willy and nilly and shit.
Trump's over here. I mean, I told you so, but
I mean, meanwhile, you fast forward, you rewind like 5 years ago, and you're like, our border policies are terrible. We need to let everybody with a dream who wants to come to this country, and undocumented people should not be living in the shadows in fear. And then all of a sudden we got, hey, we're going to fill up a hotel with illegals in your city. Yo, we need to control the border, y'all, and America first. The fuck? I love this. Keep doing it. Keep sending busloads
It's
of
working.
immigrants to these cities, and let's change their mind that way.
Right.
I fully endorse what Florida and Texas are
Some people
doing.
could see what Florida and Texas did as a hick, rednecky,
Right.
hack thing to do, but it does get results.
It won't work in California because they're already shit, and it's also a big enough state that they can kind of absorb it. But if you send it to like a New York City where there's already people living on top of each other,
They're piled up.
or you send them to Washington, D.C., or you send them to Chicago. Like, Chicago's already... I love that black people in Chicago are
That's
like,
mean to the immigrants,
yo,
actually.
fuck these immigrants. They're like, get them the fuck out of here. This
That's
is
like-
bullshit. Close down the border.
I would say that's like doing them a cruelty almost, sending them there.
I think what Democrats underestimated was how much minorities hate immigration.
Yeah, it's
Like
not
they
their
think
favorite.
that the problem with Democrats is their hubris to think that all of the people who vote for them think like them. They don't. LGBTQ shit, they don't agree with them on that. Immigration, they don't agree with them on that. And that's the stuff they want to keep pushing front and center. And you're going to keep losing people. I mean, a liberal mayor of New York City just went, look, y'all, we need to control these fucking borders.
We need to call a state of emergency, and we need to properly fund this national crisis.
He's like...
He sounds like a Republican.
He's two more busloads from saying build that wall.
Right. You get two more Greyhound busloads into New York, and he'll just be sitting there with a MAGA hat on. Build that wall.
Right, a spade
Build
shovel.
that wall. No, April. Jesus. No, not that kind of shovel. Why would you call it? Because he's holding it? That's why you would call it that?
Did I say something?
Oh, my God. You said a what shovel?
A spade shovel?
Jesus Christ with this woman. Who let her in the building?
What? Why are you yelling at me?
Oh, my God. Can somebody in the chat hold this woman back? What kind of shovel is the...
Well, now I don't want
black?
to say it.
What kind of shovel is the black gentleman holding?
I grew up with spade shovels.
Oh, my God.
I don't get it.
If a ghost was holding it, what would you call it? A spook shovel? My goodness. Oh,
Have
guys,
I
I'm
wronged somebody?
sorry. I am a guest. You know what's the cutest thing about this little bit we're doing here? You really didn't know that was a derogatory term for black people.
No.
I love that.
Really?
I just, yeah.
It's a spade
yeah.
shovel. It's the shape of the shovel head. Are you kidding me?
Alrix is saying, call a spade, April. Good job. See, now you got people endorsing you for reasons that you don't want.
Have you seen a spade shovel?
I've only seen shovels. I'm not here to call anyone a name.
I'm feeling wronged right now.
How do you think
You're what's wrong with this country.
How do you think the people who you called that feel?
It's a shovel in the shape of a spade.
Ah, it doesn't matter what person they're shaped like.
I don't. Okay, real.
Hobo Chili says, atta girl, April, atta girl. I don't know. Well, because the suit in cards is black.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So are diamonds.
No, those are red.
Or yeah, those are red. What is the
God
other one? Clubs. Excuse me, clubs. You're gonna say that too?
No, that's where they go. All right, guys, let's fire up the music. Let's knock out this last $100. What do you think? Fire up the gospel music. Break out the offering plate. Let's do overtime today. We're only $100 away. Let's do it.
For my unintentional racism.
Oh, here we go.
You got the gay shit on now.
Should we start it over?
Yes.
All right, let's start this shit over.
This is terrible.
Here we go.
See, now there's something to that.
Here we go, everybody. Fill up this here offering plate. With your 5s, with your 10s, with your 20s, with your VIPs if you want to.
Your dicks.
With your dicks. We are $105 away from hitting today's goal. I'm just reading the chat. Shovel
These
of
are
color.
good. African American shovel.
Oh, throw in a couple of
You
bucks.
guys.
Throw in a couple. Become a member or a subscriber over on Rumble. That's a great way to assist the show. We like that.
Absolutely.
Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says weed is still federally illegal and it's a felony to have weed and to use weed if you own or carry a gun.
Well,
All
that's
right.
retarded.
And even 100 away. Thank you, Red Fox Mad. Let's keep them going. Streamlabs,
Thank you.
PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. MSO saying, I smell victory. Let's make him wrong. And let's knock out that last 100. Small goal today.
Come on. Quick order.
I think you guys got this one.
I'm on a roll and racist, apparently.
We got 4.5 minutes left to go to hit that 100. April, go ahead. Fill up that offering plate to the girl in yellow. Praise the steel toe. Raise your hands to the air. Fold them, bow your head, whatever you need to do. Couple of bucks here and there is going to knock this thing out. Let's start the rally that gets us to 100. It's a small rally today.
I believe in us.
Well, let's start it off. Red Fox Mad got us started.
Hey,
yeah.
Get your shovels and dig us out of this goal.
Yes, get your spade shovels and dig us out of this goal.
They do the best job.
If you will. 100 bucks away, boys and girls. Let's get it done in the next 4 minutes here. 4 minutes away.
Let's just do it now.
Let's do it all right now. Just a couple of you.
You know what's going to happen anyways.
Knocking it out. Here we are. Leave us shaking
over.
this offering plate. Hobo Chili $4.99 says for the shovel.
Hey.
I just don't want my daughter to date it. There you go.
You can't date a shovel.
Now we are inside of 100. 95 away from knocking it out. Join Red Fox Mad. Join Hobo Chili. The Mood gifting 5 memberships. And Geese Artel got one. As well as Featherless Bipedal, 16 Hunsab, MN Concrete Guy, and Piffy Pups. Got a membership as well. 85 bucks away.
I got that shakedown.
85 away from filling up that offering plate and knocking out today's goal and adding another 30 minutes to today's show. Johnny David gifting a membership. I think that with the 5 at 2.6 apiece. Gonna put us at 80 bucks. Thank you very much. There we go. Oh, I know. My people shipped the shovels to America, says Shuli the MN. Thank you.
I had no idea what I said was so controversial.
Oh, man, they are loving it. 80 bucks away from knocking today out. Go to PayPal. Go to Streamlabs. Throw up some super chats. Do Rumble. Either one. Laughing Lions gifting a membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody keep throwing it on there. Keep throwing it on top. Greg Arias.
Don't let this fun stop.
Getting that membership. Yeah, we got a lot of stories left for overtime today. 2.5 minutes left to go. 2.5 minutes left. Fill up that offering plate. You see that? Just drop it right in there. Need Trump gifting 5 memberships. Very cool. 70 bucks away.
Wow.
From nailing this thing. Dirty Cow, Sarah Klein, Amy in Connecticut, Baruch Bashem Yeshua, and Justin DeMars, all getting a membership. Union Jack renewing his for a 4th month. Thank you, buddy.
Get your shovels. Start digging.
Appreciate it.
Digging for
all right.
gold.
Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble, all of it. Keep it going, guys. We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to go. 70 bucks away from today's goal. A nice small $200 goal today. We're going to knock this thing out, but we need you to help out. Couple more here, and we've got this. Some idiot.
Thank you.
Gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. 60 bucks.
Nice.
Away from today's goal. Guido Juice. Those Ain't Real Dude. Neat Drifts. Pyramid 7. And Brad A.
Hey, don't you want another half hour to put racist shit in the chat?
DC Cat with $9.99 says Keanu Cast at 7 on YouTube. Yes, go check out Keanu Cast. I think it's 7 o'clock Eastern time.
Is it a diesel cat?
No, that's an I.
Oh, really?
That's an I in there. All right, guys, only 55 away. 1 minute left to go. Will we knock out this $55 goal in 1 minute? Keep it going. JJ Lynn with $2 says, I haven't been up for 10 minutes yet, and I've heard spade shovel today. There you go.
I didn't know it was so bad.
All right, guys, an even 50. An even 50.
I've got my 3 coins rattling like jumping beans right now.
Sid Seraph with $4.99 says, get some. 45 bucks away.
Thank you.
From hitting today's goal. You guys can do it. Only 45 bucks left. So we are doing 30 minutes. It's just a matter of when we knock out that last 45. All right, 30 seconds to go.
I think the spade shovel is the most important part of the shovel family.
There we go. St. G with 25 bucks. I don't know. You guys can talk about that in just a little bit. 25 bucks from St. G. That puts us $20 away. 20 away. 15 seconds to go. $20 left. Streamlabs, PayPal, memberships, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's get that last 20 taken care of. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Pop that shit out of the offering plate and let's knock this thing out. All right, let's hit refresh on everything. We got $20 to go. We are doing 30 minutes of overtime. Dub with $5 over on Rumble, putting it to 15. Thank you, sir. 15 away from nailing the whole thing today.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. Let's hit refresh over here. Thanks again to St. G85 for the 25. We are still 15 away. All right, guys, so you got a little bit of work to do. We got a tie right now with MSO, but you guys got to knock out that last 15 before we're done with overtime today. Are you all right there, Spade Shovel?
I can't bend over in this shirt in front of them, so I grabbed a penny with my foot.
Very good. Nice job, Monkey Toes. $15 away. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Go ahead and chip in. I think we probably just need a couple more people, and we'll be able to call it a victory today. But for MSO's prediction, we always call getting inside the $50 threshold a push. That's an even.
Okay.
With our buddy MSO. So there you go. And we appreciate the motivation that he provides. So there you go, guys. 15 away. Let's nail it before this half hour is done. They are still going with the Spade Shovel thing.
Why is that so?
I knew it would be a hit.
I didn't know it would be such a hit. I struck gold with my Spade Shovel.
Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, if you take the bigger shovels and breed them.
Right, if you take a scoop shovel.
And you breed it with your big steam shovel, you get a big black shovel.
Yeah.
There you go. You see I
was going to say with a garden trowel.
You see the Spade Shovel has the high thigh bone that goes up into their butt.
Did I say something wrong?
Morally, yes.
No. My heart wasn't in it.
Culturally, yes, but still. Black Malice with $10 over on Rumble says 13% of shovels commit 51% of the crime.
I'm going to name my Spade Shovel now.
All right. We get a whopping, only 20% is Rumble's take, so we're between 5 and 10 right now.
Thank you.
Left in today's goal, somewhere between 5 and 10. There you go. There's all of the... There's all of the ways you can contribute to this listener-supported program. Friendo says selective breeding gave us LeBron.
Okay.
Some people say that.
Some are saying.
Some are saying that that's the case. All right, guys, 10 away. You've got it from here. We'll take a look in a few minutes here after this next story.
Somebody told me to name my Spade Shovel Tyrone, and I don't know why.
Look, you don't need to name it anything, really. I don't really understand why we need to.
What if I wanted Donquarius?
Laughing Lion says true romance, and those shovels did so much digging with Italian women. April names her Spade Shovel Chesterfield. Geese Artel says fat chicks love to shovel.
Oh, no.
Magic 8 Ball says houses have two shovels. You got your house shovel and then your field shovel.
What if one could do both jobs? Is there a comfort shovel?
Never.
No.
Sean says, I'm going to apply for an EBT card for my Spade Shovel. See what you've done.
Somebody broke the mold yesterday. I was in St. Joe Coburn's just getting some supper stuff or whatever. And there was like this single mother who went through the self-checkout area, and for some reason it wasn't taking her card. And then I found out why. She yelled loudly to the person who watches the self-checkout. She's like, does your store not take these? And she didn't want to say EBT out loud at first, but then the person was like, well, what is it? And she's like, well, it's an EBT card. And
yeah.
Coburn's wouldn't take her EBT card.
Coburn's doesn't take EBT?
No, they do for some reason. But you know what I'm saying is...
She spent it all.
She spent it all. And she was trying to blame it on the store by saying the store wouldn't take her card.
You know, it's remarkable that people who tend to have EBT... my position has always been that if you're on all this assistance and you're on it for a long period of time, like anybody can need help for a little while they get back on their feet.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a single mom who's been on this shit for a long period of time, our accusation is that you're really terrible with money. Meanwhile, you've got tattoos on your body that cost hundreds of dollars, if not more. You've got, cigarettes, things like that. We accuse you of not being good with money, and you're saying, no, it's terrible. I have a baby and children, and I have to take care of them, and I just need a little help. But then you always seem to be out of balance with that card. You didn't manage the money properly. It didn't
And then,
take you all the way to the end of the month.
But then you're passing the guilt onto the store.
Right.
And like she looked the part. When I was at the meat counter, I was getting
Was she fat?
She wasn't fat. She was like
trashy.
My height, but super trashy. Was wearing like those plaid like pajama pants and a ratty tank top, and her hair was like a pinkish red, washed out, greasy.
You're saying
color.
she wasn't at work?
She wasn't at work. Her hair was greasy and multicolored. She was yelling at her kid in the cart, who she was just letting sit in the cart and screw around and be loud. And I was at the meat counter trying to get some beef so I can make some sloppy joes for my family. And she's just sitting there yelling and stuff. And then I got to the checkout at the same time and saying,
she's yelling
why
at
isn't your
people
store
again.
taking my card?
Wow.
Like,
that's it. That poor kid. I feel for that kid though, man. That sucks.
it was just tragic.
You know, it's interesting. I see the single moms with those kids, and they're just letting them do whatever they want. People are like, oh, kids will be kids. Kids will be kids. You know, I see certain kinds of parents, and they have certain kind of behaviors out of their kids. And I don't know if I'm being biased, but our children behave remarkably well in public.
I've always told them, because you know why? The kids notice when we're in public at a store or a restaurant or a fair, and they'll see kids throwing a fit, and one of them will go to me and be like, wow, what is that kid doing?
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, you don't get it because you never were that kid.
They kind of see the embarrassment, and they're like, I don't want to be that.
Right. She's embarrassed because that kid's throwing a fit.
Thank you very much to Dan C. for the $10 over on PayPal. Boys and girls, we have knocked it out once again for today. Goal settled. Woo. Only two left. Only two left the rest of the week. We're giving away a VIP on the evening show. We're doing no goals on the evening shows this week, and just Thursday and Rumble Friday. That's it. So thank you guys very, very much for your contributions. So I don't know how we got on the EBT. Oh, they were doing the spade shovel jokes, of course.
Wow. So naturally a spade shovel goes to EBT cards. I don't get the connection.
They made an EBT joke, and then you talked about the EBT
A
thing.
spade shovel is great for gardening.
Magic 8 Ball says, I went to the Million Shovel March. There you go. There was, Veldrain says, I have two shovels. Name one Dwayne and one Ada Dwayne. Oh, man. Lots of inter-shovel relationships where I live, says Brittany.
Oh.
Greg Arias says, I donated via PayPal, but first time was after the bell. Thank you, buddy. We got it, and we knocked it out.
Yes.
Thanks to you.
Thank you.
That's very nice of you.
You're all doing the Lord's work.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate you.
Okay. I think we're done with the shovel jokes now.
No, Frendo says always season your shovel with cocoa butter. I don't know why.
Apparently
you would
it
do
makes
that,
it dig into the ground
but
better.
Sure, you know.
So, you know what? I'm going to put an end to this by saying I just use a David Spade shovel. That's it.
I didn't like it.
Good. And that means
I like my tried and true, my trusty spade shovel. It never runs off on me. Gets my work done.
My shovel
Lets
is
me
stiff because of the blue pill, says Red Fox Matt. See, we're ruining it. Now we can move on. There's a,
I just pictured a plane crash in my head.
So normally when you hear something like someone got arrested for child porn, that's probably the worst thing that happened to them that day. Yeah. Right?
I mean, I would think so. I hope.
It's usually pretty bad. Like everything the investigation's going to turn up. The child porn thing is usually going to be the one where you go, yeah, I don't look good.
Man, even if you didn't get found with it, but you got accused, I think that's still the worst thing that's happened
It's
to
a
you.
rough day.
Yeah.
Well, a Tennessee woman was busted on charges of child porn possession, leading cops to allegedly discover a video of her dog performing a sex act on her.
I'm going to throw up.
She did the old
I
peanut
can't.
butter and the twat thing.
No.
I thought that was just an old wives' tale.
You see who's the real victim there? Like, that dog doesn't understand.
Our dog goes apeshit for peanut butter on a spoon.
We just this week tried giving Gordy a tiny bit of peanut butter, and he's such a psycho. You can watch his eyes go white and wide. He's just sitting there like just incessantly licking the spoon.
Loves it. Now imagine it's on a pussy.
Yeah, and the thing is that dog's just like, oh, peanut butter. He's not like, oh, there's a pussy under there.
Yeah, he doesn't care about
know.
the pussy is a plate at that point for the dog. He
My
just wants
pussy will
the
be your
peanut butter.
plate any day, bud.
Thank you. He just wants the peanut butter. He's being tricked into the pussy. He doesn't even know what he's doing to the vagina.
Dinner is served.
Oh. Stephanie Weir, 33, is facing charges of sexual exploitation of a minor, criminal offenses against animals, and other obscene crimes, according to an arrest
It
warrant.
was a girl too, huh?
Yeah. It kind of broke the mold.
Yeah.
I love it in the story. They write, leading cops to allegedly discover a sick video of her dog performing a sex act on her. I love how they felt like they had to write the word sick in there for us as if we wouldn't fill that part out in our own head. Like
they have to like lead us into believing it's sick.
They don't trust us. They're like, oh yeah, we discovered. Because if you go, led cops to allegedly discover a video of her dog performing a sex act on her. We hear that and we go, oh, that's sick. You don't need to tell us it's a sick video.
It's disgusting.
You're about to.
What if it was the Japanese man in the suit?
Well, then now we've got a weird gray line. This case now all of a sudden becomes the precedent for dog suit crime.
Dog suit crime, okay.
The alleged pervert who lives in suburban Collierville. Hey, Colleyville now, right?
Well, that's what she calls her snatch.
What is it, girl? What is it, girl? Oh, your breath smells like salmon. What's the deal? It was picked up by Memphis cops who were tipped off in May.
Come on.
To her alleged trove of child porn by the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children.
This isn't usually a woman thing.
The group was notified about an image of a child in a lascivious pose nude on Weir's online storage cloud by New Jersey software company Synchronos Technologies. Weir was then found to be in possession of videos depicting children engaged in sex acts with children, as well as a clip of Weir having her pet dog perform a sex act on her. It said, this is her. And you can't find a man to eat your box?
Yeah, you're not like that bad. Maybe. That tells me
she prefers the dog.
100% she prefers the dog. It's that big ass tongue.
Depends on what kind of dog it is.
That's true. If you've got Gordy, his tongue's like all of this big when he's panting.
Yeah. See, this is how you know that that it's not like, oh, I can't get laid, so I'll have the dog lick my pussy. This is how you know someone's fucked up.
It's in her head.
To the point where they do this. I will say this, she does look like a clinger, though. Like, after a few weeks, you kind of be like, ugh.
Clinger to what? Your schnauzer?
Well, yeah, she's always asking. Why does she always ask on a first date if someone has a dog? I don't understand it.
She gets a chow, and it has multi-meanings.
Poor chow. He has no idea. He's no idea. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for the $9.99. Says, I love to shovel fat chicks in the bed of my truck. Well,
what is going on over there?
My phone's going fucking apeshit. That's usually new Rumble followers.
Okay.
I might have to actually take the notifications off my phone for Rumble.
I think you should check why your phone's buzzing so much.
My phone is going absolutely retarded. Oh, there's a bunch of news stories, but yeah, Rumble.
Well, it's making your phone rumble. That's why it's called Rumble. Get it?
Yes. PayPal,
the whole
Rumble.
Table's buzzing and shaking over here.
Yeah, it's going.
Couldn't move more if you hit it with a spade shovel.
Well, what kind of shovel? Oh my God. Can't believe you would talk like that in front of someone you admire. Hook this lady up with the Japanese guy in the dog suit. Perfect match. Yeah, the only problem is this woman prefers the real thing.
Yeah, that thing's not as limber as the real dog and eager to eat.
So how many dogs do you have? Why do you keep asking about my dogs? The appetizer's not even here yet.
She's a wiener dog.
Oh, every dog of hers is a wiener dog.
Right.
For sure. Packerbacker says, dude, I thought it was real and I wanted to watch it to enjoy the cringe. Oh, you're behind in the Rumble chat. I forget that Rumble is always behind because if you go off, I don't know, people in the Rumble chat, they always pick up the show from where they left off. So a lot of times in the chat, the Rumble people
I've been a victim of that.
A little behind. It happens. I think he's talking about Dundee. Well, we've got, I really wish we could go back to the days.
Wait, that was it?
Yeah, that was it. They just wanted to tell you they found that
They're
video.
not even going to tell us what kind of dog it was?
Did you need to know? Oh, you think the people on the news are going to write a thing like, oh yeah, and the collie, the border collie then sauntered up to her with a dazed look in his eye and then smelled the peanut butter and went to town.
They're not going to tell me what kind of dog it was, if it got counseling, what the dog's doing now. Does it still sniff crotches looking for peanut butter?
They found his dick in a crock pot, unfortunately. But it was okay. It was just, they were gelding it.
Ew.
That's all.
You don't cut its dick off to geld it.
So you just tie the rubber band around his balls?
Or just surgically remove them?
Yeah. I don't know. Look, I ain't a fucking vet.
Who are you?
A guy who obviously doesn't know how to geld a horse.
Do you know that for fun, growing up in Litchfield, back when I wanted to be a vet,
you cut off,
before I realized there's
horses?
no money in it, I've not only gelded horses, but assisted in dogs. Like,
now, did you? Now, hold on a minute. You gelded horses, meaning you chopped their balls off.
no.
Like you did this to your own horses, or you went around to
Just
other people's
mine.
farms and you gelded
With
their horses?
a vet. I learned from the vet. Like I would, for fun, like I did like job shadowing of vets during like spay and neuter surgeries and stuff like that, and learned a lot.
You gelded some horses. So how'd you do it?
Well, mostly I let the vet do it, and I held the horse and comforted him while he's all druggy and stuff.
She's
But he
heating
has,
a
like,
knife over an
no,
open
he's got like
flame.
that hot pair of like it looks like wire cutters but bigger. You know, but they're hot, and the horse is all drugged up. He doesn't even flinch.
That doesn't seem to be the right way to do it.
I swear on my life, like the horse did not seem distressed.
People are saying you've been intimate with horse balls, that means.
No,
And
I
it's
didn't hold him.
technically-
The vet did, and he was a dude.
I did castrations to cattle, never a
Yeah.
horse. Not a fun job, says
It's-
CK Benzona.
It's not fun, but like you do it when they're really young. Like you do it when their balls drop, and they're little bitty guys still, and you just give them a little sedative, and they're a little sleepy and fuzzy, la-di-da.
And then you cut their fucking balls off.
But they're none the wiser.
You drug it, like, you drug an animal, and then you chop
It's-
his nuts off while
if
he's
you-
feeling great.
If you consider it this way, it's to prevent unwanted horses that you can't feed, and they'll starve and be malnourished in the future. You don't want that, so you geld your horse. And then this horse is probably more usable to you now because a stallion will be wily and horny all the time, whereas a gelding will just let his thing dangle when he's feeling happy and eating. You know, and he's relaxed. It's,
You know, it
it's a
really
lot
sounds
different.
like you farm people just make, like, before we even can raise an objection, you make up a whole list of things as to why you're not a monster because you know what you're doing is mutilating a horse. So you're like, all right, let me think of reasons in my head. I can make this okay. Because otherwise you have to go home and drink afterwards because you realize you've been mutilating animals that you claim to love. So you come up with a laundry list of ideas. Well, you know, it is better for them because they would just die, which there's no proof that they would die.
Okay, literally, case A, our dog we have is a product of an unwanted litter.
And he's fine.
But what if somebody hadn't adopted him?
Somebody did. We did. Not only adopt him, we paid like hundreds of
Do you
dollars
know
for him.
what our tattoo is a resemblance of on the dog? Why our dog has a tattoo?
They've cut his balls
They've
off.
cut his balls off. Do
Right.
you know why? So the shelters
So he
are
doesn't-
not overrun with more unwanted puppies.
But why can't you people who cut the balls off the animals go, fuck yeah, I mutilated a horse?
There's a reason behind it.
Right, but you guys are the ones telling us the reasons. You're the ones with the guilty conscience.
Because you make us sound guilty.
No, we're just saying what you're doing. You're mutilating horses.
He's not in pain.
Why are you saying that? Just say, yes, I'm mutilating horses.
It's not that.
If you think it's good for them, then own what you're doing.
I did. I said that prevents having like malnourished animals down the road.
There won't be malnourished animals. You know that people will buy them or adopt them
I
and
don't
take
know
care of them.
what you know about statistics of like, especially feral cats and dogs that people can't
I'm talking about
feed and stuff.
horses.
One of my horses, this horse that got gelded, his mother, we only took in because she was on a farm with like 50 horses that this guy put a sign at the end of his driveway that said, come take one, I can't feed them.
And it got
she
taken.
was 6 months pregnant and she was skin and bone.
And you fixed her and you
But do
got
you know
her.
how many I couldn't save?
But you got her food. I bet you they didn't put down any of them. I bet you they
I
all
bet
got.
you're
I
wrong.
bet you they all got taken.
They were
home.
all very sick. We only took her home because we knew she was pregnant, and
So-
we're like, we can save 2 of them now.
So it is necessary for you to mutilate them.
Yes.
Right. So just say that. You
But
don't need to
You
throw.
don't have to sound so mean about it.
But you guys don't need to throw. Well, I'm challenging the people mutilating the horses. Like, I don't like it when people act like they're being
But
noble when they do a thing. No, you're
you-
doing it out of convenience. You're trying to
It's
make.
not convenience.
It's
you
convenient.
just got done telling me that there are no abandoned horses out there that
It
are
is
not fed.
Is it not more convenient to cut the horse's balls off than to let him keep his balls?
It's literally a preventative measure.
So you mutilate the horse.
That is why all animals get spayed or neutered or gelded. Yes.
Right. So you don't need to come back with, well, but it's because of this, it's because of that, it's because of that.
You make us sound guilty. You
are
respond
guilty
that
of
way.
mutilating horses. Sure, you have
Sure,
your
for good
reasons.
reason.
You absolutely have your reasons. 100%. We agree with you. None of us are saying you
Well,
shouldn't
then why
do
do
it.
you make it sound so evil?
Because you guys put such like cheery words behind it. Oh, I just hold him and he's drugged. And then I mutilate the fucker.
I didn't even bring this up. You asked me.
I just want these. I feel like farm people get away with too much shit because they're looked at as salt of the
Oh.
earth. They know what they're doing. I want to hold them accountable. Everyone looks
Oh,
at them as
God.
dumb, stupid rubes. No, they're You're mutilating the animal, which is fine. But you guys, for some reason, have a discomfort. If it's such a good thing and it's so necessary.
The discomfort comes from people like you saying that we do this thing that apparently is no big deal, but you make it sound like a big deal and then yell at us for making it sound like
all we're saying is that you're mutilating it. And you're saying, yeah, your answer should be, you shouldn't defend yourself with all these reasons. You
well,
should
then
be going,
stop making us sound like criminals.
You should be going, yeah, we're mutilating the horse. We have to.
But every time I say you have to or it's for a good reason, you're like, well, you don't have to say it's for a good reason.
You don't have, no, you don't have to.
But then you
Just
go on to say, like, look at you mutilating animals. Like,
but you are.
You're being very two-faced right now.
And it's okay.
You're the only one being two-faced here.
If I say you're mutilating horses, don't say nuh-uh or it's for this reason.
I didn't say nuh-uh.
Just go, yeah, we're mutilating horses. You have to mutilate the horse. Grow up.
Hey, Aaron, you're fixed right now. Why'd you get fixed?
So I didn't have any more children.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, I'm not guilty about it. I'm not going, and then also, did you know that there's benefits to what I did because it does this?
How
and
bad?
does that?
What terrible trauma did you go through getting fixed?
It hurt.
It was
for
sore
a long
for
time.
a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't pleasant. It was not pleasant.
And I bet people were around to comfort you after.
Never
too,
seen colors like that in my life.
I'm just wondering.
Horrific. Right. You do that. You've done that to horses.
You did it to yourself. You
right.
should understand more than anyone.
And I don't feel the need to explain myself to anybody.
Your gene pool has been expanded as far as it should be.
I don't feel the need to explain myself to anyone. I say, yep, that's what I do. That's what I did. I'm going to go to a couple of these. Angela the Chanter, proving my point, says it's not mutilation. It's called altered. That's what I mean.
I've never said that.
They soften the language to make themselves feel better. Don't soften the language. Don't feel bad in the first place.
I'm talking to somebody who doesn't understand why people do it, though. I see it kind of like what if my kids came to me one day and said, hey, why is our dog neutered? You know, why doesn't he have all his parts and stuff? I'm not going to just go say, oh, people just mutilate these creatures and stuff. You're going to explain it to them in a way that they understand and they get the point across, but it doesn't scare the shit out of them.
Fuck you, we're cutting his balls off.
But I wouldn't talk like that to somebody who didn't understand the full scope of it.
We don't want him to have. We don't want him to reproduce. Okay, good. If you can't accept that answer, then fuck you. You know what I mean?
No, that is. But you would just call me watered down for saying I didn't want him to reproduce. You tell me I'm watering it down.
You gave me a laundry list of things, and they'll starve. Like you really played the heartstrings. Don't do that. Like just go.
But that's the truth. I lived the reason why you gelled horses. Because I had to rescue one.
I don't want the inconvenience of dealing with more fucking horses, so I'm cutting his balls off. There you go. That's it. It doesn't have to be. It's not a heartstrings thing. It's very much a calculated, rational decision. It's not any. You guys aren't gelding them for an emotional reason. You're gelding them for a rational reason. If you were doing it for an emotional reason, you wouldn't cut his balls off. Emotionally, that's a very traumatizing thing to do.
Actually, on the flip side of that, most people, like men especially, will not fix their male dogs because they want their dog to be intact.
Not gelding them is an emotional reaction.
Yeah.
A rational, cold reaction is I'm going to cut this animal's fucking balls off because I don't want to deal with the bullshit.
You can't give your animals birth control.
Right.
That is the birth control.
Now you're toughening up. Now you're doing exactly what I said. Is you're like, yeah, I'm doing that.
It's all fine once it's what you want.
But I don't like the phoniness of like making it. I don't
think anything I said was phony.
I don't like people doing an emotional appeal because, like you said, the emotional appeal is not cutting their balls off. That's the emotion decision because it's really mean and terrible to cut something's balls off. No matter what reason you're doing for, it's a mean and terrible thing to do. But they're an animal. You're a human. You don't want to deal with the bullshit. So I'm cutting his fucking balls off. Okay, good.
Much like I don't want 6,000 horses or cats or dogs to feed, you don't want 6,000 kids to feed. You got fixed for the same reasons.
Yeah, it was a cold, rational decision. It was a very cold, very rationally met decision. Same thing with neutering the dog. Well, we didn't do that. Somebody else did. But the dog, same thing. You're not doing it to be nice.
I mean, I do feel like I've been Like, I don't feel like I've sugarcoated. I feel like I've explained. I feel like I'm being very patient with somebody who has no idea.
I have every idea. It's a nasty, disgusting, horrible, mean thing to do, but it has to be done.
Well, then
it's not
why
a
do you
good
have
thing.
to make it sound so terrible?
Because I don't like it when people do it like Bob Barker. Like, fuck Bob Barker. He acts like it's an emotional, like, oh, it's, spaying, neutering your pets is a nice thing to do. No, it's not. It's a convenient thing to do. It's no matter what your reason is, it is horrible to cut the balls off an animal. But it is remarkably convenient and rational to cut the balls off an animal. I don't like it when they try to. Man, I like to live in an honest world, and this is a lot of autism. I get that.
Yeah, this is becoming autistic and taxing.
But our culture is falling apart because we use soft language. Our culture is falling apart. You can draw a straight line.
Castrating isn't soft language.
But you can draw a straight line to people excusing their behavior and trying to use soft language to do it, and how we've gotten to where we are now.
But saying you gelled or you spayed an animal or you castrated an animal like a cow or something, that's not soft language.
No,
that's just what it was.
I cut a cow's balls off. Why? Because I don't want them fucking making baby cows.
Okay, but that's just the difference of talking like an educated person versus like a redneck. There's no difference except you cleaned it up. Like I said gelded, you said you cut its balls off.
Be a redneck about it, because they're all rednecks.
You don't like rednecks. You're being
like them
very, very two-faced right now.
I like them.
You want one thing while wanting the other thing.
Greg Arias says, Aaron is simply pushing April's buttons for our amusement. No, I'm amused by it too. But also, I do like, I just like the idea of living in a world where we all say exactly what we mean. And I get there are instances where you can't do that, but I like to push people to do that as often as possible.
I mean, I would like to talk like an educated person as often as I can. So therefore, I'm not going to run around telling people, oh, our dog's balls were cut off. No, you would say, oh, our dog is fixed.
But I wouldn't then extol the virtues of why that's good, because I know it's not good. I know it's just more convenient.
It is. It prevents unwanted animals from starving down the road. That it is a good thing. If you do not want your dog reproducing, that is the responsible thing to do.
Not necessarily. We can't say that that's definitely going to be the end result. It could happen, absolutely.
And more times than not, it will.
But Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, Aaron, it's called population control. That's why we limit shovel production via Planned Parenthood. Right. Let me make this argument to people. Then why can't people have an abortion whenever they want?
I think in most cases you can. It's just like the whole thing that just happened is like people jerking themselves off for power. Like you just like population control. You got snipped. It happens. Yeah. People do that.
Right.
I think your argument is kind of null. Like there's birth control of all kinds out there.
Right. It's population control. And that's okay.
Well, then don't make it sound like it's not okay.
Moral. I don't like people talking about it like it's a moral decision because that's a lie.
I don't like it when people say, oh, it's okay to do this thing, but it's not moral. Well, then if it's not moral, it's not okay. Stop wanting it both ways.
Freedom's Lunch says abortion is murder of an unborn child as opposed to losing your balls, not even comparable. It's population control. You don't want to bring a child into this world that you can't feed. It might starve to death.
I do kind of agree with him in that realm, though. Like, if something's already been created, we're not, like, cutting baby creatures out of animals. We're preventing from getting to that point.
That's 100% right. But if we're talking about population control, if we're talking about the morality of not bringing something into this world that's just going to starve to death, then why stop at that level?
What?
Unless your argument is, no, fuck that. We need to cut these things balls off so they don't have more kids. Totally fine. But then you've got a weird line that you've got to draw there. I get the abortion one. Need Trump says free birth control as if you take it in the mouth. What? Free birth control as if you take it in the mouth. Freedom's Lunch says, take the L and move on, Aaron. Seriously, you really crashed this show. I made Freedom's Lunch really mad a little bit ago. I kind of enjoyed that.
Is he mad at you?
Yeah, he's really mad. He's like, you're destroying your marriage. That only made me go harder.
I think it's interesting to get wrapped up in like topics like this that suddenly like a half hour's passed.
Yeah, I like that too. I don't see any problem with that. That's my favorite part of those topics is they last a half hour. You're soft, Aaron, says Fat Faku. You want shit to sound harsh, but wouldn't dare do the harsh things that need to be done. Soft. Yeah, I don't want to.
I do think you wanted to play both sides of that.
I don't want any horses. I don't want to cut a horse's
see, do you
balls
not
off.
understand how that's so much worse than just preventing unwanted
No, like I don't
ones?
want to own one. So this is not. I have no dog in this fight, no horse in this race, if you will. Johnny, go ahead.
There's one fact you are ignoring. In the case of animals, certain like cats, I don't know about horses particularly, but certain animals like female cats will literally die if they go into heat and do not have sex or reproduce. So in some cases, spaying and neutering the animal is actually for its health. Now, you could say you're still mutilating the animal, but again, in certain cases, if you're going to have a pet, it needs to be handled properly, because again, if it can't get out and fuck, it could die.
Why is something created? That's a weird God thing, like a weird evolution thing. Yeah. God evolution, whatever you want to call it. You're going to get so horny that if you don't get dick, you'll die. Like what? That species.
Cats are the devil. They're the Satan's creature.
Cats die of anemia because they don't get dicked down.
That's kind of like humans playing God. That's like the consequence of human interference, isn't it? Like we fucked with cats so much that if they don't get dick, they'll die. So we got to mutilate them.
I don't know that it had anything to do with us fucking with them, but I say that's exactly why we should be controlling the human species. I'm always for the same thing. I'm like, look, man, we control these animals because we don't want them breeding out of control and running loose and running crazy. So maybe we should do the same thing with, I don't know, white trash. Make sure they don't breed out of control and run crazy.
I don't think white trash would have been this chat's first choice, but yes, I understand what your point is. It's kind of
look, I want to keep the channel on the air, man. We got to do it right.
It's kind of like Carlin said about chickens. If we can do it to chickens, let's do it to people.
Well, check it out.
Name three ways chickens are better than, or people are better than chickens. See, nobody can do it.
I think what could have cleared this all up to begin with is that like humans, we give people the respect of like making their own decisions and like assuming that everybody can control their genitals and if they're going to reproduce or not. Animals don't do that. They operate out of instinct and they just have sex. And they don't think about the consequences or can I feed my children after this?
Yeah. Johnny, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it, and we will talk to you soon, sir.
Thanks, Johnny.
Bye-bye.
All right. Now can I give the big reveal?
I like that he listens to the whole show and like chimes in sometimes. I like that.
Can I give the big reveal now? I don't really give a fuck about this entire topic. The time was just moving really fast. Do whatever you want to.
You just wanted to picture me doing those things.
I just wanted to argue.
Being big, tough spade shovel girl.
Guys, I got to be honest with you. I just wanted to pick a fight. And I didn't really care if I won or lost the fight. It was just the nature of the bout.
You wanted a good combat sport.
I don't care what anybody does to horses. I don't care why they do it. I don't give a shit what you do to any of your animals. It's 10:30.
Don't have sex with them.
It's 10:30, and I just killed overtime. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome for being a worthy opponent.
Yeah, that was, well, I mean, you started on the winning side. I mean, I kind of, for my own amusement, took the losing argument.
I think
and just
I held
pushed
my own in that one.
Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, all my pets are still intact. I think it is evil to fix pets, animals. See, there are some people who actually
That's fine.
do care about my position. I mean, I don't, but yes. SC Motorsports, Aaron's longest fight ever. Fuck you. Kenneth Pogue becoming a member for his 7th month says, love you guys.
That one was 30 minutes, Aaron.
Oh, Freedom's Lunch got really mad too. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to work you up, buddy. I was just having a little fun. That's all. We will talk to you guys later. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we're going to give away another VIP and talk about a whole bunch of shit that got left over from today's show. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And remember to control the pet population.